Hello, everybody. Welcome. Happy Sunday. Hope you're doing beautifully. Neil back here, Reporters of Ascension for day two of the Real Disclosure Conference. How are you? Were you here yesterday? Let us know if you were here yesterday, what you felt, and how you're feeling today. If you weren't here, go ahead and say where you're from. And I'd love for you to let's start out this event with maybe some key takeaways that you had from yesterday. Was there somebody that stuck out? Was there somebody's presentation that really you resonated with? And go ahead and leave that in the comments here. And let's go ahead and bring on my good friend and co-host, Alan Steinfeld. Morning, Alan.
Hey, Neil, I think it was a great show yesterday. And
Thanks.
I think we're going to have another great show today with some amazing guests. So,
Yeah.
some of the highlights, I think, were the Hertog's great presentation, where they really went into detail about major aspects of disclosure. So, I think the guests we have today, I think, are taking more of a psycho-spiritual, a psychic kind of consciousness approach to disclosure. Rebecca Hardcastle,
Yeah. Well,
Vincent
I think like
Jan.
we had a bit of that all day yesterday. Like the Hertax was super into consciousness,
Right.
and then Preston Dennett. I think Preston Dennett really shows about the benevolence of these beings and
Mm,
their
yeah.
connection to us. You know,
Yeah.
And then Steve Bassett, incredible for his update on disclosures. If you guys did not check out yesterday, please do. And Steve Bassett, for sure, if you're really interested in what has been going on, he has his finger on the pulse, really just like kind of like the stock market, its fluctuations. He knows immediately what's happening. So that was
Right.
interesting as well. And I really like Samuel. It was my first time, listening to him, and his information was pretty cool too.
Well, what's amazing about Steve Bassett is he is like a play-by-play announcer as the UFO disclosure keeps unfolding. So, he's a very valuable resource for this community. So today we have some amazing people too. Coming up first is Craig Calabasso. Is that his name? How
Yeah,
do you
we
say
have
last name?
Craig Campobasso coming up first.
Campobasso. Yes,
And
yes, yes.
not sure what he's presenting on today, but I've had him a couple times on Portal to Ascension doing a presentation on the ET Species Almanac, which he's created. I know there's a movie, but it's a book too, right? Where there's 82
It was
different
first the book.
species
Yeah.
that are interacting with humanity, from his book. But he also has a UFO hot. Are you familiar with his work on UFO hotspots?
Oh yeah, yeah. His UFO hotspot book is very valuable. It names all the places or most of the places in the U.S. where sightings have been very prevalent. So he's done a lot of work in bringing UFOs to the public. And this movie he did about his book, Alien Species, is a really valuable resource. And it just is another piece in the puzzle that there's really something true happening on planet Earth that cannot be ignored. We're part of a larger cosmic environment, and we need to wake up to the fact as a planetary civilization what's going on. I mean, right?
Yeah, and when we talk about like the two levels of UFOs, when it's the nuts and
Mhm,
bolts, and when it's the
mhm,
like the Pleiadians exist, the Arcturians exist. This is what's happening on the planet. That's the
mhm,
other side of it. What I'm noticing now, right, with with some things in Congress, with the Joe Rogan show, different things, is that they're now starting to actually have a conversation about the beings, right? The
mm,
Nordic
yeah.
type beings, the reptilian beings. So I think it's really cool because I believe like somebody like Craig
Mhm,
really is an individual that is saying it in a way that is palatable in explaining to people who these beings are and
mhm,
what the relationship is to Earth. Because when you say
right.
that's the next step,
I would say that there's a lot of next steps we're involved in right now. The government coming forward, how we're going to relate to these ETs, what is the nature, how is the nature of human consciousness changing. This is why I'm doing in 2 weeks. Oops. This is why in 2 weeks I'm doing something called the UAP Con, and it involves some other people that we don't have today, but they're talking about more a kind of conscious intellectual approach. I'll put a poster for that up soon. And but what we're doing here today is important for setting the groundwork for the new year and how we as a civilization need to approach this this phenomena. And I think people like Rebecca Hardcastle, who's presenting today with her exo consciousness, is such a valuable input
Yeah,
into, I don't know why it keeps doing that, into understanding how we need to shift our minds in order to make contact. That is like the key here. What we need to do in order for it to be understood in a new way. I think people project fear because they don't understand what's going on. If we
right.
can if we can see that the nature of reality is changing and that we have to think about
No, we lost Alan for a second here. We'll wait for you to get back, Alan. Hopefully, you can hear me. And so I'll just continue with the schedule while we wait for Alan to come on. And what's interesting is that, as this is being a real disclosure event, I'm looking at the schedule here, and there's a lot of consciousness related topics. And I feel like, as I was sharing, we have that UFO nuts and bolts world, the mainstream, and then we have the consciousness, esoteric, deep world. And from my perspective, those worlds are starting to merge together.
yeah, totally, totally. We're coming into a new time. I think this next quarter century is a game changer. We just passed through the first quarter of the 21st century. The
Yeah.
second quarter is going, if you look at as we track history from the first quarter, just kind of sets the foundation. It's always like the 1925 onward, 1825 onward. If we just recent history that it's a pattern of development that we set the groundwork, AI, the mass understanding of the digital realities, everything that's come into play in the last few years is really going to take on another level of awareness. I think also the understanding of consciousness is changing.
Yep.
What the telepathy tapes have done to realizing that these
Making it
autistic
mainstream.
these autistic kids are not handicapped in a sense. They are listening to or they're accessing other levels of reality. And
Mhm.
that's what these next couple of years, that includes the non-human intelligence, is
Well,
requiring of humans to do. Yeah,
yeah, I mean, well, like the evidence is undeniable when it comes to UFOs, the interaction with ETs, something's going on. But then when it comes to consciousness, yeah, you're right. The telepathy tapes really has taken it to the mainstream and has shown that these kids that have never met each other have been meeting up in this other realm, right?
I know.
And then they have conversations with them, and they're nonverbal children, and they realize that they know each other from a different reality that they've been interacting in. I
It's
mean,
amazing. I just interviewed one of these kids, and it was so fantastic to sit next to him. It was like being in the presence of a whale. Have you ever swam with whales? Well,
wow,
their
no.
field is so vast. I did this in Maui. One whale would kind of breach like a mile away, another one would respond to it. And I felt like there was this field of conscious communication happening. But with these autistic kids, or this one, Alex Derasmos, sitting next to him, I was accessing all these different streams as if he was a radio with
Wow.
all these stations coming into his head. And that's why they can act out, because it's just too much sometimes for them to
Yeah,
handle at once.
yeah,
But the level of consciousness and communication showed us what human beings were possible of attaining. So
exactly. So let's
this,
get over the schedule real quick, but I just want to
okay,
tell Craig because he's in the back here that
okay.
device not connected, Craig. So if you can hear me, we can't see your camera. So you might have to change your camera settings. You might have to, I'm not sure what you have to do, but your camera's not connected to StreamYard. So please go ahead and let's get that fixed. We'll bring you on in 5 minutes. And then after Craig, we have a good friend of yours, Alan, that you introduced me to, Vincent Jenna.
Vincent Jenner is formerly a medium. He sees people on the other side, but he recently opened up to these ET levels. So he's getting impressions of not just humans on the other, but other entities that live in other dimensional realities. I think once you have that window open, like that's why I teach remote viewing. The window's open, you can access other other realms of conscious, other other expressions of consciousness, and Vincent is a real expert in that. So I'm excited about what he has to say here.
Me too. And then
Okay.
after that, we got Michael Schratt. You want to talk about Michael for a bit?
Michael Schratt is the guy in the UFO field who has more um, knowledge of crash retrievals than anyone else now in the or ever been. So he's traced every crash retrieval of UFOs, and he thinks some of them may have been government, some of them may have been extraterrestrial, but he has documented histories and pictures that have been generated, even if there weren't pictures available, based on description. So I think he must have two or 300 in
Yeah.
his files of crash retrievals. He probably go over the most important ones, but he is one of the best resources we have now of documented history of UFOs on this planet. And
Yeah,
he's a
I've done an
real
event with Michael every year for the last 5 years,
mhm,
and I mean, the UFO crash retrieval thing I think was the biggest milestone in all of the disclosures since 2017. It really took us from like we saw a spacecraft doing this thing in San Diego to
right,
then oh my God, these programs actually exist in shadowy parts of governmental
right.
agencies, right?
So he, yeah,
To
I
the
mean, he relies on the work of Leonard Stringfield, who was the first to kind of compile a listing of crash retrievals, and Michael's just taken it way further. And the pictures he's developed, the kind of photographic realism of these crashes at the sites, Aztec, the one that happened near the Hoover Dam, Roswell, Missouri, every major known and not so well known history is documented by Michael Schratt. So he's certainly someone to pay attention to.
yeah. And then
Okay.
after that, we have Rebecca Hardcastle.
Like I said before, Rebecca Hardcastle really has her pulse on consciousness. So she's created her own term called exo consciousness. So humans have a kind of earth-based consciousness, and we only know what we know. But in order to understand the ET reality, we have to extend ourselves beyond this culturally limited way of thinking and develop a kind of cosmic awareness, an exo, like external to the planet way of seeing our relationship to the other beings by changing our modality of thinking.
Right.
So
And that
that,
has to do with also our extrasensory abilities, right?
yeah,
So our gifts coming online, and that also ties into the telepathy tapes. So it's kind of like exoconscious humans are we're the new human, the new model
right.
human as
Well,
we
I just
expand.
want to acknowledge some people in the chat. Don from Hawaii, thank you. A UFO kid in 1950. My father worked in the government, DC, investigating plane crashes. Hi from Sally in the UK. Thank you, Sally. Who else is here today? Glenda, um, uh, Star Travel News. There's some really great people that have come back, and someone says to check out UFO Chronicle podcasts. That's good. So, what I think I'm reading this because we have to realize this is a community. This is a community event. It's a community effort.
Mm.
And we're all part of pushing for the truth because when we know the true nature of reality, we can know more of ourselves and be more responsible humans for the earth and for each other. So,
Yeah, I love that. Yes,
yeah.
especially love as we awaken, we as we explore this, we learning more parts of ourselves as we awaken to the true nature of reality. That's beautiful.
Well, those beings are parts of ourselves,
Yeah.
just and we're being kept from the truth, just like the Catholic Church has kept the fact that the earth wasn't the center of the universe because Galileo suddenly said he proved it was by looking through his telescope and they put him in jail. So we're still in a sort of jail of that kind of understanding because we're being kept from the truth. And, Linda Moulton Howe says we're an abused species if we're being kept from the truth. And what is the big secret, really? Okay, we're not alone in the universe. Why is that a problem?
Yeah, well, we know it. That's a problem. There's power control, and there's probably things
Right.
even than that, right? But that's the
Mm,
thing, like that we can grow, and there's so much more that we can get from understanding that we're all interconnected and we're all one. And we
right.
can move
Right.
forward into a new, beautiful new reality, Alan.
A new reality. That's why I call
Right.
my show New Realities.
And
Exactly.
and it's a callback for you. But that's why we're doing these events. Yesterday I think you said something of um like something along the lines of why we're doing this. And even though it's fun, we're not doing this just because it's fun. It's because we know that there's a better way for humanity to live with each other, and there's so much vastness and beauty outside of us. It's almost like humanity has had tunnel vision, and that's the amnesia, just this experience here. And what would happen if we start using our peripheries and open ourselves to the vastness of what's going on around us? And that's what this event and basically everything that we do is all about.
Exactly. And this is what Danny Sheehan, Citizens for UFO Disclosure. Do we still have some time? I can play a little clip from that. Do you want?
Let's do it after. You want to do it at the end because you're the last speaker.
Is Greg here? Is to coming
Yeah,
in?
Craig's here. Yeah,
Oh, okay. Then let's bring him in because
great, great, no,
okay, great, great, great. So Greg
there we go. Hey, Craig.
Cababasso,
Hey
Greg.
guys,
Hey, thanks
Good
for
to see you, brother.
making
you too. How's it going?
Doing good,
great.
man. How's everything with you?
Very nice. Thank you.
You look great, Craig, and I want to hear what else you're up to and your latest research, if that's what you want to talk about, and where we're going in the future as all the projects you've been working on are really being recognized publicly. So we
Thank you.
appreciate that.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I just finished writing 3 more books.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, to
About
my book series, the autobiography of an extraterrestrial saga. They're not out yet, but I just finished them. I'm working on the artwork.
wow.
And I'll be doing another MUFON book. And then I'll be doing another book for the publisher that has the MUFON imprint as well.
It's amazing.
Congratulations, my friend. This is what we need to take this publicly, and congratulations on your movie and
Yes.
everything you're working with. So, do you have a presentation you want to just get into?
Yeah, I'm going to kind of just go over disclosure all over the world and little things like that, and talk about a few different things, and and then see where it goes from there. And then if I peter out before my time's up, you guys can come back on and ask me some questions.
Great.
Good, brother.
Perfect.
All right, take it away.
Does that sound good? All right.
Perfect.
Okay, so hey, good morning, everybody. I'm Craig Campobasso. I've been studying this stuff for 40 years, especially extraterrestrial contact on planet Earth. That has been one of my specialties. As you can see, those are the posters for Stranger at the Pentagon in the background. I made the short film. I'll be making the feature film soon as well. You could go to strangeratthepentagon.com and watch it there. It's on Amazon Prime. It's the short film, by the way. So what I'm going to do for you guys today is I'm going to kind of go over disclosure throughout the world and how it happened, and throw a couple of things of thought for everyone to sort of think about. I've methodically typed out my presentation, so forgive me for reading it, but I can't memorize 10 pages. So anyway, so here we go. All right. So anyway, for decades, the question of whether or not we're alone in the universe has captivated humanity. But in recent years, some remarkable things have happened. Governments around the world have begun to acknowledge what many have long suspected, that unidentified aerial phenomena, UAPs as they're now officially called, represent something that we don't fully understand, and possibly something not of this earth. Now, I believe that some are not of this earth and some are of this earth, but some of those beings that are not of this earth live here as well and have been living here for a very, very long time. But let's just put it out there right away, because this is the year that Steven Spielberg releases Disclosure Day, his new sci-fi thriller And it centers on the moment that humanity learns definitely that we are not alone in the universe, focusing on the terrifying human reaction rather than alien action, with whistleblower Josh O'Connor trying to broadcast the truth to everyone simultaneously, leading to government suppression, psychological impact, and a global panic as people grapple with the revelation that certainly replaces doubt, according to its cryptic trailers and synopsis. Now, interestingly enough, I started in the film business when I was very young. The very first company I worked for, they did teasers and trailers for motion pictures. And they happened to do Close Encounters of the Third Kind. So I was constantly over at the Burbank studio and heard a lot of scuttlebutt. And then in the mid 80s, I went to work for Mr. Spielberg himself in the casting office of Amazing Stories. That's where I started my casting director career. And so, of course, I got to know a lot of the people there at Amblin, and one guy who was on our crew said that he had knowledge that Spielberg was taken to a military complex where he was able to view these gray beings that were on ice. Now, we know Jackie Gleason was taken by President Nixon, but he was taken there so he could actually see what they look like. So it again reminds me, was this all brought forth by the US government, the film, to just sort of get a pulse on what people would think? And then later, as I started researching things, there's a planet called Serpco, Serpco, I believe it's spelled. There's books done on it. And it's basically the story of Close Encounters of the Third Kind. And it actually goes to where our people go on a ship and go to their world, and they live there for many, many, many years. On the return date, they had found, I think, one or two had passed away on the planet. Another person did not want to leave the planet because they loved it so much. And everyone else came back and talked about their living experiences there. So you guys can check out that book, Serpco. So I just think it's all interesting how it all just sort of corresponds into it as well. And another example, because I'm one of the leading experts on the Valiant Thor story. I was good friends with Dr. Frank Strange's up until his death. And everyone knows George Filer from the Filer Files. And George was a major back at the Pentagon during the time Valiant Thor was there. He told me that when he was on an airplane, he actually sat next to Michael Rennie. And Michael Rennie told him that the day the Earth stood still was actually financed by the US government. I did a whole thing with Steve Bassett on a show about all these different things that the government actually funds that are sci-fi based. And but what I knew is that Valiant Thor had been here well before 1957. That Dr. Frank told me he was here well before the 30s, and it had been known that some other fully conscious beings. Valiant Thor was a created being, which means he did not have a belly button. So he is what we would be considered an angelic, because they are created from the Godhead, not created by man and woman. So these fully conscious beings had come and told our government that a universal emissary was coming. So the movie came out, I believe, in 1952. And again, it makes me go back and think did they create this movie just to get a pulse on what the population would think, right? Because Klaatu definitely was a being, an enlightened being, and remember, everybody was afraid of him because they didn't know and they didn't understand him. So I just find it all very, very fascinating and interesting. So, all right, let's move on. All right, so now for most of the 20th century, discussions about UFOs and extraterrestrial life were relegated to the fringes of society. We all know that many, many years ago, just going and doing UFO conferences, you couldn't get any press out there. You couldn't get anybody because they just wouldn't touch this stuff. But those who reported sightings were often dismissed, ridiculed, or accused of seeking attention. And the subject was taboo in serious scientific and political circles. Now, we know that there were several people that were out in the public that were paid by the government to say it was swamp gas, to say it was this, to say it was that, and just to ridicule it. They even had cartoonists making fun of everything. So you remember in the 50s, there was a big wave of UFO movies. So it started there, but it might have started a little bit before there, because I want to bring up a case. It's the 1933 Milan crash, which is part of Italy's fascist UFO files, where a saucer supposedly crashed near Milan and was investigated by secret Mussolini authorized group, which they called Cabinet RS-33, and that craft was stored in hangars at the SIAI Marchetti hangars. Now, there's no details that the U.S. took possession from this specific event, but they are now starting to come to light that the U.S. did get that. So this would be an interesting question maybe for you guys to ask Michael Sherratt, since he is so well known on this, because if we did get it way back then under the Roosevelt administration, then that means that was the very first case where the UFO cover-ups began. So that would be 1933. That's pretty fascinating. Anyway, but over the past couple of decades, things started to change, and we have witnessed a remarkable shift. Military pilots, intelligence officials, government agencies have begun speaking openly about encounters with objects that defy our understanding of physics and aerospace technologies. These aren't fringe figures. These are credible witnesses with impeccable credentials backed by radar data, infrared footage, and multiple sensor confirmation. Now, the stigma is lifting, and in its place, we find something perhaps more unsettling: official acknowledgement that there are things in our sky that we cannot explain. So let's start with the United States, which has perhaps the most complex relationship with UFO disclosure. For decades, the US government maintained that UFOs were either misidentifications, hoaxes, or at most classified military projects. Project Blue Book, which ran from 1952 to 1969, was the Air Force's official investigation into UFO reports. When it closed, the official conclusion was that UFOs posed no threat to national security and wasn't worthy of further study. Now, we know that Paul Hynek has sort of taken the torch from his father, J. Allen Hynek, who was the head of Project Blue Book. He was there his whole life. He knows many of those things. When I got hired in 2019 to write this book, The Extraterrestrial Species Almanac, I found something out about my past that absolutely blew me away. When I was 12 years old, my mother told me that I was adopted and that my father was my stepfather. She had married him when I was 1 year old. And all she knew, it was a brief encounter with a gentleman named Fred. And she didn't know that much about him, but that he worked at a gas station. That's all she remembered of him. And she, of course, had his last name. And so when I started writing the book, I got this just off the cuff phone call from a genealogist who said she was my fourth or fifth cousin on my mother's side. And she was looking for information, which I gave her. And I said, look, I've been trying to find this biological father of mine, and I can't find him on the internet. Can you find him? And she said, yes, I can find anyone. Well, lo and behold, she found him. And but unfortunately, he had passed away in 2006. So she told me where he was buried, which was at Forest Lawn across from Warner Brothers. Interestingly enough, his middle name was Warner. And so I went down to the cemetery the very next morning and said, did anybody call? Do you have anybody's name when you called to pick up Fred's body? And she said, let me look. She goes, yeah, I do have a name. She gave it to me. It was a different last name than Fred's, but she didn't have a phone number. So I came home. I looked it up. It was a 74-year-old gentleman living around the corner from me, literally. I wrote him a letter. It had his address. A couple days later, his son called me. And, and I said, oh, did your father know Fred? And I, of course, put my picture in there. And he said, no, actually, it's his half brother, my father. And I'm really only calling because the picture you put in there, you are an exact doppelganger for him. And I said, you're kidding. So we met. We had a 3-hour incredible dinner, right, with my uncle, who I'm very close with him and his family now. I have 3 cousins. So about an hour into the dinner, I said, well, just tell me all about him. I knew he went into the Air Guard. Their mother, they had the same mother, had to sign a piece of paper because he was underage. They put him right into the Air Force at 18. And then he looked at me and he said, oh, and by the way, he was in Project Blue Book. And I literally, my tongue fell out of my mouth. And I said, do you even know what that is? He goes, well, kinda. And my cousin said, well, I know what it is. And my brother knows what it is because we used to hound him for stuff on UFOs, but he would never talk. So interestingly enough, I obtained his military records. It did show that he worked in intelligence, and I met some other people who were higher up in the military, and they said that his numbers do not match anything that they know of. So it made me think that maybe this was a special identification just for the government that has that. So of course, here he is working for Project Blue Book for the government in UFOs and extraterrestrials. And I end up writing books for MUFON, which is the public's venue for UFOs and extraterrestrials. And I thought, wow, it's just in the DNA. But it goes beyond that. Is when he decided to come home, he ultimately became the head of construction at Warner Brothers And he did movies and TV sets, and he was so busy. My uncle said he lived in a trailer, literally on the lot. So I cast movies and television, and he was building sets for them. So it really is, it's like totally in the DNA, although I never got to meet him, but I got to meet his stepchildren, who I adore. So it's just a fascinating story. It just ties in all of our stories and what we're doing and all of that, because without that DNA, I don't think I'd be able to possibly do this. So all right, now let's move on with the US stuff. I just thought that would be a fascinating story to tell you. So in 2017, we all know that the New York Times published a bombshell article revealing the existence of Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, a secret Pentagon initiative that investigated UAP encounters from 2007 to 2012. Along with this revelation came the release of the now famous videos, the Tic Tac incident, gimbal or go fast footage captured by Navy fighter pilots showing objects performing maneuvers that seem to violate the laws of physics. So we all know that those ships look like Tic Tacs, right? But what a lot of people didn't know is when a lot of them were above the ocean, that that they could see from above that there was a giant mothership shaped like a Tic Tac beneath the ocean that they were hovering over. All right, so in 2020, the Pentagon officially released these videos confirming their authenticity. Then in June 2021, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released a preliminary assessment on UAPs to Congress. The report examined 144 incidents reported by military personnel between 2004 and 2021. Of these, the government could explain only one. The rest remain identified. Now, the report didn't claim that these were extraterrestrial craft, but it didn't rule it out either. It acknowledged that some UAPs appeared to demonstrate advanced technology and stated that they could pose a threat to flight safety and national security. Now, in 2022, NASA announced that it would conduct its own independent study of UAPs. And in 2023, Congress held public hearings where military witnesses testified under oath about their encounters with unexplained craft. Former intelligence officer David Grush testified that the US government has retrieved craft of non-human origin and has been reverse engineering them in secret programs. Well, we all know about this from George Knapp and the Bob Lazar case. Many years ago in the 90s, I was at the UFO Congress out in Arizona. Bob Lazar came to talk. It was the biggest conference room you ever saw. There wasn't an inch that you could get into that room. All the seats were taken and everyone was filed in. It was the most fascinating talk to just hear him relay it in person. And of course, being interviewed by George Knapp, the master who knows about all this stuff. So, all right, so let's move on to Latin America. All right, so while the US has been cautiously lifting the veil, some Latin American countries have been remarkably more transparent. Brazil opened its UFO files to the public in 2004, releasing thousands of previously classified documents. These files included reports from military pilots, air traffic controllers, and radar operators describing encounters with unknown objects. One of the most famous Brazilian cases is the 77 Operation Saucer in Colares, where residents reported being attacked by beams of light from strange objects in the sky. The Brazilian Air Force investigated and documented the events extensively, including photographs of injuries allegedly caused by these beams. There was another case in Gulf Breeze in the 90s where a strange-looking three-tiered ship was shooting blue beams down at people and hurting them, and that people on the ground seemed to hear captured humans being caged inside that craft, screaming and yelling to be released. Now, that ship looked like a beehive, and I remember Dr. Frank telling me that Valiant Thor told him that if you ever see a craft that looks like a beehive, run as fast as you can. They are pure evil. And when I saw that, it just reminded me of that craft. All right, so let's go back to Brazil. So in 2010, Brazilian military officials held a press conference at the National Press Club, publicly acknowledging that UFOs have been tracked on radar and encountered by military aircraft. They called for international cooperation in studying the phenomenon. Chile has been equally forthcoming. In 2014, the Chilean government established CEFAA, the Committee for the Study of Anomalous Aerial Phenomenon, under the Civil Aviation Authority. CEFAA has released numerous videos and reports of UAP encounters by Chilean pilots and military personnel. Their approach has been refreshingly scientific. They investigate, document, and publicly release cases they cannot explain. One notable Chilean case involved a Navy helicopter in 2014 that captured infrared footage of an object releasing some kind of plume or trail. After a thorough 2-year investigation involving scientists, meteorologists, and aviation experts, CEFAA released the footage publicly, stating that they could not identify the object. Now, European countries have taken various approaches to disclosure, but several have been notably open. France has been studying UFOs since the 1970s. And GEIPAN has investigated thousands of cases and maintains a public database where citizens can access reports. Now, wouldn't that be interesting if we could access all the government reports? While they classify most sightings as explainable, about 20% of them in the unexplained category, cases with sufficient data that defy conventional explanation. The UK released its entire archive of UFO reports in 2008, spanning decades of investigations by the Ministry of Defense. While the Ministry of Defense concluded that UFOs pose no threat to national security, the released files contain numerous compelling cases, including encounters reported by military personnel. Belgium also experienced one of the most famous UFO waves in 1989 to 1990, where triangular objects were reported by thousands of witnesses, including police officers. The Belgian Air Force scrambled F-16 fighters to intercept one of these objects, which was tracked on radar. The military held a press conference and released radar data stating that they could not identify the objects. All right, so let's move on to Russia and China. They represent two of the world's most secretive nations when it comes to UAPs, but even they have made some acknowledgments. Russian military officials and cosmonauts have, on various occasions, spoken about encounters with unexplained phenomena. Files from the Soviet era, partially released after the USSR's collapse, documented numerous military encounters with UFOs. However, systematic disclosure has been limited and much remains classified. China has officially acknowledged the existence of UFOs and has conducted research into the phenomena, though details are actually scarce. Chinese military pilots have reported encounters, and some Chinese scientists have called for a more open investigation into UAPs. So both nations likely possess significant data on UAPs, but given their security cultures, full disclosure seems unlikely in the near future. All right, let's go to a few little other notable disclosures. So Mexico has been relatively open about UAP encounters, with the Mexican Air Force releasing infrared footage in 2004 showing multiple objects detected during a drug surveillance mission. Canada has released some of its UFO files, and the Canadian government has acknowledged that military personnel have reported encounters with unexplained objects. Peru's Air Force established an office to investigate UAPs and has released some reports and footage publicly. Even the Vatican has weighed in. Vatican astronomers have stated that belief in extraterrestrial life doesn't conflict with Catholic theology, opening a door for religious acceptance of the possibility. So really, what are we dealing with here? So after all these disclosures, what do we actually know? The honest answer is not as much as we'd like, but that's why we're here today, sharing in all these forums. So what we know is this, that there are credible witnesses, military pilots, trained observers, scientists have encountered objects in our sky that display characteristics beyond our own technology. These objects have been tracked on multiple sensor systems simultaneously. They've performed maneuvers that would destroy any aircraft we know of, instantaneous acceleration, hypersonic speeds without sonic booms, sudden directional changes that would generate G-forces far beyond what any human pilot could survive. So the most commonly reported characteristics include trans-medium travel, moving seamlessly between air, water, and space, no visible propulsion systems, no flight control systems, resistance to atmospheric effects like air friction, speeds and accelerations that defy known physics. What we do know is that these craft are conscious living beings, and the being that flies the craft is connected to its actual neural system, to its brain, and that person is the person that is actually flying that craft and can make it do unbelievable maneuvers and unbelievable things. It can even pop it out of the third dimension into the fourth so that you can't see it, but they can still see into the fourth. All right, so does this mean that all the crafts are extraterrestrial? Not necessarily, but the explanations offered by serious researchers include the extraterrestrial hypothesis that these are craft from other worlds piloted by or controlled by non-human intelligence, the ultra-terrestrial hypothesis that these entities are from Earth but exist in dimensions or realities parallel to ours that we don't yet understand, that they are time travelers. Perhaps they're humans from the future coming back to study or to influence their past. We can think about Daryl Anka and Bashar. Bashar is a being that Daryl channels that I believe is either 500 or 600 years in the future. Secret human technology, some suggests that these advanced black budget programs developed by world governments plasma or atmospheric phenomena, natural phenomenon that we don't yet understand that can appear as solid objects. There's a lot of times that we see this plasma and then the craft appears and then it can disappear again. There's a friend of mine who is a very well known and studied by the government contactee, and on his prior property to the one that he's living on now, you would get the plasma, and then you would get the being or whatever was coming through, and then you would get the plasma again. I actually took a picture of one of the beings that was visiting him. That was a very strange looking being. Its legs ended where our knees are. Then it had a gigantically long, thin torso, very short legs, no hair on its head, an elongated neck. And when I photographed it, I did not see it in person. None of us did. And in the beginning, I got plasma. Then the next picture was the being, and then it was plasma again after the being. And when we tried to lighten up the photo, you could see more of its features. It was wearing a type of goggle, and I immediately knew that those were interdimensional goggles, and it was holding a light source, which I knew was an interdimensional light source. And my friend said to me, they allowed you to take that picture, and they would never have allowed you if they didn't want you to have it. So that photograph is actually in the very back of the book of the Extraterrestrial Species Almanac. All right, now, so here we go. The question is timing. I think it's time. I think everybody thinks it's time. I think this year is going to be the year. If not this year, maybe the following year. All right. So one question that naturally arises is, why are governments disclosing this information now? Several theories exist. Perhaps the proliferation of personal cameras, satellites, and sensor systems has made secrecy unsustainable. Perhaps there's been an increase in UAP activity that can no longer be ignored. Some suggest that disclosure is being staged gradually to prevent societal panic and upheaval, which I believe that. Others point to practical concerns. If these objects represent advanced technologies, there's an arms race implication. No nation wants to be caught off guard if these craft represent a breakthrough in physics and engineering. There's also the generational shift. Younger scientists, politicians, and military officials are less bound by the old stigma and more willing to investigate with open minds. All right, so what is the implication of contact? If we are indeed facing evidence of extraterrestrial intelligence, the implications are staggering. This would be the most significant discovery in human history, fundamentally altering our understanding of our place in the cosmos. Now, we know way back in ancient Egypt and ancient civilizations that beings were visiting them. They drew grays, they drew flying saucers, they drew men in spacesuits, because that was their form of art back in those times. So we know that they were actually visiting them. All right, so now from a scientific perspective, it would revolutionize physics, engineering, and biology. How do these craft operate? What principles of propulsion and energy generation do they use? How has life evolved elsewhere? What can it teach us about our own origins? From a philosophical and religious perspective, it would challenge many of our assumptions about humanity's uniqueness and purpose. every religion and philosophy would need to integrate this new reality into their worldviews. From a geopolitical perspective, it could either unite humanity facing the reality that we're not alone, might make our earthly conflicts seem petty, or it would spark new conflicts over access to technology or communication with these entities. Well, I will tell you, there is one thing that they will not do. They're not going to give technology until this planet has actually become fully conscious. So that means that your light and your dark now work one in one for humanity. So there's no longer service to self. And when that happens, they will share everything and we will become a part of that. Now, also from a social perspective, it would likely cause significant disruption. Economic systems, power struggles, and social hierarchies built on scarcity and competition might be challenged if these beings possess technology that could provide abundant energy and resources. And why is that? Because everything would be free. We would become a free society, just like all of the galactic star nations that are in unison with their own hearts and minds. And I mean, if you could only feel it, if you were an experiencer, I'm an experiencer. And it is one of the most beautiful things you can ever experience is when they share their soul with you. I mean, I have broken down and cried many times because it's so beautiful. All right, so here we go. What are we going to do on the path forward? So several things are essential as we navigate this unprecedented territory. Transparency. Governments must continue to declassify information and be honest with their citizens. The era of dismissing and ridiculing witnesses must end. Democracy cannot function when citizens are kept in the dark about fundamental aspects of reality. Scientific. We need serious scientific investigation free from stigma and ridicule. NASA's involvement is a positive step, but we need more resources dedicated to understanding UAPs through the scientific mind. Just a little interesting note, there are many super star seeds being incarnated onto the planet now because there's been many, many, many generations of star seeds with parents. And as each one grows and evolves more, then those children coming in can bring more of their soul in. I have met several of these children, and they are showing me all the things that they're going to build and do to make this world a better place. And I have to tell you, it is the most humbling, the most beautiful thing. I mean, and just being in the presence of these children, one of the boys spoke 5 star languages and spoke them for me and told me I actually had gotten the EVP in Pleiadian dialect. And he transcribed it for me because I didn't know what it was, what it said. It was a perfectly A-class EVP by a woman. And basically what it says is that they had set up a base around the corner from where I lived at that time. All right, so now let's go to international cooperation. This isn't just an American issue or a Brazilian issue. It's a human issue. We need international collaboration, data sharing, and coordinated research efforts. We need public education. We need to prepare people for the possibility of contact, not through fear mongering, but through rational discussion of the implications and possibilities. That's one of the reasons that I write all of my books, ethical frameworks. If we are on the verge of contact or already in contact, We need to develop ethical frameworks for how we interact with non-human intelligence. What are our responsibilities? What are theirs? I was good friends with Clifford Stone, who was an interfacer with a gray being at a military complex. And I got to sit with him for a full day. And of course, the being liked him. They have to like you. If they see that there's not good in your heart, they're not going to communicate with you. But because he was such a beautiful human being, they did interface with him and taught him a lot about their society and things of that nature. So anyway, now some people, as we know, have been taken away on craft and shown things. If we go back to the Howard Menger case, actually Howard Menger was, excuse me, let me get some water. Howard Menger was a contactee along with his wife, Rose. When him and Rose broke up, he ultimately married another woman as well. I'm just trying to think of her name, and I know her name and I can't think of it, but it'll come to me. Now, he was taken by these human extraterrestrials in their craft to the moon. He had photographs and things. Things didn't really photograph too well on ships or in the moon. But if you look up Howard Menger, I'm sure you can find he had written a few books, and his second wife I spoke to at length when I was writing The Stranger at the Pentagon script, because they were there. That was when Valiant Thor showed up in his backyard with his Vice Commander Don and another Vice Commander, Zan's wife, who has blonde hair, and they called her Jill. And so it was interesting to get her, Connie Menger, that's her name. Thank you, Connie Menger. And so I flew down to Vero Beach. Her children allowed me to meet with her under their supervision. I felt very honored to do that because they hadn't allowed anybody else. They hadn't allowed any of the other ufologists or anything of that nature. So it was interesting to hear her side of the story as well about that faithful day that Valiant Thor was there, and the pictures were taken by August C. Roberts, who was a retired military Air Force photographer. He had supposedly taken 150 pictures that day. And I think what is on the internet is maybe about 15. So we're not really quite sure what happened to all of the other photos as well. And I know for a fact that Dr. Frank Stranges went on Valiant Thor's Craft Victor 1 many times. This is Victor 1 right there. This is the poster. It has, this is all the rooms and everything on it. All of this stuff, if you want it, is on strangeratthepentagon.com. And he told me the minute you walk on the ship, you go through a cleansing process. You have to take off all your clothes. You go through this sort of cleansing mist, and then you put on a like they wear a uniform, and then you're brought on the ship. But he told me if you wear glasses, you don't need glasses. If you limped, you no longer limp. Whatever ailment you have, you are in perfect working order. And I remember that he told me he was going to Las Vegas because Valiant Thor's ship is stationed at Lake Mead, and they would come and pick him up. They had a car, which was bought for them by Dr. Lee, who also used to live near Dr. Frank, but Dr. Lee became 100 and they made him come and live on the ship. And anyway, Dr. Lee had bought them a large car. And so that car is stored in the hull along with motorcycles and boats and other things like that for them to get around on planet Earth. And anyway, Dr. Frank called me that weekend and I didn't even recognize his voice. And he said, that he was on the ship. And I said, "You sound so young. You sound like a 30-year-old man." And he goes, "I know, when you're on the ship, that's what happens." So anyway, I got to experience it in that part. He did go to his starship many, many times and told me about the amazing different beings that he saw there. One race of beings I had never heard of before. He said that they had zebra skin, like it was patterned like a zebra in black and white. And he just thought that was fascinating. And I just sort of filed it in the back of my head. And then one day I was listening to Linda Moulton Howe, and she was talking to a woman who was a contactee. And the race of beings she was in contact with actually had this zebra patterned skin. So I thought that was extremely, extremely fascinating. All right, let's see what else we got here. All right. Well, a big thing is we know that perhaps they're studying us. We actually know that they're studying us. Some of them actually come here and they create their own star seeds from their own star nation to come and incarnate on Earth. And while they're here on Earth in their base, the fully conscious extraterrestrials, they contact those beings. And then what they do is they can upgrade them as they're going along as well, and that they can create hybrids also with them, because they have the soul key within them, but then they can also give them, when they're young, they can give them some intelligence as well. Mini star seeds are like that. And I know for a fact I've met many star seeds that actually work for the government and CIA because they are extremely smart as well. So, all right, let's see. And so when they're here, what they do is, like, let's talk about that other race, is that they start breeding with humans, right? And then as they keep going, the signature is there, the soul signature of that particular race. Like, let's say if it's a tall white, right? That then they start to look more and more like us, but they also study us by becoming us, right? So it's not a weird thing. It's a thing that's obviously allowed for them to do because everyone is in agreement, all soul agreements. So I always found that super fascinating. So how do we respond to this reality that we define the next chapter of human civilization? Will we meet it with fear and division? I know all of us won't. Or with curiosity and unity? Yes, we will. Will we cling to old certainties or embrace new possibilities? Will we retreat into denial or step forward into a larger universe? I think we're all ready to step into that larger universe. The cosmos is vast beyond imagining, filled with billions of galaxies containing billions of stars, many with planets of their own. The idea that we're alone in all this vastness has always seemed like the height of arrogance. I mean, I still can't believe that people think that way. Now it seems reality is catching up with what we've long expected, that we are not alone. So that's the end of my presentation. If you guys want to pop on and ask me any questions. All right. Where's Neil?
Okay.
There he is.
Brother. You know, amazing information. But one thing you shared was that these kids are bringing more of their souls in. That was something that stood out for me. And I just read a book called by Kira Windwriter called Isa, Son of the Sun, and it's got all these information about Yeshua coming down to earth. And there's some Indian texts that talk about him having multiple incarnations and meditating to collapse other aspects of himself and other realities, so that more of his whole soul comes into earth. So can you speak on your thoughts on that a little more? Like, what are we doing in essence? Are we all kind of like doing some soul retrieval and becoming more of a whole soul, whole person?
We are we are the soul of one. We know that. But in the fully conscious societies, they already know they are the soul of one. We're going towards becoming the soul of one. So that makes perfect sense that, the master teacher, right, is bringing that in. I mean, I know of a woman who is only into deep, deep meditation. She's been like that for years. She knows the most mind-blowing stuff. I go and just sit and talk with her forever. And she knows of one of his incarnations, which is currently, and it's in Italy. Mm-hmm. And she says they communicate telepathically. And I just thought that was fascinating that, just to have the soul essence of that, I mean, we have, lots of angelics have been incarnating as well. They only take a little part of their soul to incarnate because they can't do it all at once because it would blow the body out.
So let me ask you, Craig, do you think other levels of dimensional being evolve a greater capacity of the soul because we're taking in more aspects of creation, and that's the purpose of conscious evolution?
Yes, absolutely. And in a way, when you reach a certain level of your own consciousness, you know that you are those beings as well, right? Because there becomes a certain knowing that everyone is one, and and then you understand who they are and why they're visibly coming to you.
So you think we're at this point in human civilization where we're ready for this upgrade because we've completed, hopefully, a realm of awareness where, like a schoolhouse, we're ready for the next grade. I mean, that's what it seems like to me.
Totally. Yes. Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
And this next grade is meeting the others. It's disclosure. It's increased human potential. It's all the things that we're evolving into.
Right. And listen, all the starseeds, including myself, who have been having interaction with beings from somewhere else and interdimensional beings, is also a way of preparing us all so that we can talk about it intelligently so that the rest of the public could be more at ease with it.
Great.
And
You
have
know,
it caught.
Go ahead, Neil. You had something to say. I was
I
just
was
going
gonna say, just to go back onto that, the whole understanding of oneness and seeing our oneness in understanding we're a part of the one. We spoke a lot about the paradox yesterday, and we speak about paradoxes a lot on Portal to Ascension. And it's interesting to me, like what that will feel like to still be an individual being, but feel connected to the collective at the same time.
Mhm.
You know,
I think that's what we're doing. I think let me just share this as well. I think like maybe one of the goals of humanity is to walk in singularity but exist in duality. Does that make
Mhm.
sense?
Yes.
I think let's bring Vince Jana on while Craig is still here, because I think there could be a really nice exchange, because this is sort of the area that Vince particularly works in, the evolution of personal consciousness as it relates to the greater universe. And he's someone you should meet anyway, Craig.
Beautiful.
And there he is, and he's very much
There you go.
psychically connected to the ET. So, Vince, you've been listening to Craig. Any comments about what you've heard?
Well, I love what Craig is saying, what our next step is. And there's a reason for that next step. That's the whole thing. And that's what I'll be talking about, is the need to step into that consciousness in order, if we want to get anything healed on this planet whatsoever and understand who we are. It doesn't make a difference, really. I do agree with you, Neil, too, that there is a duality that we think or perceive that we're living in a duality, a physical duality and a spiritual duality, when in actuality it's one. There is only one realism. There's only one thing that we have to step into. But given that and the understanding that right now we are dealing with a duality, which is what causes our separation, by the way, because if there is two, then that means the one and the one are separate.
Right.
And if there is no duality, then it's all one. And I'll be talking about that and expanding upon some of the things that Craig was talking about. But yeah, I love opening acts.
Right. No, but also I think you and Craig can work together at some point, because Craig, Vince brings
for
in
sure.
the ETs. He's directly in contact with them. So
Beautiful. Great. Yeah,
well,
I'll get my info from Alan or Neil.
Right.
Absolutely, Craig.
Okay.
It would be an honor to work with you. That'd be
it'd be so much fun.
Yes.
Yeah. So any final words from you right now, Craig, before we bring Vince on fully?
All I would say is just because star nations are fully conscious, and if they're living in the 3D world, it's still dualistic, but they understand what duality is. And so therefore they do not hurt. They do not do that. They know how to use their heart and their mind is one, where our heart and minds are disconnected. Right. So that's the difference. Yeah. So,
Great.
all right, have a great show.
Thank you, Craig. Appreciate you, brother.
You too. Much love
care,
to
Craig.
everybody.
Neil, anything you want to say about Craig's presentation?
Well, I love Craig's presentation. I love everything he has to share, and especially when we've done the 82 species, the ET species almanac event. I think 3 times in Portal to Ascension, once a year, and it's honestly phenomenal because I personally love to learn about the different ET races. But as we've been sharing here today, it's all about consciousness, and I'm just happy that now, like Alan, you and I doing this event 3 years ago, we were like, the missing link is consciousness. Why aren't they speaking about it? And now it's like, oh, actually, they're starting to speak about it. You know what I mean? So that's where we're at.
Friend Vincent is really an expert, because it's not just ET consciousness, it's this multidimensional awareness he has. He's one of the best psychic mediums I've ever met. He can say, your father says this, your mother says this. I mean, I was really impressed, and I've seen a lot of them, Vince, and you were. So he's extended this awareness because once you open that window, everything's available, but he's discovered this like where other psychic mediums don't. So he's talking directly as a download these EPs. So isn't that amazing?
Thank you. Thank you for that, Alan. I totally appreciate that. I need to take you with me everywhere
Okay,
just so that
I'll
you
go.
can speak about me because you say it better than I ever would.
Well, anyway, Neil, anything else before Vince just kind of goes for it?
I'm ready to receive Vince's download, but it's good to see you, brother. It's
Yeah.
always
Oh, it's always great to see you,
see
Neil.
you. It's an infusion of energy, you know, and you just make me smile. So I appreciate you being here, brother.
Oh, that's great. Now you got to tell my wife that because she says I make her annoyed with my energy, not
No,
smiling.
your wife is a great person. She puts up with you, so she's a great
She
person.
does. It's been 53 years now she's been putting up with
You
me.
met in
So,
high school, right?
yes, yes. In high school, we were high school sweethearts, only
Amazing.
boyfriend, only girlfriend, and married now. It's going on 48 years. So, yeah.
Amazing. All
Thank
right.
you.
Well, take it away, Vince. Anything else you want? What's the name of your kind of talk today?
Well, it's a collaboration of consciousness, which is the only thing that's going to heal this earth.
Mm.
No, that's what it's going to be about.
Beautiful. All right, it's all yours.
All right. Okay. So first of all, I am really glad and grateful that I've been invited to do this. And I'm especially grateful that this is online and not in person, because usually there's many things I say that people want to throw things at me. And so now you can't do that here. Maybe you can throw it in the chat, but you can't do it personally. So I won't feel anything like that. Why? Because I'm a very controversial speaker. One of the things that we have to understand is that in order to heal what we need to heal, we need to focus on things that are going to help with that healing, right? And there's so much information out there, a plethora of information. I mean, we've been hearing it right here. But what I'd like to do today is I'm going to do an interactive presentation with you. And what your part is you are going to think along with me, and we're all going to be like Sherlock Holmes, meaning he was an expert on deductive reasoning. And so I'm going to depend on your ability to have deductive reasoning and common sense. So that is the two things that I would like for you to participate with me in this lecture. And why I say that is because there is information and then there is information. And we have to understand that when we're tapping into what we think is a consciousness, it is still being filtered through your human existence. There are only two realities, and that is the reality of the truth of our soul's mind, and then the reality of what we create with our human minds. Those are two different realities, and depending upon which one you're going to tap into is going to determine your perception, because perception is reality, especially when it's controlled by the human left brain thinking. Now, I have gotten into this in the human left brain thinking, and I've gone back to school purposely, not just as because I was a psychic, but because since I was getting into the human mind, into the deep recesses of your consciousness, I wanted to make sure that I wasn't causing any kind of damage whatsoever. Plus, I wanted to truly understand the workings of the human mind. So I went back to school and got my BA in psychology and my master's in clinical social work. And I've been doing this work now in metaphysics and spirituality and psychology for over 43 years. Does that make me an expert? No. You know what makes an expert? The number of people that listen to you. Yes, there is the law of physics, but that's of only the physical world. That's what physics comes from, physical. So there is the law of the physical world that we've created. And then there is the law of the intuitional world, which spirit, whatever you want to call that creative force, that intelligence that had part of all of this that we are experiencing now and beyond what we're experiencing here, those are the two worlds that I'm talking about. Okay. And anything that is physical is created totally by us. Let's go back to the beginning just a bit. When we were first created, and by the way, just so that you know, and I'll give you a brief story of our creation and what has transpired since. Okay. This intelligence that was out there in the universe was as itself and an energy onto itself. But because it was intelligent, it also understood that if there was something more to be able to share the intelligence with, maybe this intelligence can grow even more so. And so the way we were created was actually by this, I'll call it God. That's what I'm used to. You can call it Yahweh, Elohim, whatever nature, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't matter. It's the same force. Well, the way it created us was by taking a piece of itself and dividing it into us. And that's what's meant when it is written in the Bible and the Urantra that we were created in its image, not its physical. They weren't talking about a physical presence that this human form has taken, which is what we've given this God, this human form, but except with more white hair than I have and a long white beard, okay? Right? But in actuality, when image is referred to in the Bible and in any writings in the ancient world, it's referring to the entire characteristic of that being, what it is and what it knows. And we were created with all of that knowledge. So it's been talked about even this weekend, and always talked about, is our purpose here. Well, here's the thing. In the book of Moses, not in the Old Testament, but in the book of Moses, there is actually a part that says that God created spirits before it created anything physical. That was the line that said we were energies before any of the universes were ever created. Okay? All right. Why is that important to know? Because it gives our roots, our beginnings, and who we are. We're energies. That's it. Energies having a physical experience. Or it said that we are spiritual beings having a physical experience. What does spiritual beings mean? Energy beings. Energy and spirit means the exact same thing. Okay? Especially in this presentation. So now we're created as these energy beings, and we're filled with all of this knowledge. But we don't know what we know yet. Just so that you know, the story of the tree of knowledge that Adam and Eve supposedly, and Eve bit the apple and then fed it to Adam, and then all this knowledge came out that they weren't supposed to have. Well, that was a metaphoric and a metaphysical message of what actually happened, is that as beings, we wanted to tap into everything we knew before we had the capacity to understand it. So in other words, we were children and we wanted to know everything about life, right? We wanted to know everything. Hey, any of you who have seen any of Walt Disney's movies, well, Walt Disney was a very metaphysical and spiritual being. Go back and watch Lion King, because that is his story about our relationship with the God force. Mufasa represents God. Simba represents us, little Simba. And if you recall that movie, if you've seen it, little Simba was so anxious and wanted to be a king right away. He wanted to go and experience everything that his father was telling him. No, don't go there. Don't go where you can't handle until you are old enough to be able to handle it. Well, that was actually what God had told us about the tree of knowledge, okay? Don't bite of that fruit. Don't eat of it. Did anybody ever think, why on earth would God make an apple tree, those delicious red apples, and think we wouldn't want that? No, that was a fruit that we were more than welcome to, but not yet. But as beings, we decided to tap into that. Okay, so here, let's back up a bit more, okay? Back up again. So here we are, these spiritual beings, and we have all of this knowledge, but we don't know what we know now, okay? So this intelligence realized, well, you know what? They can't stay home and here and in this environment and in this dimension and figure out what it is that they are unless they go and separate and leave home. And remember, I'm talking in a very metaphoric meaning. It wasn't a home or a castle or a cloud or anything like that we were on and we had to leave that. No. The same metaphor is this. Think of the sun dividing into 100 little suns, but staying together. Each one of those little suns would never see its own light unless it's separated from each other. Well, that's what this intelligence gave us, is the ability to separate from each other. So it created numerous universes, numerous, not one, numerous universes. And it said, go, and I want you to come back home, but go and discover who you are and what you know so that you understand your greatness, your divinity, your magnificence. And then together we can create even more. So the souls went out. We came over here to this Earth universe. Now understand something, and here's where my first controversial thing is going to come in. There is no other life in existence in this universe except this Earth and life on it. Why? Because we needed all the other planets. If you think about it, if any one planet goes out of alignment, are we not affected as life on this planet? Yes. Look at how we're affected just by the moon itself. Well, astrology comes from the understanding that every planet affects who? Us. Us. You know what? My dog has never gone for its horoscope because it is not affected the same way as we are. And we were told when we left home and came to these universes that because we were created the way we were created, that we will have dominion over everything physical. What did that mean? We can do anything we want with it? No. Is that we were going to have influence on it because we were a higher vibration. This is the highest consciousness, first of all, to understand. And so when we came to this universe, this particular universe ourselves, we saw all the life on it. Now, isn't it amazing that while we were looking at all life on it, that all of these animals, which were all prehistoric back then, wow, these are really giant animals here. And I don't know if I like this. I'm not going down there to that vacation. This is Jurassic Park in reality, okay? And it's just like, and why do you think we created Jurassic Park? Because it's real, okay? Because we never can imagine anything that isn't already real and based in reality, but a higher consciousness reality. We'll get into that a little bit more. So we came down to this planet and we had to figure out a way of living or evolving or learning on this planet, okay? But we couldn't do it with all the animals that God had created that evolved onto themselves after the thousands of years, because time on the other side is meaningless. There is no such a thing. So by the time we came here, there was already a bunch of stuff evolved, right? All of the greenery and all of the waters and all of this and all of that, right? That all the things that are in the book of creation, right? The book of Genesis about what God created. Well, it did over thousands and thousands and thousands of years, okay? 1 year to God or 1 day to God is thousands of years, okay? So just do the math, and the math doesn't matter anyway. It was here. Wasn't it amazing that science said that a comet came and hit the Earth and destroyed most, if not all, of the dinosaurs? Who sent that comet here? We did. We did. We have dominion over everything physical. You think the horoscope affects us, when in reality, we are affecting astrology. We are affecting the planets because we set up the blueprint for us to learn while we are here. So we aligned the planets for our learning at the time we decided to incarnate here. Remember, dominion over everything. You think that just because the universe in our physical view seems so expansive and so big, you have no idea who we are in our energy view. Okay? The universe is a micron of what consciousness and who we really are. So therefore, we can manipulate everything that's out there, and we can co-create. That co-creating ability is very important in what I'm going to continue to talk about today. Okay, so we came down here, we destroyed the dinosaurs, and it has been scientifically, even though it's been more current research, that shows that dinosaurs did not exist when humans existed here. Otherwise, they would have certainly been eaten and not have lasted as long as we've lasted, okay? So we came down without all of these dinosaur forms. There were other forms instead that we helped to create. But now we're down here on this planet, and our brothers and sisters went to other universes, okay? That's why we are saying that all of the extraterrestrials that we are talking about are our brothers and sisters, because they are. We were all created at the same time. Now I'm going to explain something that's really very important to understand, okay? Souls. What is a soul? We do not have souls. We are souls. God created souls, us. All other life forms on this planet, and here's where the first object is usually thrown at me, have no souls. They are energies and different level forms of energy. And it's really funny, but part of the consciousness that I have grown to develop, okay, is to be able to communicate with nature, which is a very important aspect of learning consciousness and how to connect. And so I've talked with animals, and one of the animals I've talked with was one of the highest intellectual beings considered here on this planet as an animal, was Coco the gorilla. Coco was trained to speak in sign language, so it was able to communicate. I was asked by those who work with Coco to connect with Coco telepathically and talk with her in order to get information from her. And one of my first connections, which was an incredible blessing, and I could not believe she let me in. I always ask to be able to enter any kind of life form here before I go in there. She let me enter, and she said to me, humans are stupid. No duh. I mean, well, that's an intelligent statement right there. Why? When a flower dies, the earth dies. When a bunny dies, the earth dies. When Coco dies, the earth dies. But when humans die, the earth doesn't die, because humans do not come from the earth. Humans come from the sky. In other words, the cosmos is what she was telling us. She explained to me and validated a belief that many of us know, that we are not of this earth. Just because the Neanderthal, which supposedly evolved from gorillas and that form, that is just a physical life form, but that isn't a true form of who we are, obviously. We used physical life form in order to exist here, but we did not evolve from here to begin with. As a matter of fact, modern man, and there's many researchers, including Greg Braden, if you read any of his books, that stated that modern man appeared here over 11,000 years ago instantaneously, and that our DNA as a physical being was spliced. So the soul took on this physical body in order to exist here and to begin to experience what we know. All right. So did all the other brothers and sisters in their universes. We always like to believe, and this is a truth, that all extraterrestrials from all universes are advanced and more advanced than we are. Albert Einstein knew that, because he said in order for a species to escape their universe and travel to another dimension and another universe, because that's where the universes are in different dimensions, that species would have to have command of spiritual concepts and principles. Spiritual concepts and principles, not technological concepts and principles. Technology comes from physics, the physical world. Spiritual concepts comes from the soul and our connection to our higher self and the God source. So they would have to have command of that connection in order to travel through different dimensions. Why? Because they have to understand the concept of that this body is more space than physicality. And science has shown that, right? Just break down the atom for all of those of you who may not be into chemistry or biology. I'm just a real quick lesson. An atom, what does it consist of? A proton, a neutron, an electron. Well, you've got a proton and the electrons are circling around the proton, not connected to it, around it. So there is a space between every proton and every electron. Okay, so now multiply those atoms by 33 billion, which is like what our bodies are made of, 33 billion. Well, multiply not only the protons and the electrons, but the space. And you've got 33 billion times of space. And it just turns out that there's more space than there is physicality. But we don't see that. We don't feel that. Okay? We feel solidarity. We feel solid. The table that I'm sitting at feels solid. Well, that is what the brain does and helps us in order to live in a physical world. It gives us the illusion that we are solid. Here is the proof of our physical illusion. Do you know that the nerves that are connected from your eyeball to the back of your brain, there is a blank space, the macula. The macula is completely blank black space. As a matter of fact, macular degeneration is when that black space becomes bigger and actually gets into the view that the brain cannot control or fix anymore. Well, you know what? We could not walk around with a black space in our vision because it would be very disruptive, right? So what does the brain do? It fills in the black space, but it doesn't fill it in with what it sees. Otherwise, there would be an overlap view. It fills it in what it knows or believes should be there to make it easier for us to see. So in other words, it makes up the completed vision. Now, that is science, okay? So if our brain is capable of doing that to help the physical body, then isn't it capable, here's deductive reasoning number one, isn't it capable of filling in all the space to make it look solid so that we can continue to exist in a physical realm? Okay, that is part of consciousness understanding. And then there are other levels that go beyond that. Okay, so we are down here now, and they are elsewhere. And because they have this understanding of that we are not solid, they are capable of dematerializing. I am now talking about quantum physics, which is also still a science, but it's more of a science to prove the reality of God and that spiritual existence than it is to prove the law of physics. And by the way, Albert Einstein was not a physicist at all. As a matter of fact, the physics community in Germany absolutely despised Albert Einstein because he was undermining them with intuitive wisdom and knowledge rather than physical knowledge, which is the truth about Albert Einstein. He was a mathematician, okay? So but he was brilliant and very wise in his understandings, which I will even talk about more in just a little bit. All right. So now our brothers and sisters are elsewhere, and they have this command of spiritual understanding because they have to traverse different dimensions. They are capable, and it's been viewed, it's been seen, spaceships going right through mountains or coming out of the water, right? Well, that's because they are materializing and dematerializing. It's the Star Trek. You know, how did they beam them up, Scotty? Is they dematerialized, right? Well, again, where did those ideas come from if they weren't based in truths to start with? The human part of our existence and the thinking part can never create anything more than what really exists. It can only tap in to the truth of what exists. That's what we're opening up to. That's what inspiration is all about. Inspiration is your connection to your higher self. All right, so I deviated, but just so that you know that we are souls. People hate that. They want to see souls in their dogs and their cats and their birds and their horses. No, they come from the earth. They evolved from the earth. They are energies, and they're all energies to help us experience what we know about ourselves, what we're capable of influencing. Now, let's talk about ancient knowledge. By the way, there is no such thing as ancient wisdom. All information is knowledge. It doesn't become wisdom until it's applied and it works. So in the ancient world, it didn't all work. Otherwise, this is deductive reasoning number 2. If ancient knowledge worked back then, do you think this planet would be as chaotic and as crass as it is right now, and archaic as it is right now? No. But here's what happened. When we came down to this planet first and we were tapping into that wisdom, it was like children that are born into this earth. Children are closest to intuition because they haven't had the years of filtration and negative training to block out all that information. The proof of that, back in the old days, they talked to oracles. They had prophets that communicated with God. They had no problem believing in that. All of a sudden today, either I'm, dealing with the devil, or I'm totally loony in what I believe about my capabilities, right? Because we're all labeled, psychics are labeled as crazy people who are delusional, right? But back in those days, they had no problem with that because they understood they were just from that side. Just because it was 1,000 years, that doesn't make them old. Okay, not by time standards on the other side. So yes, they had all that knowledge and they tried to write it down. But the problem was they didn't know necessarily how to apply it. Why do you think the extraterrestrial brothers and sisters came to help us? And by the way, all the history that we see written today, even as far back as ancient Egypt and Sumeria and stuff like that, that is only one existence here on this planet, okay? Just so that you know, right? There was a previous existence where Lemuria was, where Atlantis was. And by the way, those are just names that we label those cities, and just to be able to get that story through to make it easier for us to understand, okay? So all of that wisdom was known back then, and it was passed down to us. A collaboration of consciousness and advanced consciousness from our advanced brothers and sisters, and then our consciousness with our souls when some people were able to tap into the soul. Oh, I think I understand what you're talking about, but we still had to figure out how to put it into practice, which has been taking us an extremely long time. Why? Why did our brothers and sisters in other universes advance quicker than we did. And by the way, just so that you know, we are the least advanced of all species. Now, I'm sure with many of you listening to this that I'm not saying anything new, okay? But we are the least advanced. Why? Because when they went to their universes, they focused on their spiritual development. In other words, they paid attention to their souls and their soul's connection to the higher self, to the God source, to that dimension that truly had all the truths, which, by the way, Carl Jung called the collective unconscious mind. They tapped into that and decided that that was most important to develop. We, on the other hand, tapped into everything physical, and we still are. All we care about here is understanding physics, understanding our technology, which is part of the physical world, not the spiritual world. AI has come along. Oh, we're so thrilled. Oh my gosh, AI is incredible. Well, actually, I do love AI because it helps me to write really good emails to people. But what is AI? Artificial intelligence. What can't AI do that we can? Tap in to our godness. Tap in to our soul's mind. AI can't do that. Therefore, what is the purpose of AI? Can you understand? And here is now common sense I'm asking you to tap into. We have done everything we could, or shall I say, our intuition and inspiration has done everything we can to explain who we are. But yet we give all that knowledge that we're tapping into credit for who we are, rather than giving the credit to us for who we are, that we are divine, magnificent beings. So now there's AI. AI is no more than a mirror of that knowledge that we are already tapped into. And what AI can do that's better than us, AI does not think. It doesn't. We want to think it thinks. It doesn't think. It responds. It responds to your question. And if you've learned by using AI, you better put in the right question, because if you don't put in the right question, it will come out with the wrong answer. But if you put into the right question into AI, it will tap into all the knowledge that we, by the way, inputted. We inputted the knowledge that it is tapping into, and it just responds. It's math. Any mathematician will tell you they don't think. When I took logic and math while I was going to college, the first thing my professor said was, don't think when you get a math problem. Just respond to what you remembered about the formulas. Don't think. Okay? Great chess players were great mathematicians. Why? They didn't think about the move the opponent made. They responded to the move the opponent made, because for every move, there is a proper response. And it's the same thing with math, and it's the same thing with AI. AI does not think, it responds. Our greatest ability is responding by tapping into our intuition. It's our thinking, left brain thinking, that pulls us out of our intuitive mind and causes most of our problems today. Okay? Overthinking everything. All right. So why am I saying all of this and putting it this way? And by the way, I'm going to back up. All right. So let's talk just a moment more about our alien brothers and sisters, our extraterrestrial brothers and sisters. They're 100, 100, 100. It was Preston who I totally agreed with in yesterday's talk. 100, not 95, 96. I am sorry, Debbie. 100% benevolent. Our interpretation of our experiences can determine whether they're benevolent or not, because that's our reality. Perception creates our reality, our individual reality. So if we live off of fear, we are going to perceive that everything they do is to harm us and hurt us. And you can see that in the world today from negative people. Now, you may not think you're negative, all right? But if they can only come here with a command of spiritual principles, they cannot be harmful. There is no creation out there that's harmful in that universes or those universes. Nothing from God is demonic. We create it. We create it. Okay. So the species of aliens. All right. Common sense. Now I'm going to ask you just common sense. So now you have these advanced beings visiting us here on Earth. Can you imagine any advanced being wanting to have sex with one of our alligators to create a reptilian? That's what a reptilian is. It's supposedly a gray who, whatever they did with reptile forms on this earth to create a reptilian being. Seriously? Seriously? I mean, are we really thinking that? Now, that is not to say that those who've experienced reptilians did not experience reptilians. Yes, they did. Self-created reptilians. Remember what I said about being co-creators? What we believe internally is what we will create externally. Well, here's another thing that people want to throw things at me. All right, hold on. You have heard so many stories about spontaneous appearances of angels here on the earth to help during certain crises and situations. No, because there is a law that this intelligence created at the same time as it created us. Free will. Free will. That is why God, that so many people want to ask, why, if there is a God, would let anything bad happen on the earth? God, angels, your deceased mother and brother, partner can never, ever intercede in our lives. Why? Because that would take away from our free will, our understanding and knowing who we are, who we are. That would be like saying that every time you as an adult had a problem in your life, your mother or your father immediately would step in, take care of it. Mom, Dad, please help me, help me, help me. Immediately come in and take care of it. Wouldn't that take away the credit of your ability to take care of your own issues, to understand that you are an unlimited being, to understand the knowledge you had? We're constantly giving credit to that dimension. We're constantly thanking God for taking care of everything good that has happened in our lives, which is the other reason why it's taken so long for us to advance, because we are never taking credit for our own power. Because you know why? We want to give the credit to God for everything that good that happens to us, so that we don't take the responsibility for everything that bad happens to us. If we have some outside force to give credit to, we also have an outside force to blame. And the intelligence knows that, which is why it would never and cannot step in. We have been created in its image. We are God. We are everything. And it's for us to understand and connect to that consciousness. That is what our extraterrestrial brothers and sisters are trying to teach us. Not only did they try to teach us that, but through the existence of us here, there has always been an older brother and sister soul who's incarnated on this planet to try to teach us that. Jesus, since I'll talk about Jesus since we just had Christmas, right? And to celebrate Jesus's birth and our salvation, Jesus came down here not to save our lives directly, but indirectly to save our lives, to teach us who we were, not who he was, to remind us of our connection, our oneness with that higher source, our ability. And here's what's really interesting. Since we cannot create, since there are no angels that appear and that we actually are the ones who create those angels to appear spontaneously, we're also the ones to create the demons. That's another story. When Jesus walked through the desert prior to his mission, there is no devil. That was put into the Bible during the Middle Ages in order for the church to regain its power. It lost its power. It had to come up with something supernatural because the knights were taking care of everything that was physical during that time. So the church had to create something supernatural in order for the church to be able to take care of, and that was the creation of the devil. In reality, here is a human who knew his mission was to help teach us who we were. He knew he would have to tap into some of his higher powers in order to do that. And he had to face his inner demons and fears that came up with that responsibility. The devil temptations were Jesus's own inner demons. Even he feared. He created, and maybe he did have a conversation with that outside being physically, because we're capable of doing that. So he brought those fears to formation, manifested them physically in the form of this devil. And so that's why it was written that way, because of what you're capable of manifesting. You manifest your own demons, you manifest your own angels. Now, I am not taking away any of the power of the other dimensions and the God source and creative forces or anything out there. They don't intercede physically, but they will intercede emotionally. They will give us answers. They're our best rah-rah club up there going, you can do this, you can do that. It's when a mother who is in a car accident, or she's changing a tire and all of a sudden the jack slips and didn't realize her child was underneath there, and now the car is pinning the child down. What made that woman? It wasn't just the dopamine that was excreted in the brain. What caused that dopamine to be excreted? It was a voice in her ear saying, you can do that. And then she physically caused the dopamine to be excreted but only to get the feeling. It didn't change the muscle mass. It didn't give her more strength. She tapped into her energy, which was completely outside of the realm of her structure. The thinnest, skinniest women have been able to lift cars up to save their children, because they tapped into their unlimited ability, their energies, rather than their physical forces. Why is this so important to know? It's what I'm putting all together for you to understand. We are seeing and communicating with them. And yes, have they abducted us yes, but what they're trying to do is change our genetic forms, which is what they did over 11,000 years ago in order to hasten the physical evolvement. Well, right now and more contemporarily, all the people that they've abducted, it's because they're trying to modify our genetic makeup. Because quite honestly, because of our co-creating ability, we're creating diseases, bacteria, and viruses that are controlling our bodies faster than our bodies are able to physically evolve to handle them. So they are splicing, they are changing our genetic makeup in order to save this form. They are coming down and they're giving conscious awareness to everybody. Okay, this is proof also that they are made up of spiritual understandings. Jake Barber, and he was interviewed by Ross Coulthart, right, on News Nation. You got to go to News Nation and look up the episode with Jake Barber. All right. He explains that his job from the government was to collect crashed UFOs, UAPs, whatever you want to call them, for goodness sakes. That's another thing we spend so much time on, is labels and trying to call things the right way. It is what it is, right? It's from another universe, right? But he was to collect them. Well, in one of his missions, he tapped in to one of our extraterrestrial sisters because he felt there was a feminine energy. And what did he explain? He explained that he felt nothing but love, such a strong love and such a strong peace, as well as a sadness, that he cried. It brought him to tears, because when you tap in to your soul, truly tap into your soul and to the higher realms and higher consciousness, it will bring your physical body to tears because of the energy that is exuded. And by the way, the 23rd Psalm that ends in, "My cup runneth over," that's the one, "The Lord is my shepherd" Psalm. That is actually a prayer about connecting your spiritual centers, your chakras. And what happens when you connect to that God source and have that belief, your cup runneth over with an incredible energy that just flows over your entire physical body. And it allows it to experience what your soul and energy really is all about, that godness, that divinity. So my cup runneth over is that. And that's exactly what Jake Barber experienced when he tapped into that extraterrestrial form. It's what so many of them, also Preston was talking about yesterday, about how so many of these people who had interactive connection with extraterrestrials talked about being healed, feeling peaceful, feeling all this wonderful, beautiful stuff, right? And then the other percentage, the smaller percentage, they had fear. Well, let me ask you a question. Do you know anybody who loves going to the dentist, especially when they have a pain in one of their teeth, right? Now, I go to the dentist. I have no fear in the dentist. I have no fear that he's going to cause me pain, and I don't experience pain. But there are those who've experienced pain in the past, and they are petrified to go to the dentist. And the funny thing is that because they are so fearful of going to the dentist, guess what? They always wind up creating some bad dental experience for themselves. You know this. They manifest. You manifest what you believe on the inside. So, yes, they manifest bad experiences. I have had nothing, and my wife have had incredible experiences with our doctors that we've gone to, because we do have a physical body, and I don't mind going to a doctor because God inspired doctors also. Okay? I've had nothing but positive experiences. All our friends and neighbors who live in a fearful, negative life, guess what? Never once have they had a positive experience. I have a neighbor next door who lives so negatively, everything happens to him. His belief is that life sucks and then you die, and that there is nothing good, and that each day presents another bad situation. And he can always find an example of that. Whereas with my positive belief, I always find the examples of the positiveness. Okay. So let's put this all together now, right? Why is all of this necessary? Oh, by the way, I just looked at some of my notes, that some of the things I want to talk about. Black holes were brought up yesterday. And Neil, you talked about black holes too. Let me explain in my connecting with them. Since I've been doing this work, I did nothing but to focus on expanding my consciousness. But I also focused on healing myself, because that is what the lens you use to filter all of your experiences, including any consciousness you tap into. You cannot tap in to a higher realm with a dirty pair of glasses. And I'm talking about the hurts, the pains, the scars you've experienced when you're younger. All my work is based around that because I have seen that through my experience as a psychotherapist. And I wrote my book, The Secret That's Holding You Back, is all about that. And Stay Strong, my upcoming book, Stay Strong, All Your Scars Can Be Healed, is all about that unconscious stuff that your brain does to protect you and hide some of what you're really believing about yourself that gets in the way of your manifesting and your perceptions. You can never tap into anything higher than what's in here to start with. So you've got to clear out this in order to take new information in and to be able to apply that new information. So self-healing is vital. And then you will perceive your experiences. And then you will co-create positive beings rather than negative beings, rather than fearful, maladaptive, or malevolent beings and experiences in your life. Whatever you wind up perceiving in your outer world is being created and drawn to you from your inner world. That is the bottom line. That's how we get to know who we are and what we know. We're here to experience what we know. And then, as Edgar Cayce said, the final step in your evolvement is in here on the earth only, is knowing what you know. Then you can go out. And what do I mean by that? You go to college or you go to school, you learn algebra, you learn percentages, okay? All that information is in here. But it's not until you go to the store, like I did when I was 17 years old and I had algebra in my head and percentages. I went to the store and they had a sale. And my first pair of jeans was 20% off. I went, oh, that's what percentage means. Okay, I gotcha. So you have to experience what you've been taught and what's inside here in order to now own it, to own it. That's the only reason we are here. And we do that through creating. Alan talked about creating. Well, the whole reason why we create is to understand that we can. Just like we created everything we create is a reflection of who we are. And so you know, consciousness is not here. It's there. It's out there. It's in the dimension. And our job is not to create, but to receive. We are receivers. We are not just individual creators. We are receiving the ability to be able to manifest and create and bring into this physical existence what we have already created, which I didn't explain. When we came down here, and each time we come down here, we set up a plan for ourselves. We actually, in that setup, we've created the outcome of everything we want to experience while we're in physical form. So truly then, our simplistic form and why we're here then is to bring into this dimension what we've already created in a higher dimension or another dimension, okay? Because then we know, oh, I can do that. Why do we go after dreams? To achieve the dream? No. To know that we can. To go after anything, right? Everything. Like I said, we're constantly giving credit. We're constantly looking for something new to manifest and create. Why are we doing that? Because we still do not understand who we are, right? That is not what's important. Achievement and becoming a CEO is not what's important. What's important is to know that you are so unlimited, you're capable of achieving anything you want. And it's being proven on this earth time after time after time. We've seen the stories. They make movies out of them. They make television shows out of them. We can achieve anything we want. That's what we're supposed to know. We're not supposed to spend the time constantly trying to prove that. We've been trying to prove that from generation to generation, okay? I've got, you know, how many people have the Apple Watch? Okay, or an iPhone. The technology is unbelievable. This was a Dick Tracy thing back years ago, right? Why were we able to think about it back then when it was only created now? It's because it already existed. That's why. Plato said that about forms. His concept of forms was the understanding that no matter what we think of, if we can create a chair, the only reason why we can create a chair is because the form of it exists in another dimension, and we're tapping into that. So that was the wisdom that everybody knew back then. We forgot it over time. And then we're finally tapping into it again, but we're taking our time applying it and understanding why are we tapping into that. All right, I mentioned black hole that I have to talk about. This is what a black hole is, and the only thing that you need to know about a black hole, because whatever you want to come up with and know more about a black hole is certainly not going to make your life any better on this planet. It's not going to change anything that needs to be healed within you. It'll just give you more information that's exciting and new. But what a black hole is, a universe that is no longer incarnated on. In other words, this earth does not exist without us. Once we are done incarnating on the earth, it will turn in on itself because its energy, its physical form, will no longer be needed or fed by our energy. Our energy is controlling and feeding into everything on this planet right now. Oh, by the way, Three-Eye Atlas, oi. Okay. We want to be mystical. We want to believe that that's some type of extraterrestrial craft. Here again, I'm going to beg you to do your deductive reasoning and your common sense. Tell me, all these extraterrestrials that are so advanced with their marvelous spaceships from the beginning that they've been visiting here, and they evolved themselves now, the ships themselves, even their drones are like in the shape of the white egg or just a plain egg or sphere, right? Of course, that other sphere that was discovered, that's a drone, by the way. And they've come here and traveled through Earth and whatever other universes they went through in those advanced spaceships. You're telling me that they now want to come in the form of a rock? Okay. But the reason why they're coming in the form of a rock is to hide themselves from us. You don't think they're hearing us? They're listening to us. They know that we would probably come up with some asinine belief that they're coming here in the form of a rock and that they would avoid doing that. No, that is an asteroid. And let me tell you something about that asteroid. Look at this planet and what we've created on this planet right now. It is the highest negative form that it has ever been in the existence of this planet. There are more deaths statistically being caused now than ever before, and from any war. It doesn't matter how you add it up, because you can add it up in ways that'll say, no, World War II and World War I had more deaths than this. No, not true. There is more bombing. There is more killing. There are more earthquakes. There are more storms. There are more fires. There's more diseases. There's more everything killing, not only us, but this planet right now. That asteroid we created and drew in from way beyond the Milky Way. That's why it has an energy and a form that is unlike anything else. This planet is going through unprecedented times. That asteroid is made up of unprecedented energy, that if it strikes any of the planets surrounding us or us, bye-bye. Bye-bye, universe. We will no longer have a physical world to incarnate on. It doesn't kill the soul. It just kills our physicalness. That is the major reason why our extraterrestrial brothers and sisters are coming here in forces now. They're not worried about our nuclear destruction because guess what? There's not been one nuclear bomb that has caused all this major killing. We can do it without setting off the nukes. They're not worried about the news. They're worried about our consciousness. And the only thing then that is going to heal us and stop things like that from happening is to collaborate, to connect with that higher consciousness. And that's the reason why I was able to communicate. They communicated with me. I didn't start communication with them. The Interstellar Council made connection with me because they wanted to download all this information for me, as well as the information I'm receiving from my higher self and the God force, and the work that I've done on healing myself, so I would not filter that in a bad way or put my own spin on it. It's real simple. The only thing that's going to heal our butts here is you healing yourself. Because when you do that work, you automatically start opening up your conscious awareness. And when you open up your conscious awareness, you are privy to all the unlimited knowledge that is in the mind of God, that is in the mind of the universe, that is in the mind of your higher soul. You're privy to all of that. You connect to all of that. And we understand that. We came down here on the earth with that connection without any form of governing whatsoever. We were like children let loose in Toys R Us without any adult supervision, and we destroyed life as it was at that time. We created the governing system of the chakras, our spiritual centers, in order to control how much energy that we will tap into, okay? We are Jedi Knights that we are striving to be. George Lucas, very metaphysical. Star Wars is a complete saga and story of us and our connection to the higher force. I know George Lucas indirectly, very metaphysical, very spiritual. We are meant to be Jedi Knights, but don't miscalculate that when we are attempting to be Jedi Knights, that energy that we are creating for ourselves, that becomes higher and higher, unless you stay on the path of light. You can flip over to that dark side, and that energy that you've created can work towards you and against you. That's why Darth Vader came from Anakin Skywalker to Darth Vader and an automaton, is because his energy worked against him, because he went off the path, because he went off the path by fear. Now, I'm not here to make it sound so negative. I'm here to tell you that there is a new earth that can come. It is not a guarantee that it will come. Nothing is a guarantee for us other than this. You are the creators of life. You are what manifests everything you choose to experience in this life, but not by what you think, what you believe in your unconscious core of core beliefs. That is what is connected to the law of attraction. That is what manifests. And with our beliefs that we are greater than what we think we are, you can tap into that higher consciousness. I'm actually going to be teaching a class coming up in February to teach you how not only to connect to your higher soul, but to connect to your extraterrestrial brothers and sisters. I did that in a very short episode in Sedona back last September in the Sedona Transcendence Retreat. Alan, you were there with me. And I had an outside journey, and I had 25 people connecting to extraterrestrial consciousness. And they were all in tears because the information they received about themselves and about life was overwhelming. You can do that too. And I would love to be able to help you with that, but you can do that on your own if you begin to believe. Okay, I know I went all over with this information. There's a lot of it. You can re-listen to this, obviously, but just remember that there is that consciousness. We are that consciousness, not the human body. There is the physical human brain, and there's the soul's mind. And it's the soul's mind that is that consciousness. We are everything. And that is an understanding of new conscious awareness. and higher up. So we are everything that's good. We're also everything that's bad and negative. So all we have to do is heal what's negative and hurtful and scarred within us, and you will be open to all the goodness and the positiveness. That's the next step of this generation of what we're meant to do. Let's do that in 2026. Thank you all very much for listening. I appreciate that openness. You can get back your regular reasoning again, and you don't have to do deductive reasoning at all. And here I am, because that could be mind tiring. But thank you very much for having me. And Neil and Alan, I appreciate you both, and thank you.
Thank you, Vince.
Thank
Wow.
you, Vincent.
How do you keep that all inside
Incredible.
you and just let it come out?
Well, it's the interesting thing. It's not in my human mind. And that's what we all have to understand. Your brain is more than, it's been proving that consciousness is not attached to your brain. And you know what book you need to listen to right now? Absolutely fabulous. Dan Brown's Secret of Secrets. He finally tapped into spiritual awareness, and the entire book is about conscious awareness and a scientific understanding of what consciousness truly is, and that it has nothing to do with the human brain. It's outside of us.
I think so. That's why when I teach remote viewing, there's no way someone could know what's not local to their senses, but it happens all the time. I see miracles happening in the remote viewing class, and people don't know how they do it because they don't know that they're infinite.
Right. That's absolutely right. And it's interesting that you talk about remote viewing, because actually Dan Brown brings it up in his book, The Secret of Secrets, and talks about that you have to step outside of your human element and put yourself, because the one thing about consciousness, it's that it's all connected together. It's all connected to each other. It's all connected to truth and reality of what's real. Consciousness is real. Everything physical is an illusion.
Right. Absolutely. It's an
I
illusion.
also I
Go ahead.
agree with you with the whole concept of we're calling in these things that are seemingly external to us, whether it's the asteroid that comes and hits the Yucatan Peninsula, destroying the dinosaurs, whether it's 3I Atlas, because ultimately, like, one thing that you can do going to the quantum physics is you can divide something infinitely. We understand that we can divide something infinitely. There's always something left, but our minds cannot fathom the opposite, which is that how can you infinitely expand into nothingness, or when there's something else outside of it? The only way that makes sense to me is if the external world is a reflection of the inner division, and our atoms and everything operate like solar systems. So could it be that the whole universe is that reflection of ourselves? As we know that even the planets are connected to our chakra systems. The radiation of every star, you mentioned this, affects our consciousness. The supernova of one star could lead to the fall of an empire on planet Earth, right? It's like it's almost like we're not puppets in the sense of what a puppet is, but it's like we're puppets on a string, but it's a feedback loop. Whereas we're giving
It is
that
a feedback
universe
loop.
giving it to us.
And as long as you're saying it's a feedback loop, then that means that we also affected that which winds up destroying us. The story of Sodom and Gomorrah has nothing to do with God destroying a city because we were evil. It was about our ability using that force, using that power that we are, to destroy ourselves because of all the negativity that was going on. Now, that was written over 2,000 years ago, right? It was documented and then written as a story. Why did we write that story? Because we knew our capacity back then. We knew what we were capable of. So if we knew, this is what I meant by that ancient knowledge wasn't necessarily ancient wisdom, because even though there was that information that said you can destroy yourselves, we're recreating it again now because we haven't applied that knowledge to then become a wisdom and to absolutely make it take place.
That applies to all of us because we've all in this reality together. So what do each of us need to do to shift the greater conscious. Of course, we can't control other people, but what do we need to do, Vince?
Okay, Alan, I'm going to have to not disagree totally with
No, it's
you.
okay. You can disagree.
Okay, we cannot control other people. Let me ask you a question. There's two friends that are at a bar and they're talking about a third person that they both know that they happen to see in the bar. One of them turns around and says, "Oh my God, that guy is such an asshole. I can't stand him. He's so selfish. He's unbelievable." And the other guy turns around and says, "Oh, wait a minute. No, that he just helped me move. He's so wonderful and warm to me and my family and my children. Why do you say that?" It's because of the way we treat each other that we can affect how the other person responds and reacts, so we can control that to a certain extent. And your own inner belief, since your energy is connected to everybody, your inner belief, your inner energy, your inner feeling actually feeds into that other person's.
Well, how do we get rid of the wars that are still happening?
Heal. You cannot get rid of them on the outside. Nothing happens externally from us. This is what we need to believe. This is what the extraterrestrials are here trying to teach us. You have to get away from the physical understanding of who you are and tap into the spiritual understanding of who you are. And in order for us to know that we're divine beings, we have to get rid of all those beliefs that keep us from believing that. And those are our hurts. Those are our scars. Those are our past. There must be an inner healing first in order for you to tap in, just like I said. Otherwise, you will misinterpret everything you are receiving. It will be filtered through your hurts and your scars. Inner healing, which is a spiritual growth. That's what they all focused on all the other universes, is their individual spiritual growth, which then collectively made them one strong power and unit.
Right. It's also to like that a little more. It's like there's a level of trust and trust in others and the unknown, and safety in yourself. Because when it comes to wars, for example, what is going on here is that somebody has convinced you that the other wants to take away your basic right to live, right?
Right.
And
Now, what would make you believe that, Neil?
what's that?
What would make you believe that someone else could take away your right to?
Exactly. Normally, it's the local media, it's the governments, making you fear that someone else taking, but you're taking it on. Yes. So
No,
awareness.
you're believing it.
Yeah.
You're believing it. It's so here. Give you another example. All right. I have so many friends that say they refuse to watch the news because it makes them so negative.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. You make you negative. My wife and I happen to watch the same news. And yes, will I become frustrated and even angered sometimes? But I am not brought down by that. I refuse to believe and take on that belief for myself. Right. And so now, and given when you do, that's when it affects you. Yes, the reality of war, we went off path from a long time ago. Right. The first war we had, that was going down the slippery slope from that point on. And we were going to, because war begats war. That was it. The first group, now we think, like I said, we think that this civilization is the only civilization that's been here, right? No, this civilization is the one that's supposed to get better, but we went down a slippery slope in the beginning, which is what's causing us to take so long to evolve. And that was the idea of war. Where does war come from? Look at the people in the world today, okay? It's a childish belief, because once you are separated from your higher self, you feel neglected, you feel rejected, you feel abandoned, you feel that nobody cares about you, you're unlovable. And so what are these people doing? They're saying it. Oh, you don't care about me, so I don't care about you. The hell with you. You don't love me, I don't love you. You're not going to protect me, I'm going to protect myself. Okay. Oh, you're going to hit me, I'm going to hit you. It's childish
reactionary.
response. We're just using, instead of bats and balls and fists, we're using bombs and guns and knives.
But
100%.
Vincent, some people say you have to know the dark. You have to slip into ignorance.
No,
you don't.
No. Once you experience once, I used to be a dog trainer. And the one thing I learned about dogs, and this is dogs, right? Once you reprimand them for one thing they've done wrong, like urinating in the house, they now know from that point on, if they ever urinate in the house, it's wrong. Did you ever just look in your dog and go, and all of a sudden the ears go down and it goes running off? Because it knows exactly what it's done because it's been reprimanded once before. How many times do humans have to experience something and darkness in order for us to understand we don't want darkness? No, we made a religion out of suffering. In actuality, believe it or not, Buddhism was a form of being able to deal with the torment that people were going through at that time.
Okay, so how do we change it? How do we change, up-level the planet and people?
I said it. You go in inside. Don't be afraid of, the darkness you see on the planet is the darkness within us all. Don't be afraid. You individually cannot go out and stop the bombing. So you have to stop it in the most powerful way you have. And that is by tapping in to your spiritual power. Your consciousness, because that is a power. It isn't just a thought, it's a power. Consciousness is energy, and tapping into your highest energy gives you unbelievable power. Have you ever walked into a room, and I know Neil and Alan, you both do this. When you walk, and because I've experienced it, you walk into a room, all of a sudden heads change and they turn around to look at you. Why? Because they feel your energy before you even speak. They feel your love. They feel, you talk about my energy all the time. It's only because it's reflecting your own. You would never see my energy unless you had it coming out of yourselves.
Right.
So if you're affecting us that strong just by your presence, if we can continue to do that and expand that to each other, that is what's going to heal this planet. I don't care how many protests you want to go on. It's not the protests that work. It's the gathering of the people with like mind that works.
Right.
It's an energy it's producing. Right? So that's how you heal the world. Heal yourself, project your light out onto others and your love out onto others. Get rid of everything that's negative. And I'm talking everything that's negative, including the idea that there's negative aliens and extraterrestrials. Everything that's negative does not come from God. It comes from the human mind. Everything that's positive comes from our highest source, our soul's mind. And so once you tap into that, you will be producing that out onto the world.
Yes.
Amazing. Thank you, Vincent, so much, brother. Always love seeing you. Do you want to share where people can find out more about you?
Yes.
Do you do, I know you do events and retreats. Do you do one-on-one sessions for people too?
Yes, totally. I do one-on-one sessions with people from all over the world. We do it by phone or by Zoom. You go to my website at vincentjenna.com. There you can also get my book, The Secret That's Holding You Back, which helps you start this true inner healing. And then I'm hoping that my new book, Stay Strong. You can heal all your scars. All your scars can be healed. And the forward is by Neil Donald Walsh. So I'm really blessed by that. Hopefully that's going to be coming out either at the end of this year or the beginning of next year. But just go to my website, vincentjenna.com, and listen to my podcast and look for my class that's going to be coming up in February about connecting with that higher self and also your brothers and sisters of other life forms out there.
Vince.
Thank you, guys. And this has been wonderful. Thank you. I'm so honored to be here and always in your presence. I enjoyed that. So thank you both.
Me too.
Ladies and gentlemen, Vincent Jenna, boy from New York City. Anyway, he's fun. Isn't he great?
He's awesome. Yeah.
so enthusiastic. I just want to read you, Neil, one of these comments. If you haven't been looking at the comments, it's
Let's do it.
Harama Williams says, Portal to Ascension is the biggest worldwide church ever because it is universal and multidimensional. Isn't that nice?
That's beautiful. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah. No, I think so coming up next, did we get Michael Schreck
Michael's
or
in the house. You want to do the
oh
intro?
yes, perfect, because he is a real resource for this community. He is one of the most well-researched people I've ever met in the field of crash retrievals, the UFO phenomenon in general, worldwide sightings, and he's kind of a walking encyclopedia of the phenomena and has illustrations of probably most of the crash retrievals, whether they were inside government or actually extraterrestrial. He sort of is the go-to guy in the CR world, crash retrieval world, and in the UFO. Real nuts and bolts understanding of the phenomena. Anything you want to say about? There he is. Is that a fair introduction, Michael?
That sounds fair. Yeah, that sounds fair.
Well, I appreciate you being here. And
Sure.
Neil, you familiar with Michael's work?
Yeah. We've the first event we did was like 6 years ago called Inside the Black World. It was one of my favorite.
Yes.
Yeah. So excited for what you're going to share, Michael. Do you have a PowerPoint or you're going to?
Sure. Yep.
Talk?
Okay.
You
Can you hear me okay? You hear me
Yeah,
okay?
you sound good. What do you?
Good.
Yeah, give us a topic so people can get excited.
Okay. Yeah, we'll be talking about crash retrievals here.
Any particular aspect of crash retrievals, or why did you pick these?
Just basically the Leonard Stringfield cases.
Oh yes, I saw you do that in Cincinnati. That was a great
Yep.
the movie. Yep. Yeah, just give a little background who Leonard Stringfield was, because people don't know him as well.
I've got all that in the.
Okay. Great.
Mm-hmm.
All right then.
Let's
Anything else, Neil, or should you just go for it?
Wait for it to come up here. Well, I'm excited for this presentation because before it came out in Congress about UFO crash retrievals, Clifford Stone and yourself were the two main people really talking about this. And now it's just become more mainstream. So excited to see what updates you got for us. And
so let's see here.
So yeah, go ahead and pull up your presentation.
Now I've got my desktop here, but that's not showing my PowerPoint. So let's see.
Get to the PowerPoint.
Yep. I'm gonna stop sharing. Let's try this again here. Present. Share screen. Okay. Windows. Okay, how about this? How about that?
There we
go. Does that work?
Yeah, we got it.
Okay. I'm gonna hide this. Now, if I scroll down to the next slide, does that advance on your end?
Yeah, we see it. Looking good.
Okay, is it full screen?
It's full screen, yep.
Okay. Well, I'm ready to start when you're ready. So
we're ready, brother. Go ahead, take it away.
Okay. So, title of this lecture is Retrieval of the Third Kind, Cosmic Crashes, Corpses, and Cover-Ups. And this presentation is really an homage to Leonard Stringfield. I want to give him credit for basically coming up with these first-hand military witnesses, the type of witnesses who held the bodies. We're talking about pathologists and doctors who examined the tissue samples, military personnel who recovered craft and loaded them onto 18-wheeler tractor-trailer lowboy trucks and sent them to MacDill Air Force Base, Edwards North Base Complex, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, other locations around the country. Let me go to the next slide here. UFO crash retrieval is the ultimate holy grail of UFO research. I've talked about this before. Why is it the ultimate holy grail? It's because it's going to be the vehicle that facilitates disclosure. This is going to be what takes us to the next level here, because we've got so many CE1 cases, we've got so many CE2 cases. We don't need that anymore. What we need in the UFO community as a whole is the actual hardware now. That's what we need. And within that hardware is the crash retrieval cases. That's why this is going to be so critical here. A couple of quick announcements. The content of each case highlighted in this presentation has remained intact per the description of the original source. The identity of first-hand sources will be protected per Leonard Stringfield's original agreement with his military contacts. The visual aids used in this presentation are computer-generated forensic composite illustrations and sketches which originated from the specific details provided by Leonard's sources. So I want to go over where Leonard got this information. 3-star U.S. Air Force generals, U.S. Air Force fighter pilots, astronauts, commercial pilots, air traffic controllers, neurosurgeons, pathologists, theoretical physicists, and mathematicians, U.S. Army officers, U.S. Navy officers, military police, high-level Pentagon officials, top military brass, scientists and engineers who worked at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and other government facilities. So this is a broad cross-section of the caliber of first-hand military witnesses that Leonard had basically tracked down, interviewed, and put into his status reports. A couple of quick quotes. Number one, UFO crash retrievals can't be real because if they were, I would have read about it in the local newspaper. Number two, there are not now, nor ever have been, any extraterrestrial visitors or equipment on Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. So this is their policy here. This is their statement. According to July 1980, they don't have any bodies. They don't have any debris. They don't have any craft. That's what they're claiming. So what I want to do in this presentation is I want to take the Air Force's official policy and go up against Leonard Stringfield's firsthand military witnesses. This is the gentleman who I believe deserves more credit. He's the gentleman who coined the term UFO crash retrieval. Over a 30-year period, he literally collected and basically correlated dozens and dozens of these firsthand military witnesses. We want to talk a little bit about his biography. Who is Leonard Stringfield? What did he do? Where did he come from? What's his background? Born in 1920, he grew up in Cincinnati, Ohio. By the time he graduated from high school in 1939, he already memorized the entire dictionary. Now, back in school, they gave him a nickname. They called him Webster because he literally memorized the entire dictionary. So of all the people to be compiling these military witnesses, Leonard was the perfect guy for this. He joined the military as soon as he heard about the attack on Pearl Harbor, December 7th, 1941. During World War II, Leonard served in the intelligence service of the 5th Air Force in the Southwest Pacific Theater. He wrote 2 books, Inside Saucer Post 3-0 back in 1957, Situation Red, the UFO Siege back in 1977. He served as director of the world's largest UFO research group in the mid-1950s, Civilian Research Interplanetary Flying Objects. And it was so successful when they launched this thing that they had 8,000 letters in the first 2 weeks. So there was a huge interest. Now, in this talk, we want to drill down on this next bullet item here. His lecture on UFO crash retrievals at the 1978 MUFON Symposium in Dayton, Ohio, caused an international sensation. Now, I always thought it was interesting that here you've got Leonard giving this lecture at MUFON Symposium in Dayton, Ohio, literally a few miles down the road from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. I always thought that was interesting. Now, it caused a sensation for a number of reasons. Number one, this was the first time that UFO crash retrievals really fully came on the radar screen. It was really the first time. And the other thing is the agreement that Leonard made with his witnesses is that he was allowed to preserve an important part of our national history, but he could not release the names. The names had to be kept under wraps. So in the minds of the attendees who were at the MUFON Symposium, there was no way to independently verify all the claims of Leonard's firsthand military witnesses. So there absolutely was some pushback here. He passed away December 18th, 1994. However, there was one event that sparked Leonard's interest in UFOs, which ultimately changed the course of his entire life. And that was this event right here. August 30th, 1945, Leonard had a Foo Fighter sighting from inside a twin-engine C-47 while traveling from Okinawa to Iwo Jima. And can everyone see this illustration? Can everyone see this?
Yeah, we see it.
Okay, good. I want to make sure that everyone can see that. Let's continue on here. So this is Newcastle Sun, January 3rd, 1945. Foo Fighters are latest. Pilots flying over Germany at night report that strange balls of fire are following them around on their missions. They have christened these strange phenomenon Foo Fighters. So this is the newspaper clipping that backs this up. Now, we're moving on to the Allied B-17 pilots that were bombing the ball bearing factories over Germany. They reported these Foo Fighters that were about 3 to 5 feet in diameter. They were red, white, yellow, and orange colored. They would circle around the bombers and then peel away. So when you have these military pilots, the B-17 pilots in the European theater talking about this, we're talking about credible witnesses here. Cincinnati Enquirer, July 19th, 1993. Author continues quest for truth about UFOs. And he says here, what I've collected has staggering implications for mankind. This would be the biggest thing since Christ, really. That's a big, bold statement. However, if one of these cases that Leonard tracked down is true, it would be the biggest thing since Christ. I want to mention that at one time, there were 22 bank boxes of original letters, correspondence. There were 3-view drawings, handwritten pencil sketches, letters. This is the kind of firsthand material that really needs to go into congressional hearings. So somewhere out there, it's believed that this original Stringfield material does exist. Now, I did speak to a family member. This person said that whatever Leonard wanted published, he had published. The rest was thrown out. I find it hard to believe that this could be destroyed, but there's a possibility that could be the case. However, sometime, I would say late 1989 timeframe, there were 22 boxes of material. So let me take you to the MUFON Symposium back in 1978. I want to bring the audience inside the convention center here. Here we've got Leonard up on the podium giving his lecture on crash retrievals. Now, as we know, all the symposium attendees, they have to submit a symposium proceedings paper. And the one that Leonard presented was nothing short of a bombshell. So let me go to that. This is the front page of his MUFON Symposium proceeding paper titled Retrievals of the Third Kind, a case study of alleged UFOs and occupants in military custody. This is about a 100-page proceeding, and it highlighted 12 of his firsthand military witnesses. So everything that we'll be talking about today comes from this book, UFO Crash Retrievals, The Complete Investigation Status Reports 1 through 7 by Leonard Stringfield. So what it does, it gives you the dates, the locations, the intricate details of how many bodies were recovered, where the bodies were sent, how it was retrieved, who were the personnel involved, but it doesn't identify the names of the firsthand witnesses. So that's something to keep in mind here. Now, there's 119 crash retrieval cases in Leonard's publication. In addition to that, we've got Ryan Wood's recently republished book, Magic Eyes Only, Earth's Extraterrestrial Encounters with Extraterrestrial Technology by Ryan Wood. So there's additional 104 cases within this publication. So when you take Leonard's firsthand witnesses and you bring in Ryan Wood's witnesses, additional 104, we now have a lot of firepower here. So before we begin, I want to take everyone to Vegas, and we're going to go to the Caesars Palace. We'll go to the roulette wheel, and there's 120 spaces on this roulette wheel. We're going to lay down 119 bets for all of Leonard's crash retrieval witnesses here. And you can see the numbers are in our favor. That's what we're dealing with here. All we need is one of these to be correct, and the whole concept of UFO crash retrieval non-existence completely falls apart. So the odds are in our favor. We technically can't lose here. That brings us to this slide. Now, isn't it wonderful and isn't it great and grand and miraculous that in this country we have something called the First Amendment, our right to free speech? So we should question authority. It's our right, it's our constitutional obligation to do so, something that we really want to keep in mind here. That's why I want to go over to this slide. UAP hearings, July 26, 2023. So we've got Ryan Graves on the left, Navy pilot, David Grush, U.S. Air Force Intel, David Fravor, Navy pilot. And I want to focus on what David Grush talked about within these congressional hearings. He says, quote, "I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval program." He also mentions, and it's been talked about in the recent congressional hearings, a UAP legacy program. They keep coming up with this term legacy program. What they're referring to, in point of fact, is Leonard Stringfield's crash retrieval witnesses. That's what they're referring to in these congressional hearings. So this is Waterloo Region record, July 27th, 2023. Whistleblower says multi-decade program that captured UFOs is being concealed. It really doesn't get any better than this. This is confirming this ongoing UAP crash retrieval program. I want to give credit to Rudy Gardea, who did all the original pencil sketches for this presentation. And I want to start here with this one. This is UFO crash retrievals, 1942, and an Army base north of Georgia. That even Leonard didn't know where this was. The source is page 319. So when we go through these cases, I want to give people the page number, the dates and locations, so they can verify this on their own within Leonard's publication. Page 319, the witness served in a key civilian capacity. Crash measured 15 feet in diameter, was 10 feet high. There was hieroglyphic type writing and markings written on the inside wall of the upper dome of the craft and then outside of the outer circumference of the craft. Now, there were three features to the interior. Number one, there was a control area. Number two, there was a compartment with 4 seats. Number three, there was a bottom bay with entry hatch. Now, if you think about this, the only way that this works is if the entire interior of this thing is like an open cavernous area. That's the only way that this works. There were 4 crew members taken alive. They were 5 feet tall, 90 pounds, large black eyes, milky white skin, and they had teeth, believe it or not. This is coming from the first-hand witness who was there. Again, page 319. I'm going to go to the next slide here, give you a blow-up on these hieroglyphic markings that were written along the outer circumference of the craft itself. Now, by default, there absolutely has to be some type of a transnational team that is trying to decode, trying to figure out what these hieroglyphic markings mean. They've got to have multi 3-ring binders full of these things. I mean, it'd be a shame if they don't. There's got to be something like that going on here. So let me take you through a walkthrough of this 1942 crash retrieval at an Army base north of Georgia here. You can see here we've got the symbols on the side of the craft. I'm going to wrap you around so that you can see a front view looking on the interior. So now you see the hull breach on the side of the craft that was described by the first-hand witness. We're looking at the staircase going up inside the craft now. This is a view which divides the left-hand portion from the right-hand portion. And now you can see this seating area coming into effect. Off to the left, we've got the hieroglyphic writing on the inside wall of the craft. Off to the right, we've got the control area that was described by the first-hand witness. They also described this wraparound window that was mentioned within the Leonard Stringfield report. Here's a blow-up of the seating area. Now, this is the best we could possibly come up with. I want to give credit to Joseph Wraith, who helped with this, based on the first-hand civilian witness who was there that saw this craft. This is a view of the control area with the wraparound panel. One more blow up here of this control area. Something like this was recovered in 1942 at an Army base north of Georgia. We'll do one more blow up of the control area and then move on to these bodies. So these bodies They had these one-piece tight-fitting flight suits on. One of them, he said, was female because it had breasts. So that's the second time I've heard about this. I'm going to move on to the next slide. This is about a 45-degree looking down on the bodies. And then we'll do one more before we move on to the next crash retrieval case. Now, something I want to mention here is that this whole concept of bodies with the fully integrated one-piece tight-fitting flight suits, like it was fused onto the skin of their bodies, fully integrated, becoming one with the flight suit, that's something that's talked about. All right, next one, Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio, 1946. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base did not become a separate entity until 1947, when the Army Air Corps broke away and branched off into the U.S. Air Force. So back in 1946, it was still known as Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio. The source on this is a 7-year-old boy named Tex Martin and his father, who was an avionics mechanic. He brought his son, Tex Martin, to the base one day. This is page 242, 243 in the book. I'm going to move on to the next slide. And there was an adjoining cafeteria to the main hangar complex. And there was a janitor that noticed that this young boy, Tex Martin, seemed to be a very nice young man. He asked his father if it would be okay to buy him a soda pop. Father said yes. So he hands this soda pop to this young boy. I'm going to go to the next slide here. And this is all kind of roughed out. You can see Rudy's drawing, giving you an idea what this looks like. And as soon as this boy got a hold of this soda pop, looking through this connecting doorway, what he saw was incredible. Move on to the next slide. He said he saw an 18 to 20 foot diameter dish-shaped craft, off-white in color, sitting on tripod landing gear legs. There were 2 rings wrapped around the outer circumference. He said there were military personnel in the hangar, on the hangar floor, sitting next to the dish-shaped craft for 3 deceased ET bodies on stretchers. And then he said there were 2 18-wheeler tractor-trailer lowboy trucks with unknown tarp debris. This is all coming from Tex Martin. Let me go to the next slide here and give you a reverse perspective. Now we're looking toward our witness. You can see the bodies, you can see the craft, you can see the 18-wheeler tractor-trailer lowboy trucks. This is all roughed out. Now I'm going to take you to the refined drawing here. This is our refined drawing. Again, this is a 20-foot diameter dish-shaped craft sitting on tripod landing gear legs with 2 rings wrapped around the outer circumference. Now, let's see if we can make this case come alive. 1946, Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio. Here's our full color rendering by Joseph Christopher Penny. I want to give him credit. Now, I wanted to see if I could take this to the next level. Can we make this even more real and photorealistic? So let me hit you with this illustration that I came up with. This is the theoretical limit of what I can do to take these things and make them as realistic as possible. But as we go through these cases, the body count goes up. The craft count goes up. A lot of these craft are being sent to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base because they have the Foreign Technology Division there. They have the Aeromedical Lab there. So not only can they test the tensile strength of the metal associated with these vehicles, but they can also examine closely the tissue samples from the quote-unquote biologics that come from these crash retrieval cases. All right, next one. Same location, same time frame. This is a private and records management. And I want to divert one time and one time only from Leonard's cases. And I'm going to take you to Clark McClellan's book, Space, the Final Frontier, page 59, where he interviewed a witness. This is the cover of the book, Space, the Final Frontier, who drew this sketch. Okay, now this was a UFO that came in from a railroad flat car from Arkansas. They recovered it there, put it on a railroad flat car, shipped it all the way across the country to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, known as Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio. Now, this craft was 15 feet in diameter. It was 7 feet tall. It had rectangular windows wrapped around the outer circumference. The whole exterior was a polished chrome metallic exterior. No visible means of propulsion. There were no flight controls, no rivets, no seams, no weld marks, like antiseptically sterile. Let me go to the next slide here. Now, if you look at one window left of center where I have this red dot, that is the attempted point of entry that these white lab coat technicians were trying to breach the hull of the craft with a diamond tip drill bit, and they failed. Again, 15 feet in diameter, 7 feet tall. Now, if you look at my cutaway view, you'll see that there's a central column that was 3 feet in diameter. That central column began at the bottom of the craft, went through the midpoint, and terminated at the roof of the vehicle itself. Let's go to the next slide. This was my very first pass kindergarten level illustration, just to give you an idea of what this craft may have looked like here. Here's Joseph Rice full color rendering. That gives you an idea of what the craft looks like. And now he peeled back the skin, showing you the interior of the craft itself. Here's Rudy's drawing. Now, the private and records management, when he got inside the hangar, he had to deliver an important letter to a high-level military brass. He was met by a friend of his who was a guard or an MP, and this guard said, you know what? I got something I want to show you. Come follow me. So he brings him back to the back of the hangar, and sitting on the hangar floor is this dish-shaped craft with the rectangular windows. He said that there was a tarp that was partially folded up, sitting on the hangar floor off to the right of the craft. In the foreground, there was an open toolbox with a power drill and a diamond tip drill bit in the chuck of the power drill. This was our setting here. So let me go to the next slide. This gives you an idea of what this may have looked like back in 1946. And then I'll go one more and take you to Joseph Rice full color rendering. Something like this was at one time at Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio, back in 1946. All right, now, who would have a need to know in this early 46, 47 timeframe? And I want to take you to a letter from Nathan Twining to Air Force General George Shulgin, dated September 23rd, 1947. He says, quote, the phenomenon reported is something real and not visionary or fictitious. So this is a gentleman who has a need to know. As you go through this document, it talks about the form, fit, and function of these vehicles. It talks about the flight characteristics of these vehicles. So we have a paper trail proving that these vehicles do exist. It's not fictitious. It's not imaginary. This is something real going on here. Next one, Papagos Indian Reservation, west of Globe, Arizona. This is January 1947. So we're already 2 and 3 in here. We haven't even made it to Roswell yet. North of Superstition Mountains, the pinpoint that I've got indicated here is the approximate area where this came down. Now, our witness served in the U.S. Navy during World War II. Page 93, case A10 in Leonard's book. So we've got 2 military personnel not too far from the Superstition Mountains, west of Globe, Arizona. They're going down an unimproved dirt area, not too far from Superstition Mountains, and they are halted by military police. And they're told to get out of here immediately. You're not supposed to be here. However, it was already too late because they were at the right place at the right time at the beginning initial stages of a UFO crash retrieval operation. Another 50 foot down this unimproved road was a 30-foot diameter dish-shaped craft with what looked like indented windows wrapped around the outer circumference and 2 rings wrapped around the outer circumference as well. There was a low-rise dome on top. There must have been a 6x6 troop transport because they had armed guards with carbides, rifles, guarding the area. Let's go to the next slide here. This gives you a kind of a full color rendering of what this may have looked like back in 1947, January in Arizona. Now, I want to again see if we can take this to the next level here. And so this is kind of the full color rendering I came up with based on the sketches, illustrations, firsthand military witnesses that were actually here and saw this crash retrieval operation. Next one, White Sands Missile Range, July 4th, 1947. Our source is a technical sergeant, U.S. Army Air Force. Crash retrievals, page 196. Now, within this yellow boundary is where the crash retrieval took place. However, we have identified the location is in the northern 50%. It's actually in the northern 10% of the boundary of White Sands Missile Range. What came down was nothing short of miraculous. This is a 150-foot diameter dish-shaped craft. The first-hand military witness said that the entire area was excruciatingly well lit. They had light owls shining down on this. They had searchlights. They had spotlights. The report said that there were military personnel with Geiger counters walking around this craft, checking for radiation. They had photographers taking still snapshots of this. They had people with motion picture film cameras recording this whole thing. Again, 150 feet in diameter. Let's go to the full color rendering. Gives you an idea of what this may have looked like back in 1947 at White Sands. And then let me take you to my next generation full color rendering. This is the best of the theoretical limit of what I could come up with on this very large 100 to 150 foot diameter dish-shaped craft at White Sands Missile Range. Something like this went down. Now, there's a lot of talk about White Sands being involved in crash retrieval cases. Actionable item. Since still photography and motion picture film was recorded of this event, senators and congressmen with the appropriate security clearances should track down and utilize this evidence for future public hearings. Now, therein lies a problem, because a lot of these senators and congressmen at these congressional hearings, they don't have a need to know, and they have not been read into these programs. So how can they declassify and put into the public domain the information about the crash retrievals when they've never been briefed on it? They don't have a high enough security clearance. So that's the problem we're running into in these recent congressional hearings. Next one, UFO crash retrieval, 1947, seen at a warehouse at Berkeley University. I mean, of all places to have a crash retrieval come in, it was at Berkeley University. Our witness, we have his name, no longer with us, Albert Bruce Collins. He was a metallurgical engineer, page 197 in the book. He was at the right place at the right time when this egg-shaped craft, we've heard a lot about these egg-shaped UFO crash retrievals, was coming in an 18-wheeler tractor trailer inside the Berkeley University. He said it was 30 feet across, 15 feet high. It literally looked like a cracked egg because there was this whole breach on the side of the craft that went from the top of the craft all the way to the bottom. Literally looked like a cracked egg. He said on the interior was a 36-inch diameter sphere or ball at the very center of the egg. At the forward portion of the egg-shaped craft, there was a composite panel. Wrapped around the outer circumference of this sphere was another composite panel. And then this metallurgical engineer, Albert Bruce Collins, said that there was a whole breach on the side of the craft with what looked like shrapnel sticking out. There was like ragged edges. Let's go to the next slide here. This gives you an idea of what this may have looked like at Berkeley University. And then I want to take you to my finalized full color rendering to the best of my ability. Something like this was backed into a warehouse back at Berkeley University. This egg-shaped craft. It could still be there for all we know. Next one, Carrot Patch, south of Salinas, California, July, August, 1947. There were two witnesses to this. Actually, there were three. 19-year-old workers that were in a nearby field. Now, we've got the map on this from the dictation notes from the Stringfield collection. Let me go to the next slide here. This is the original sketch that came with the notes, the 65 3-ring binders that make up the Stringfield dictation notes collection. This was not a large craft, 9 feet in diameter, 4 feet tall, had a flat top. There was a double row of indented windows wrapped around the outer circumference, which I don't think were windows. I think these are sensor arrays. These are not windows. In this case, there was a map that was included within the original documentation, a map indicating where X marks the spot. So if we could go back in time to where this thing came down, I believe I could take anyone plus or minus 200 feet of where this came down. So we know where this actually happened here. So this was the first pass AutoCAD drawing that gives you an idea how large this was, how tall this was, flat top, double row of indented windows. This was the first pass SolidWorks drawing that I came up with, give you an idea of what this craft looks like. And then this is Rudy's drawing. Now, in the report, it said that when the foreman came to work the next morning, he indicated to the 19-year-old workers where this was in the carrot patch. Both of them walked over. They saw it with their own eyes. One of them got up enough courage to walk over to this thing and kick the side of this thing with his boot. He made physical contact with it. Within a matter of minutes, they said that they saw a convoy of military vehicles, which included at least 2 Jeeps. There was a 6x6 covered troop transport that was towing a trailer. The 2 boys were told to vacate the area, but they did see the military personnel manhandle this craft, put it up on the trailer, put a tarp over it, secure it with straps, and then ship it out of there. A rapid response mobile crash retrieval team got that thing out of there. And so this is our first pass full color rendering. I want to give credit to Joel Christopher Payne for this. And then let's take it to the next level and see if we can add a little bit more realism here. Something like this was recovered at a carrot patch in Salinas, California. Let's go on to the next one here. Now, this is the $64 million question we want to answer in this presentation. And this is coming from an internal source within the Stringfield collection. Where are the top secret files? We're talking about files now because we're all searching for these files. People in Congress, people who are in the SCIF, they're all looking for where these files are about these crash retrievals. Where are they being stored? According to Leonard Stringfield's source, they are kept in 3 large computer banks spread throughout the country. Number 1, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Dayton, Ohio. We already knew that. Number 2, CIA headquarters, Langley, Virginia. Number 3, NSA headquarters, Fort Meade, Maryland. So if you can get hold of this digital computer file, you will get the UFO crash retrieval information. And then he left us with this cryptic remark. He said, quote, "They will bend in any direction to keep them secret." So when you talk about UFO crash retrievals, now you're talking about the crown jewels of the United States government. This whole subject of UFO crash retrievals was delegated and indicated and put into such a high classification. It was classified higher than the atomic bomb in World War II. It was classified above top secret. And that's how Timothy Good got the name of his book, Above Top Secret. That's where that comes from. Now, we talked about the files. We want to follow up and talk about where is the ET craft being stored. Same source said NSA headquarters, Fort Meade, Maryland, MacDill Air Force Base, Tampa, Florida, and Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, Goldsboro, North Carolina. So what you can see in the late 1940s, going on to the early 1950s, going on to the mid 1960s, what they did to keep this secret is, number 1, they compartmentalized this information. Number 2, they moved these crash retrieval assets from one location to the next. So they diversified their portfolio. This is exactly what they've done here. Next one, C-119 flying boxcar, Sierra Madre Valley, Mexico, prior to 1951. I believe it took place in 1948. Our source is an engineer. He worked in highway construction. Page 32 in the book. So if anyone wants to follow along, it's page 32 in the book. This was not a large craft. It was 9 feet in diameter. At least 2 bodies were recovered. Now, how do we know it's a 9-foot diameter dish-shaped craft? It's a mathematical certainty. I know this because the interior wall thickness of the cargo bay on the C-119 is 9 feet 10 inches across. Therefore, you have to allow 5 inches of clearance on both sides. That gives you a 9-foot diameter dish-shaped craft. So here's Rudy's drawing that shows you military personnel on an inclined plane, basically hoisting this craft into the aft cargo bay of the C-119 flying boxcar. Here's Joseph Race, full color rendering. You can see the boxcar cargo bay doors are opened up. You've got the bodies in the foreground. You've got military personnel loading the craft into the aft cargo bay. Here's a blow up of that illustration from Joseph Wraith. And then this is kind of a enlargement of the bodies. Now, the first-hand witness that was there and assisted the U.S. military in loading the craft said that when he knelt down to see the bodies, he touched their faces with his fingers and the skin came off on his fingertips. So this was kind of a gruesome sight. It wasn't for the faint of heart. This was a very emotional UFO crash retrieval. Now, Joseph Wraith revisited this case and we redid the entire case. We added more realism. So I'm going to walk you through this crash retrieval. This is a kind of a 45-degree bird's eye view looking down on the scene. And now we're kind of wrapping around to the aft end of the C-119 flying boxcar. This is about a 30-degree look down angle, and I'm going to keep zooming in here. This is a eye level. This is kind of a 5'10" eye level of the crash retrieval scene. We're at the theoretical limit that can be done with AI, with different programs, but we want to make these cases come alive here. Let me blow this up a little bit. And now you can see they're loading it into the aft cargo bay of the C-119. This is kind of a top view of the bodies that recovered. And, you know, when you take this body of evidence as a whole, all of these crash retrieval witnesses, they cannot be denied. Not all of these people are lying. We've got over 119 crash retrieval cases within Leonard Stringfield's publication, in addition to the 104 cases that were identified by Ryan Wood in his book, Magic Eyes Only. Okay, next one comes from a very good source, someone that is reliable, someone that we're all familiar with, John Schuessler. Now, he was told by his father, who had a friend who worked at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. This is back in 1952. Now, this gentleman was a guard, and he examined the manifest of everything that came into the base. And you can see here his quote, "Everything delivered had to pass through me." So you can see he's kind of at this gate, entry gate into Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. It's at night, and he said that he was at the right place at the right time when a tractor-trailer truck pulling a trailer came up to the gate at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base back in 1952. And he said that there was a dish-shaped craft covered by a tarp. And then he also said that there were crates, wooden crates containing ET corpses. This is page 10, abstract 3 within Leonard Stringfield's publication. So I wanted to see if I could make this case come alive. Let's see if we can make it come alive. Something like this was seen entering that entry gate at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base back in 1952, and this was told to John Schuessler's father, and that was eventually told to Leonard Stringfield, and it's written in Leonard Stringfield's proceedings paper that was delivered July 1978. Now, next one, Pentagon 1952, off-limits room. This is a Pentagon office worker, page 152, case A1. Now, this office worker somehow got access to a bottom basement at the Pentagon. Somehow she got into there, and what she described is just absolutely incredible and miraculous. So she goes into this room. It's dimly lit. There's some boxes there. It's a dark, musty room. She kind of does a turn, and what does she see? She sees a pickled alien in a large glass jar. And she can't believe what she's seeing here. She's shocked to her core. Within a matter of seconds, there is an Army military police grabbed her by the shoulder and told her to get out of here immediately. So let me take you to the next slide here to make this case come alive. This was my first pass color illustration to give you an idea of what this may have looked like. But let's see if we can add some realism. Let's see if we can take this to the next level here. And this was my final pass that gives you an idea of what this office worker saw at the basement of the Pentagon back in 1952. Now, let's do some follow-up. Is this case real? Could it conceivably have happened? Is there any paperwork to back any of this up? So I started doing some digging here. And I came across this newspaper clipping. Peninsula Times Tribune, March 25th, 1989. New defense chief gets lost in the Pentagon basement. So here you have Dick Cheney, our good friend Dick Cheney, who recently passed away, who was absolutely one of the last UFO gatekeepers because he knew a lot about this and took it to his grave. He was at one of the upper floors of the Pentagon at a meeting. And when the meeting was over, he went in the elevator thinking he hit the carport floor, but it dropped below that and he got lost in the Pentagon basement. So in point of fact, yes, it's very possible that this could have happened somewhere within the bowels of the basement of the Pentagon. They could have UAP crash retrievals, they could have hardware, they could have bodies and craft. And this is basically confirmed by an office worker that Leonard tracked down, and she saw that back in 1952 at the Pentagon. So within this presentation, what I wanted to do is give you a brief overview of some of these mission critical UFO crash retrieval cases that were compiled by Leonard Stringfield. And I want to make these cases come alive through the use of drawings, illustrations, sketches to preserve an important part of our national history. And I want to thank everyone for their attention.
Amazing, Michael. Thank you so much, brother.
Sure, no problem.
I have some questions for you, Michael. Do you mind? I just have a few questions.
Yep, go right ahead. Go right
So
ahead.
you say we have probably about 100 or 200 and maybe 25 craft in our possession?
Well, that would be a very optimistic number. I think the number is probably lower than that. Even if it's 100, even if we're very conservative and 100, it would be just incredible because
Well, I was adding the 119 from Stringfield to 104, but they're probably overlapping cases, right?
there are some overlapping cases here. And I'm just going to shoot out a very conservative number, 75 to 100. But it's these firsthand military witnesses from Leonard Stringfield that cannot be denied. We just cannot forget about their testimony. We've got people who worked in the Foreign Materials Division back in 1955 that said that there were 1,000 components that came in from a crash retrieval. This woman is not lying to us. 6 months later, she died of cancer. It was her last thing. It was her last dying breath to get that information out to all of us.
Well, there's three cases I just want to ask you about. There's the Italian craft that was landed in 1933 that the U.S. recovered after World War II. There's the Virginia case where the U.S. went into Brazil. And there's the case in northern Mexico where the U.S. Army went over the border and recovered that case. And they found those Mexican soldiers dead, which I think, I don't know, but the U.S. probably did away with them in order to retrieve the craft. I mean, so you know about those three cases, right?
I've heard about the 1933 Italian case. David Grush makes a tangential reference to that case. Personally, right now, I don't think there's enough meat on the bones to warrant putting it into a slide presentation. If I get better solid evidence, I will put it in there. But for right now, there's not enough evidence there. Now, you also mentioned the 1974 Coyome, Mexico case.
Yes.
That was investigated by Noe and then his good reference partner. I think there's plenty of reference material on that. In a nutshell, there was a crash retrieval of what we believe to be a Cessna 172 that hit a dish-shaped craft that was about 18 feet in diameter. It crashed not too far from Coyame, Mexico. The Mexican military got there first, and they retrieved the craft. They put it on an 18-wheeler tractor-trailer lowboy truck, and they were driving down a dirt road, and all of a sudden the convoy stopped completely. We had American assets, reconnaissance assets fly over the scene, and what they discovered were dead Mexican military personnel lying on the ground, slumped forward on the steering wheel. They were completely dead. So the American military flew in 3 UH-1 Huey helicopters, including a large Sea Stallion, hooked up the lanyards of the craft sitting on the trailer and shipped it over to eventually CDC headquarters in Atlanta, Georgia. I think
You don't think the Americans may have, and I'm not saying they did, but may have done away with the Mexicans in order to
No.
retrieve the craft?
No, they were already dead when they got there.
All right, I didn't
They
know
were
that.
already dead when they got there.
And the Virginia case, where the Americans went into Brazil and captured the craft, where's that craft?
Yeah, January 20th, 1996 in Brazil. James Fox is all over that case right now. Certainly want to give credit for all of his great research.
Yeah.
I don't think those three girls are lying to us.
Right.
We've got the doctor from the medical autopsy that's come forward. The gentleman who died, his associate, we've got some statements from him. So I definitely think it warrants more information. And it's interesting that it's believed that it was a C-130 that picked up at least one body, perhaps portions of the craft, and shipped that most likely to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. So this is another case where all roads lead to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
Okay, one more case that I've been really following is the one, probably the Aztec, the one that's mentioned in the 1950 Guy Huddle memo that Frank Scully also was involved with. Is that Aztec? And what do you think of the FBI memo?
Yeah, 1948 is the Aztec crash retrieval. This is the case that Scott and Suzanne Ramsey put in so much research on. Credit goes to them for tracking down the original oil field workers, because the oil field workers got to the site before the military got there. And one of these oil field workers, this is a 99.9 foot diameter dish-shaped craft. He went back to his truck. He pulled out a pole, and with other oil field workers, they climbed up on the rim of the disc, walked over to the medium-sized dome where they saw these windows that were circular wrapped around the outer circumference of the upper dome. One of these windows had a crack or a hole in it, and they stuck that pole right through, were jiggling it around. It opened up a latching mechanism that allowed them to go inside. They identified 2 deceased ET corpses on the upper dome of the craft, and they described additional 14 deceased ET corpses around the rim of the craft on the interior, for a grand total of 16 bodies recovered. Scott and Suzanne Ramsey definitely get credit for that case.
Wow.
But there's that whole thing about it being a story told by a con man that was then discredited, and that just FBI, psyops being operated to deflect people from that case.
All I can say is I would definitely refer people to Scott and Suzanne Ramsey's updated book that has the testimony of the oil field workers. So, it's always good to go to those first witnesses that got there before the military.
Right. Because the FBI just totally discredits the Guy Huddle memo. They say, somebody told the Air Force. So is there anything about Guy Huddle's information?
Well, the only thing I would refer to is going back to Robert Saubacher's letter to William Steinman. William Steinman was a big into this as well. And Robert Saubacher, although he did not attend the crash retrieval meetings that went on at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in the late 1940s, he knew people who did. And so there is some breadcrumbs to follow right there. He did not deny that the meetings didn't take place. He confirmed the meetings took place. They did have crash retrievals meetings. At Wright-Patterson.
Well, this is so exciting. I don't mean to hog it, Neil, but it's like this work is so key. Just one more thing. So you think there's a rapid response crash retrieval team still active? Is this what Jacob Barber was actually a part of?
Well, probably, because even Leonard Stringfield, he knew the names of the pilots that fly the CH-47 Chinook helicopters. They were called the Blue Berets. So they're involved in creating diversionary tactics, putting up screens, derailing chemical spills, like in Close Encounters. It's like an homage to what Steven Spielberg was talking about. In that movie, they talk about, what are we going to do that scares the living pants off of every God-fearing American? And so they come up with all these different things that they could do. Well, there'll be an oil spill, there'll be a toxico thing, there'll be a crash. And that's what these guys do. They set up these diversionary tactics so that they can secure the site, get the bodies, get the debris and hardware, and ship them to multiple military locations around the country.
Did you ever meet Barber and ask him about some of that?
No, I never met him. I never met
and
him.
and the other thing about, it was called Wright Field because of the Wright brothers, and then Patterson. You know who Patterson
Correct.
was, right?
I don't remember the first guy's name.
No, I mean Patterson itself. The whole Patterson family
there's
owned
two
National
sides.
Cash, but the National Cash Register had all this money and technology, and they bought into Wright because I know one of the Patterson descendants, and they, with that money, bought into the Wright Field and it became Wright Patterson. So they had a lot of money, and that was maybe due to some inside corporate relationship with the government that it became maybe such a center for crash retrievals, because they had the technology from the cash register. That's my theory.
Not only that, they have the foreign technology division there. They've got the aeromedical lab there. So it makes all the sense in the world that these initial crash retrievals would find their way to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
Okay. Yeah, Neil, are you still there? I'm sorry. I just get very excited because there's so much good hardcore information you have there that this should be. Have you been on Gaia? Have you done specials on this?
I'm small fries.
No, you're big fries. You're big fries. No, I don't know anyone who's more specific knowledge about this particular aspect of UFOs than you. I mean, what do you think of some of this stuff at Area 51? You haven't mentioned that at all.
I spoke to a gentleman who used to work with a sheet metal worker who was at Area 51. I think this is in the mid-1970s. And he said that a hangar door opened up, a dish-shaped craft came out. It hovered off the dry lake bed, not too far from the hangar, came back down, brought back into the hangar door shut. I believe the guy's testimony. So there are, bottom line is they've cracked the gravity barrier. They've done it.
Well, that's what Bob Lazar says. You believe Bob Lazar.
Whether you believe Bob Lazar or not, they have cracked the gravity barrier. They've done it for sure. There's no doubt.
Do you think we now have duplicated that and put it into ships?
That's why they call it the alien reproduction vehicle. We've got the breakthrough technology. There, if you look at the newspaper clippings, in the mid-1950s, there is clipping after clipping and reference works to back all this up, that they were desperately trying to crack the gravity barrier. There were multiple universities doing this. Bell Aircraft Corporation was working on this. Sperry Rand Corporation was working on this. The Martin Aircraft Corporation was working on this, and they did it. They figured it out. They've done it. They've done it, and we know this.
They cracked the gravity, anti-gravity?
At least by October 1957. Now, I believe they did it much earlier, because if you look at the Snake River Canyon case back in 1947, where you had Abraham Lincoln's top hat come screaming through the canyon walls, it had an engine pod on either side, and there was what looked like an atomic discharge coming out of each of the aft ends of the engine pods. I don't think this is an alien spacecraft. I think we've done it. The Atomic Energy Commission, in conjunction with the United States Navy, was driving the cover-up for years in the 1940s, 50s, going on to the 60s.
But do you think the anti-gravity machines they manufactured had too much radiation, and that's what caused some of the radiation effects, like in the Cache lumber?
Yeah, well,
case?
if you look at December 29th, 1980, Huffman, Texas, with Vicki Landrum, Betty Cash, and Colby Landrum, yes, I definitely believe that we've got our own craft that are mimicking the form, fit, and function of actual authenticated crash retrieval. Now, I'm not the one saying it. Here we have David Grush saying there's an ongoing UAP crash retrieval program. Some of these are ours that we're trying to replicate from the originals, and they're not flawless. They have errors. There's a hole breach in the side of the craft. You've got fissionable material that comes out. Betty Cash was at the wrong place at the wrong time driving her car. She slammed on the brakes. Vicki Landrum went forward. Her handprints were melted into the dashboard, and eventually the Air Force tried to buy Betty Cash's car. So, and they all suffered from the effects of radiation poisoning. Mm-hmm.
Wow. So,
I have one last question, Michael, before you go. So we call all these crash retrievals, but then we've heard people like Tim Burchett talk about on podcasts that some have been found in archaeological digs. We hear other people talking about them being gifted to us, like
Correct.
just left there with the keys and ready,
That's right.
waiting for us. What percentage of these do you think are crash retrievals? And maybe is it less than 50%? And why do we call them crashes? You know what I mean? So what's your take on the different ways that
Well, according to Harry Drew, who's no longer with us, the 1953 Kingman, Arizona retrieval was not a crash retrieval. This was a soft landing because that craft, when it came through a high-powered radar range, somehow that radar range was turned up so high, it interacted and affected the navigational system of the craft itself, and this thing came down intact. Now, getting back to your question, there is a percentage of these retrievals that are targeted, tracked, and shot down by a rogue group within the military-industrial complex. Absolutely they are. And they're shooting these things down to, number one, reverse engineer the propulsion system of these vehicles, and then to exploit the weapons advancement programs that can be integrated into our next generation weapon systems. That's going on as well, but that gets into the deep, dark, murky part of this subject.
yeah, because the rogue group within the U.S. military, there's a rogue separate that's not following the orders of.
Yes.
And who knows about that? And can they be exposed, or not what the legacy is all about?
Senator Dan Anyway, he kind of referred to it back in the Iran-Contra hearings. He talked about a rogue group that is free from the checks and balances, free from the government itself, that has its own Air Force, its own Navy, its own funding mechanism. And, he was kind of referring to this rogue group here, and they broke away. And that's why the whole concept of crash retrievals, the hardware that we've got, is no longer classified. It's proprietary because it's been put into the hands of the defense contractors.
Is that what Eisenhower is hinting at for the military-industrial complex?
Exactly, because he knew by the time he left office that the military-industrial complex that was running these USAP programs and black budget programs dealing with crash retrievals, they ran completely off the rails, and he couldn't control them anymore. He was out of the loop. That's why he made that warning.
Can't the president order, I mean, not that they would, but can't they order to come forward and appear in front of Congress and demand the truth?
That's the thing about this. The way the secrecy works is it has nothing to do with your rank. So if you're a president, you're a 4-star general, you might be out of the loop. It all has to do if you will toe the party line and you will keep the secret. Now, an example of this, former presidential candidate who was a very good friend with General Curtis LeMay. We're talking about Barry Goldwater here.
Right.
He had a huge UFO interest. Everybody in the UFO field, that we already know this. So he approached General LeMay and said, General, we're good friends. I have this tremendous interest in UFOs. And I know you guys have a room where you keep all this secret stuff, the bodies, the hardware, the debris. Can I go in there? Can I go in there? General LeMay turned to Barry Goldwater and said, quote, "Damn it, Barry, don't you ever ask me that question again, because if you do, I'll have you court-martialed because I can't even get in there."
Right.
That's what he said to Barry Goldwater. So yes, we do have places.
So you think there's actually is a secret space program?
Absolutely, there's a secret space program. No doubt about it. No doubt about it.
And where have we gone with that? Have we gone off planet to Mars?
We've got extra atmospheric for sure. And we may have traveled to the other planets, whether gaseous or hard. We've gone to the other planets. I definitely believe that to be the case.
What is there proof of it though? Is there proof of a secret space program? I mean,
look at what Edgar Fouché, who talked about it. Look at the eyewitness testimony who saw TR-3B craft. Look at the people who were involved in the Triangle craft January 5th, 2000. They all mention tubes, pipes, and cylinders on the bottom of the craft. And when they depart like a spark on a grinding wheel, they make no sonic boom whatsoever. Those are absolutely our craft.
Wow. What? You have a question, Neil? I just had.
I was gonna just speak about I guess the secret space program. I guess there's proof of it. If they're reverse engineering craft and they're doing all types of things with these crafts, technically, isn't that a secret space program, right?
It is a secret space program. That's the best definition you can make.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about the classified aircraft that were designed, built, and procured under the Reagan administration buildup between 1981 and 1986. That was the huge Reagan buildup. There are a significant amount of those aircraft that have never been declassified and put into public domain. We still got Reagan birds out there that have never been declassified.
Well, supposedly there is a Curtis LeMay out there in space, according to Linda Moulton Howe.
Gary McKinnon talks about that. Yes.
Also, I just have this one question. All those bodies that they've been recovering, probably like 200 or something now, alien body. Do you think some of them actually could be mechanical, biological AI clones?
Yes, they're cookie cutters. They're cookie cutters. Absolutely.
So they're not living beings. They're not alive aliens.
They could be just completely clone cookie cutters, because in some cases, whoever or whatever was responsible for this, because we don't really hear about motherships crashing. We hear about scout ships crashing, maybe 25 to 50 feet in diameter. Sometimes we have these very large craft, but we don't have these absolutely massive motherships crashing. There might be a couple of cases, but it's extremely rare. And they don't come back to pick up their own. So they're like, you're right, they're like throwaways. They're almost hand-me-downs.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
do
What
you think
what
there
are
are
they
any?
using to shoot down the craft? Is it are they using a reverse engineered ET technology in order to do that?
They're piggybacking off of pre-existing radar systems, directed energy weapons. They're using, I mean, rail guns are even obsolete at this point, but they're using scalar waves and directed energy weapons to bring these things down, like instantaneous.
What about gifting fields? You believe some of them were put down to discover technology?
I think so. I think some of them could be, because a lot of these are coming down completely intact with no hull breach on the side of the craft. They're completely functional.
Right. And do you think it's one race or multiple races, or who are these beings from?
Difficult to say, but if you look at the pathologist report from Leonard Stringfield, the doctors who've dealt with the autopsies, and people who worked on X-ray technician laboratory situations, what they describe are almost the same thing. 3.5 to 4 feet tall, oversized head, oversized eyes, slit for a mouth, minute nose, emaciated body parts, hands that go down below the knees, no hair. Between the fingers, there's webbing, and that's what they're describing. And this is what the pathologist reports are telling us from the Stringfield witnesses.
But those are clone beings. Those are not living beings. They are living beings. Or, I mean, there may be no distinction.
Well, virtually no internal organs when they're autopsied. So it's like they're clones. It's like they're cookie cutters.
Do you think they're doing abductions? Those are the beings doing the abductions too?
I can't comment on that. That's not part of my research. I strictly follow the nuts and bolts of it.
Okay. One thing about John Schuessler, he did institute for MUFON the whole biological effects part of investigations. And have you ever met him? He's still around, you know.
John Schuessler? Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, you've met him?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Okay, so he must like your research, huh? He must really.
You know, I mean, I met him a long time ago. I was in his basement looking at his files. And yeah, he's still around. And we all of him so much credit, because it's possible we would never be here without John Schuessler.
And also the CIA and their understanding of biological effects all come from the Schuessler files, right? When they, it's referenced in those Chris Mellon leaked slides, you know.
Not only the biological effects, but then we got to go back to J. Allen Hynek with his classification. He classified so many CE2 effects, and I got in my archives hundreds of CE2 effects. Where
what is CE2 effect?
CE2 effects is a physical effect. When you have a UFO sighting, it's a CE1. When you have a UFO CE2, there's physical effects. That includes static electrical fields, where your hair stands up and starts crackling. That's a CE2 effect. Broken branches is a CE2 effect. Stalled engines, car lights going out. These are all CE2 effects.
What's a CE3 effect?
That's when you meet them. That's
Face
when
to
you meet
face.
them. That's when you, doesn't have to be face to face. There's a visual sighting of an entity connected with a UAP craft.
Oh, and a CE4, I know people have made up their own CE4s, but what would you classify as CE4?
CE4 is like an abduction,
Mhm.
possible abduction. CE5 is when you have witness initiated contact.
Okay. Isn't that interesting, Neil? And I mean, and also Hynek had his own other classifications about high strangeness and anomalous degrees. So, yeah. Well, thank you. This is really a fascinating. This is so important, I think, for this field. Your
Yeah,
work.
yeah. Well, I think what you offer, Michael, is the reality of what's actually going on, right?
Yeah.
Right. The conceptual things, the actual physicality that this is actually happening. And what I often say is like, this world isn't a separate world from us. It exists behind a closed door, just somewhere 100 miles
That
away
right.
from you know what I
That
mean?
right.
And it's time to start merging those worlds. And so, thank you for all the work you do, brother. It's really amazing. That's why
Thank
every
you.
time we do one of these events, I reach out to you because you really bring it down to earth and show us how real this is.
Yeah.
Glad to be here. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Thank you so much. Brilliant.
Take it,
Really.
Michael.
Okay.
Thank
Let's
I
see.
got applause from the
Yep.
audience there too. Okay. I think that is such valuable information, and
It is.
that's
It's kind of mind blowing, right?
yeah, yeah. That guy should be in front of Congress. That guy is the one who
That's what I was
really.
thinking. Right. Like, imagine if what we just shared with Michael and what he shared with us was actually being spoken about in Congress. It seems like there's still some sort of gatekeeper there. And when David Grush came out, I was excited because instead of talking about citing, we started talking about the actual people in the program. But you know what I really want to see is the actual people in the program, right? Not
I
somebody.
mean, like in the age of disclosure, I talk about the legacy program. These are the gatekeepers.
Yeah.
We're not seeing the gatekeepers. We're just seeing the people, the
Was
gatekeepers.
did Age of Disclosure have anybody from the legacy programs working on the UFOs, interacting, dissecting the ETs?
I think they only refer to the like how put off. He knows of the legacy program. Jay Stratton, they're one step removed. I mean, they're getting downloads, but they're not the gatekeepers. They're
Yeah.
allowed in by the gatekeepers, but they may never know the names and faces of those
Dan
gatekeepers.
Farrar had said on his interviews that a few people that were in the programs they were going to be interviewed, and then they contacted him. I don't know if you saw his interviews about this, but they contacted him before, and they all said, I forget the quote. I don't know if Debbie, you maybe have heard it, but on Joe Rogan, he was saying that, oh yeah, I cannot come to the interview because if I come to the interview, I will forfeit my life. And
Who said this?
around 6 or 7 people that Dan Farrar was supposed to interview. This is a direct quote from Dan Farrar on and they all said the exact same line. I
Absolutely.
cannot come and be interviewed by you because I realized if I come and I speak about this, I'll be forfeiting my life. Almost like, it was verbatim.
I met Dan Farrar at the opening, the New York screening of the Age of Disclosure, and they had these like heavy security there protecting people like Hal Puthoff, Jay Stratton. So he's afraid of something. He's probably risking just doing that movie. Debbie, what were you going to say, Debbie?
Yes, thank you. No, this is amazing conversation. And I have a client. His name is M.D. Selig, and he served in the military, fighter pilot. Then went on to write for Netflix and for Showtime, and is deeply into this conversation about disclosure, UFOs, and ETs. He wrote a smashing book. And I mean, I help people with books for a living, so I'm a little bit jaded, but I mean, it is really a phenomenal book. And it's truth. And people like Barbara Lamb wrote endorsements and so forth, Laura Eisenhower. People were blown away by the material, but he has firsthand knowledge of what happens with the cabal, what happens with our government. and what happens with the people working in the government who are in the know about these UFO things, about these other species, about all of what's been going on since the 1940s. It's way deeper than any of us know, way deeper into the ocean, way deeper, etc. And absolutely, people's lives end. There are manufactured suicides. It's very real what they go through if they want to come forth and start speaking truth.
Right.
Well, that's why we need whistleblower protection, and we're still not seeing it. I mean, there's whistleblowers coming out, but even at those trials or those hearings, there's still people saying, well, we can't talk about that because they have an NDA, non-disclosure agreement. And that's not a real whistleblower. I think maybe it is. What do I know? But a whistleblower is ready to say, okay, this is the truth, and I
Well,
need
that's
protection.
my whole suspicion with Lou Elizondo and everybody over there is the fact that they tell you how they release information is that they say that they submit it to their higher ups, the people in the office, the Pentagon, and then the Pentagon reviews every or whatever agency it is, they review it, and then they send it back redacted with the things you can say and what you can say, right?
Right.
Literally giving you permission to say things. And then I know one whistleblower that was one person that was on Joe Rogan that hasn't become famous as a person in this community, but he was an Air Force pilot. He was saying that what they would do is they would submit these requests. I forget what it's called. Is it FOIA or something? But they would submit these requests to the agencies, and if the agency did not say deny that you are basically saying if they redacted it rather than saying that this isn't actual factual information, you now know that that is actually factual information because they're not denying it. So does that
But
make sense?
if a whistleblower has to ask permission to come forward, are they really whistleblowing, or are
That's
they
not a
still
whistleblower.
working as an insider?
Well,
Not
they
a
Yeah.
are
whistleblower.
in the sense that they're saying more than anybody has said before. They are in the sense that the government is relying on them rather than the government being brave and coming forward and knowing we can handle the truth. They're using these people to drip the information out. And what Neil said is exactly correct. None of them come forward without the knowledge of the government about exactly what's going to be
What they can
dispensed.
say.
And for example, this fellow, he only went by JP, guy in the military, always wore a full headgear. Nobody knew his name. Nobody knew what he looked like. But he was starting to speak truth that he was allowed to share. And also, what's interesting about him is he's kept in the dark about many things on purpose. So he's allowed to know a lot of things, but not a lot of things. And he just recently, it was a really big deal. He was in Japan at a huge conference and he took off the headgear. We saw his face for the first time. A couple of months later, the government said, you can now say your name. And he's Jorge Pabon. And for JP. And so now we know his name, we know where he lives, we know what he looks like. So they're very slowly letting this out. I understand from people like Wendy Kennedy and Bashar and et cetera, that they have said to our governments, basically, we've been waiting all these decades. We've been making good on our promises to you, but you have not, in return in good faith, started to let the people know. We're here. It's true. We're ready to connect. And so they've told them we're not waiting anymore and we're not waiting for you. So they're taking it in their own hands. So it's like this multi-layered whistleblower, little bit of drips from these government people, us, and then definitely them revealing themselves way more.
Right. So that leads into the question then, are all these people and that we're seeing on TV in Congress all a part of drip disclosure because they can't say anything unless they're allowed to say it? Or are there two factions that currently exist so let's say the DOD, let's say the Pentagon, let's say the deepest parts of the three-letter agencies. Are there two factions that exist within that where there's some people that are kind of sick and tired of the cover up and the secrecy, and then they are the ones that are approving it to come through rather than it being stripped? Because I heard that there's kind of this behind the scenes battle where there are people that are embedded in these agencies that actually want people to know the truth, and they're the ones that are allowing for people like Lou Elizondo to come out. So that's also a possibility.
Yeah, I think
Yes,
there's
and
more than two factions. Go ahead.
Alan, do you know this? Because, for me being part of the Hollywood Disclosure Alliance, and very involved with Steve Bassett and some of the other big players, I understand. And there's a new Ron James documentary coming out about this. Have you
Yeah.
seen it?
No, I've heard about it. It's the next level of the accidental truth. Yeah, yeah.
Yes, perfect. And I saw a screening of it, a draft screening of it. And in it, you can see the people in Senate who are aware of the truth, who are fighting for the truth. There is a man and a woman, and I apologize, I'm not going to remember the names, not my forte, but both of them are very proactive. I was thinking, Alan, you might know, because you go to these Senate hearings.
I've been there. Are they congressional people that you're talking about?
They are. And one is a gentleman. I think he's a Republican from a southern state, and another one is a woman, and they're incredibly in the know.
Anna Paulina Luna and Burleson. I forgot his name. Burleson is really good, and Tim Burchett. Those three. And there's also a Democrat. Those three are Republicans, and there's a Democrat in there that's also part of those hearings. So yeah, those are people in, but they don't know anything. One of those congressional people asked, was it Grush or Alessandro, what does the government know? And I'm saying, you guys are the government. Why are you asking what the government knows? It was so confusing. Who is the government? If the government, congressional people are asking who's behind that. So I think what Michael was saying is right. There's a whole level of a rogue element that is threatening people like David Grush if they come forward, and that has to be exposed. That's at the bottom of the problem with disclosure. Who's ever the gatekeepers, the legacy programs, as they call it in the age of disclosure, that has to be somehow ripped open and say, okay, now is time, and maybe amnesty is what needs to be offered, because there's been a lot of weird stuff happening.
Absolutely. I love what you're saying. And something that's very interesting, I think, and I'm going so blank right now. It's been a really weird day with the supermoon. I just want to say, I don't know if anyone else is feeling it physically or otherwise, but I am massively feeling it. And you were just saying something, and it's so important.
No, I was just saying about how to get the people, really the gatekeepers, out in front.
Thank you. Bingo. So here's the deal. And I heard this the other day, and I think that this is really important to think about. No matter what you think about President Trump, and I know we all have very polarizing ideas about him for many reasons. Certainly I do. But I will say this. If there was going to be any president to come out with the truth, this man does not care what anybody thinks. He doesn't care the chaos he creates. He doesn't care. If he's going to tell something, he's going to tell something. So if ever there was a president who could come out and rattle the cages and say, this has been going on, these exist, we are in contact, all of that, I believe it is him.
I agree with you there, but I personally think he doesn't care about this kind of situation enough. And it's,
but if somebody, I think maybe we're not seeing everything as what's really happening, because if somebody told him that ETs exist not alone in the universe, to think that he doesn't care about it and he's just shrugs it off.
He doesn't care. I think he can't relate to it, and it's too bad. That's just my opinion. It'd be great if he could, because then he'd be right out there, like Debbie said, because he doesn't care what people think. But I don't know.
I will say that, think about it though, Vice President Vance is now on record twice coming out, speaking and saying, I am fascinated by UFOs. I'm deeply into this subject.
Obsessed by it.
Yes, and it's made many of us wonder, like,
and Marco Rubio,
also a whistleblower trip?
One thing I was wondering and curious about is how Marco Rubio was there in the beginning times of the first few years for the disclosure coming out 2017 and onwards. And he was even, the COVID relief bill, the last page of the COVID relief bill had a page on UFO stuff, and that was
Yeah.
Mark Rubio, right? And
Right.
then all of a sudden he just dropped. He's like not a part of it anymore.
No, he's in the movie. I mean, he's sort of. I think he has.
He filmed the movie back then. He hasn't attended any of the
I
congressional
wonder
hearings.
why. I think he's still. I don't know. Maybe I don't know, but I think he's still somehow concerned with it.
Yes,
That's
I'm
my
just interested and curious as why. Just for example, how Tom DeLonge just dropped out of the picture,
Should we bring Rebecca into this
Yeah, let's
discussion?
bring
And
Rebecca.
because you know Rebecca Hardcastle, Debbie?
Yes.
Hey, Rebecca,
yeah.
go ahead and start your camera.
I think she. Hey, Rebecca.
Hi.
See you.
Well, what do you think of this discussion we're having here, Rebecca?
Well,
Okay.
I wasn't initially going to go into this, but one of the things I do in exoconscious coaching is I try to get people to look at what's their exoconscious autobiography. Where have they lived? What have they done? And so in the mid 60s, I got dropped in Dayton, Ohio, near Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. And my father became the pastor of a German-speaking church. I don't know if there were any other German-speaking churches, but 20 years prior to that, Project Paperclip had been brought into Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. So many people in that church were scientists, engineers, German-speaking people. I lived in Dayton for quite some time, went to high school, and there was a big I lived near the Wright brothers' house. I lived down the street from the Manhattan Project at one point. That was at the Running Meat Playhouse in Dayton, Ohio. You were right about Patterson and his money, but I think a lot of the money that went into Wright-Patterson was also General Motors, which is also tied very, very deeply into World War II, of course. I knew the LeMay family quite well. So, you just wonder.
Did you know him, Curtis LeMay?
I knew his niece well, and my parents were good friends with their family, their extended family. So, but that ties in with the German part, because I knew them because I went to Otterbein College, which was a Church of the Brethren church, and founded by them, and that was founded by Germans in America. It's a uniquely United States church founded by Germans who were primarily abolitionists.
But were they part of the Paperclip project that brought over Nazi scientists to that area?
I would imagine if I was in that German-speaking church for that many years, I would imagine that there were probably Paperclip people there. Because 20 years into the project, you were probably looking at people that were integrating into the Dayton community en masse. And that also caused me to go into researching, because I lived down the street from the Wright brothers bicycle shop. I worked in the building. So their father was a bishop in the United Brethren Church. He actually went full force against the Masons and wanted to get rid of the Masonic influence in the church, which was so big during that time of the Wright brothers growing up. And he lost that battle, of course. But so I got very interested in that. And then I moved, and I lived near the house that they bought when they started making money. But then I got very, very interested in Walter Bosley and the NIMSA project, NYMZA. I don't know if people are familiar with that.
No,
So
but don't you think
YMCA, you said?
What's that, Neil?
Did you say YMCA, Rebecca?
No, NIMSA, NYNZA. Oh. So it's also called the it's like a California group of German scientists and engineers that actually brought forth a plane that flew way before the Wright brothers and introduced it to Abraham Lincoln.
Oh, wow.
And that was part of Joseph Farrell does a lot of research on that, as does Walter Bosley. It's a really important element to understand how German engineering was integrated into not only the space program. Of course, I worked with Dr. Mitchell for 6 years, but also integrated into those early. The Wright brothers knew about it's the other name for it. So NIMSA, and also Sonoran Air Club is another name for it. because they were out in California. So they brought a prototype to Lincoln because Lincoln was using hot air balloons. And so that was really where the first black budget started, because Lincoln, part of the reason he floated the greenbacks was to pay for research into this aircraft.
Well, don't you think the Masons are part of that? I mean, the Masonic temples that are really influencing a lot of political,
Oh yeah,
parties.
absolutely. Yeah, and the Wright brothers were taken to the Cosmos Club in Washington D.C. and stayed there for some time and were introduced into, that's the Wright brothers. I don't like to say this. My last name's Wright, but I'll just say I think that the Wright brothers, in some sense, were probably a cover story for the black programs.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then I came back. So I lived there in the mid 60s. Then I went to college and I came back in the mid 70s then, and I worked for 15 years at Wright State University, right next door to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. So
Wow,
I've got a deep, deep history in that.
Wow.
In
So
that
you know
area.
that.
Yeah. And being a childhood contactee, you just have to look at, as a childhood contactee, why was I moved to these different places or to work with these different people? And that's kind of what I'm going to talk about today is the importance of knowing that you're placed different places. You see different things as a psychic person, as a contactee, and you need to pay attention to what it is that you're looking at.
Did you have contact cases in Dayton when you were growing up there?
Oh, yeah. I've had continual contact my whole life.
But do you think Dayton in particular is a hot spot because it houses all those UFOs and things like that? Or just...
I want to tell you something about Ohio, and I think it's very relevant today. And that's the fact that Ohio has always been a place where things were planted. So kind of ops were planted, different research things were planted. Dayton, Ohio was like the Silicon Valley back in the 40s and the 50s and 60s. The hottest club in town was the Engineers Club. That's the club everybody wanted to belong to. People, I knew so many people there in their garages, inventing things after they worked all day long. In the 80s, we had a man at the university where I worked, and he had paralyzed people up and walking with computers.
Wow.
So I think it's kind of like a Silicon Valley. There's a lot of money that goes into it, but then also I think you have to look at modern day in Ohio. So you have to look at Epstein. You have to look at Epstein and Les Wexner in Dayton, Ohio. CIA comes in, starts flying in the Southern Air Transport. There's always been these centers in Ohio that have sort of cultivated this, who would think? Cornfields, who would think? It's a perfect place to launch things.
Wow. That's great. Neil, any comments? Should we get into the presentation?
Do you have a PowerPoint, Rebecca?
I do. I just want to say that what I'm going to talk about today, and I so appreciated Michael's presentation, because I'm going to talk about a bigger picture. So kind of doing a big eagle eye flyover of what this might look like. So
right. So happy to have you there, and your work with and hopefully you'll define exo-consciousness too.
Sure.
Okay. Thanks, Debbie. Thanks. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm not seeing my
You click share screen, right?
Yeah.
You could just go and then share the entire desktop and pull up your presentation.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up. What?
1 second here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Said you could click on the entire screen tab and then share your entire desktop, and then you can pull up.
Found it. It just came up. Do you see it now? Am I sharing my screen?
Yeah, go ahead and make the presentation full screen.
Okay.
Start from beginning.
Okay. Am I good?
We see it.
It says StreamYard.com is sharing a window. Am I good?
We see it, yeah.
Okay, good. So as an introduction, as I said, I'm going to zoom out for a wider view of disclosure today, kind of an eagle-eye perspective, and look at 4 main disclosure sectors and how they cooperate or knot up and cause problems for each other. And I'm going to examine how there may be at cross purposes with this knotting and actually impeding the disclosure process. These potential knots or impediments are exposed through questions that are never asked of the disclosure movement and questions that deserve answers. So imagine, if you will, there are 4 braids. So this image that I have up is actually something that's called a Bowen knot, B-O-W-E-N. So the Bowen knot is something that they use in Europe to describe a place of cultural significance. And I would submit that disclosure is really cosmically significant. So the Bowen knot is a perfect image to start to think about what disclosure means. And what happens in this Bowen knot is that there's 4 strands, and that these strands merge and separate as kind of waves and different forces, but the braid holds them all these 4 points together. And that's actually what forms the strength and the power of the ET presence and the human story around it. So the bigger picture disclosure I'm going to talk about today is, number 1, material science. Number 2, transhumanism. Number 3, cosmic changes. And number 4, exoconscious humans. So the first braid or knot that I'm looking at is these first 2 strands are material science and transhumanism. And those are really the forces of globalism, corporate control. We've been talking about military, government, artificial intelligence. And then the next 2 strands are exoconsciousness and cosmic changes, which signify individual independence and kind of an internal subjective force that happens. Like I was sharing what happened to me. I got moved to Dayton, Ohio. That was a subjective experience for me. So cosmic changes as well as exoconsciousness are really talking about internal material science, and transhumanism are more talking about external. So these 4 forces are easily pulled apart, and a lot of confusion comes from this being pulled apart, but each also propels the whole. So if you can imagine these 4 forces as a moving and a pliable, alive, conscious substance, that they complete each other, they overlap, they cooperate, but each strand has its own needs and power, and I would say cultural perspective. So as a result, the disclosure picture of ET contact can look more like a massive tangled knot rather than a unified interactive form. And I think we need to commit to perceiving both the tangled knot and the cooperative braiding if we're to move into an expansive vision of the future. So the material science strand, we've talked a lot about the Age of Disclosure movie today. Michael gave an excellent presentation on the nuts and bolts of witness testimony and craft. And the material science form really resides in universities, the military, intelligence, government, mainstream news, and of course, MUFON. So many mainstream ufologists still maintain the material view of UFOs, that it must be and include a potential national security threat comprised of random blips or unidentified craft on a telescope or a radar. And now these blips are becoming what we could see as secret corporate classified programs. So if there's no threat, then there's no disclosure. But that's a compromised message, increasingly knotted by the opposing budgetary needs of counterintelligence, government, the military, and corporations. And I'm going to talk a little bit about how these budgetary economic forces cause knots to happen. So one of the people that really highlight this material science strand, I think, and represent it is Avi Loeb. So he believes that data collected from his microscope on top of Harvard University equals material disclosure. And just to riff a little bit off of Michael's talk, I did a Substack on Avi Loeb. Avi Loeb has a very, very interesting background. He was actually part of the Israeli Taupoit program, which is equivalent to what's called the Jason program in America. So the Jason program was, I worked with some Jason scientists when I worked with Dr. Mitchell. So the Jason program, when you're brought into that, you're given a different curriculum than other people at universities are given. So you're given different subjects, you're given different faculty members, you're given a higher level of knowledge. And the Taupoit program that Avi Loeb was in was also part of this material science at a higher level. Interestingly enough, in the mid 80s, he got his PhD in plasma science. So at that point, I don't know of any plasma programs or plasma science degrees. We were just kind of getting into quantum science at that point. So he gets a PhD in plasma science. So, but he also gets pulled into Ronald Reagan's Star Wars program. So the Star Wars program is really the precursor to Lockheed Martin Space Fence, is the precursor to what Trump talks about as the Golden Dome. So Avi Loeb was working on this space fence Golden Dome technology back in the 80s. So that's really where material science is going. It's my opinion, looking at Avi Loeb, that what he's probably doing is he's gathering data to build autonomous space vehicles. So if I live in Phoenix, Arizona now, and we have a lot of Waymo cars. So Waymo cars are Google cars that drive without anybody in the driver's seat. So a lot of college kids use them. And they go on like short trips to the bars or clubs or to their friends or to class or whatever in Waymo cars, because they're not very expensive and they don't have a driver. So Waymo cars were developed by amassing an enormous amount of data that over years, these Waymo cars would drive around with a driver collecting data on the roads in Phoenix. And then all that data was put into these autonomous vehicles. I think the same thing is actually happening in space right now. I think that what Avi Loeb and different people that run these radars and labs and telescopes, what they're doing is they're filling the data bank so that we can have a more effective autonomous space vehicles that are part of Trump's Golden Dome. So one of the things I think we need to do with material government disclosure is I think we need to ask some hard questions. We all say, oh, we want to release all the files. We want to know everything that's happened with ET source craft, with back engineered craft, but we don't really ask the question of, and then what? And then what's next? So one of the things that's never really asked of the people that testify in Congress or the people that make age of disclosure or an Avi Loeb is, are you okay with corporations owning ET sourced patents? Is that okay with you? No one really fleshes out that question, because if the corporations own the patents, it doesn't matter how many military whistleblowers you bring forward, the corporations still own the patents. The military doesn't own them. The corporations own them. Another question I think we need to ask is, as a material government disclosure person, a whistleblower, are you okay to move tech from corporations into the executive or the legislative branch? So I think Deb was just now talking about what would happen if Trump became the disclosure president. So is this okay with you to take a patent, to take an engineering away from a corporation and put it in and lodge it in an executive or legislative branch. No one ever really talks about that because the president oversees the military. So if you move the ET tech into the military, well, then automatically the president, of course, the way our Constitution's written, would have oversight of that because it's part of the military. Is that okay with you? Another question I would ask of material government disclosure people is global surveillance. Are you okay? Are you okay with global surveillance monitoring, profiling, and predicting human behavior? So one of the things that came out of Trump's press conference yesterday about Maduro, I think it was, I'm not sure if it was General Kane or who it was, but someone was saying, we knew when Maduro walked his dog, we knew what clothing he wore, we knew when he went to bed, we knew what his health was like, we knew who he talked to. That is global surveillance. And all of that was possible because of satellites. So what's your guardrails around global surveillance? What's your guardrails around that? So if you're going to be a person in disclosure and you're going to be supported by Peter Thiel, for example, I've got another really good Substack on Peter Thiel and what his background is. If you're looking at that because he's building out the global space surveillance system, is that okay with you or not? The next thing that I think that we need to ask the material disclosure people, and nobody ever brings it up, especially because the CIA is just so heavily involved in disclosure right now. Chris Mellon, David Grush told dark journalist Daniel List that he couldn't talk to Daniel List, that Grush couldn't talk to List because Chris Mellon, CIA, ran the disclosure project and he didn't have permission to go on the show. So what did CIA do? They ran the MK Ultra mind control programs. The CIA works in lockstep with DARPA to bring brain-to-computer technology. So as material government disclosure people, as whistleblowers, are you okay with this exponential AI leap into MK Ultra mind control programs and brain-to-computer harnessing of human consciousness? Nobody asks questions like this of the people. And finally, will disclosure be abandoned and secrets hidden? I think that's really an important question nobody likes to ask. I think it's pretty obvious right now that the general public are tired of disclosure. They don't really pay too much attention to it. I know that the sale of Age of Disclosure kind of went south. Maybe when Spielberg has a new movie, it'll pick back up. And it's interesting because Lou Elizondo already set the stage for disclosure being abandoned. In 2021, he told Richard Dolan in an interview that he hoped to destroy ufology as we know it. And the direct quote from Lou Elizondo in 2021 to Richard Dolan was, go ahead. Waste your money. If you want to waste your money and, watch some dude drop flares off an airplane, I don't know what to tell you. I'll say this, and I don't mean any respect to anybody here in this audience, okay? But this topic has been fraught with fringe and conspiracy theories for a long time. Gee, I wonder why. This is why I said one of my hopes is to destroy ufology as we know it. And what hopefully coalesces afterwards is a pure scientific humanitarian effort to seek the truth, right? And stop telling people a false narrative, but seek the real truth behind what is. I'm not sure what Elizondo's doublespeak means other than he's asking for a way out of ufology's collapse, to enter into some kind of purified scientific material disclosure state of UAP knowledge, and the purer the better. So voila, any difficulties disappear, no questions are answered, no knots are untangled. Second one's a transhumanist strand. people follow my work. I've been studying transhumanism for years. I really got into it when I was working for Dr. Edgar Mitchell in Washington, D.C., and people started dropping information about transhumanism on me. And I was like, you're kidding me, right? I could already see what was going to be unfolding for us today. And 2026, we're living right into it. I don't know, Elon Musk today on X was saying that we're in the singularity already, whatever that means. So the transhuman strand is tightly woven through covertly within the UAP material through artificial intelligence. So transhumanism equals artificial intelligence. So transhumanism is a perspective that future advancements of the human species must be achieved through technological enhancements and or extension. So when I was talking earlier about the professor at Wright State University that had people up and walking with a computer linked into a computer. One girl walked across the stage and got her diploma when she graduated. And another woman walked down the aisle with her father hooked up to this device. So what we're looking at is, these different devices actually not corded to a computer, but actually inside the individual as a computer chip. So once again, an extension. So at the core of transhumanism is the development of a human technology to hybrid, and that's kind of what we were talking about. They were talking about with Michael Charette. When were these beings in the craft? Were they beings? Were they hybrids? Were they robotics? Were there some kind of chemical, biological, or biologic beings? What were they exactly? And that's part of transhumanism, to move to humans into this technological hybrid. So in our culture today, actually, ordinary people now perceive themselves as human technology hybrids. And they live a very robust second life, metaverse life, a la virtual reality goggles, video games. They experience their artificial transhuman feats on a screen or on goggles on their face. While their physical body may not attain hero status, they live vicariously through their data-inspired virtual twin. The virtual twin thing comes up a lot in disclosure discussions in Hollywood, like the Avatar movie. So your virtual twin or your quote avatar is not a blue bean. It's not this being that's this biological that it's going to be created. What it is, it's just a bunch of data that is put onto a blockchain, and that becomes your digital identity. It's literally a digital identity. It's nothing romantic. It's nothing flesh and blood. It's just all digital information, and kind of goes back to when Madeira was captured. That's the kind of what they did. They, without saying, was they created a very robust digital identity of Madeira before they captured him. So interestingly enough, the digital identity started at Purdue University, and one of the professors, Chakravarty, he spent 20 years now building what's called the Sentient World Simulation, SWS, Sentient World Simulation. And the whole project was put together to be able to, what now I think he's probably engineered a digital twin for every person on Earth today. So you probably have a nice, robust digital identity out on a blockchain somewhere that is you. And the interesting thing about that transhumanism in the digital identity is that when you get sick in the future, the diagnosis will not come from your physical body. The diagnosis will come from your virtual twin, from your digital twin on the blockchain, because that holds all your information, and that will be tapped in by your doctor. When you go to apply to a university or to an educational institution, you will not physically be applying to the institution. Your digital identity will be tapped, read, synthesized probably by an AI program, and then that will determine whether you're accepted or not. So it's going to be an all-pervasive situation. So if you would have a psychological or emotional problem, then you would go, they would not sit across from you eye to eye and say, you know, what's going on? What do you need? But in fact, they would look at your digital emotional profile on that blockchain and diagnose you according to that. So it's very, very comprehensive. All of us have it, and we need not romanticize it through some movie like Avatar. So more questions for transhuman AI disclosure people. I would like to say probably the most effective AI disclosure person is Gary Nolan. I don't know if people were aware or not, but yesterday Gary Nolan came out and said that disclosure isn't working, and that now he thinks we need Plan B. So Plan B disclosure is that we don't need government anymore. So we don't need government. So no more government hearings, no more government education, no more talking to people in different levels of state and local and national government, but he's ready to move into Plan B disclosure that doesn't need a government. So just looking at who Gary Nolan is, he's, of course, a professor at Stanford, but he was also very heavily involved in working for the CIA with Havana syndrome. Havana syndrome is people that were in different embassies throughout the world, especially I think it started in Havana, Cuba, where it was first publicly identified. I'm sure it happened way before that. But in Havana, Cuba, they were struck by this electromagnetic waves that affected their brain and made a lot of people ill, mentally ill, physically, psychologically ill. One of the best people to read on this, the Havana syndrome, is a doctor named Michael Burr, B-E-R. He's got a Substack. He's very well informed on that. So Gary Nolan was brought in by the CIA and works for the CIA and the Havana syndrome and all these different, what happens, he was examining people who were experiencers and were, near craft, what happened to their brain. Gary was also very, very highly involved with the mRNA gene technology. So best friends with Dr. Fauci. So Gary's very, very much of a transhumanist. So there's 3 branches of transhumanists that we need to be aware of. There's the genetic engineering. So that's what I was just talking about with the vaccines, with the CIA, with the brain to computer implants, mRNA gene technologies. All of this is part of genetic engineering, synthetic biology that's happening. The next one is, of course, geospatial or geoengineering, and that's this artificial space fence that I talked about, or geoengineering that's going to happen for the Golden Dome. All of this is part of transhumanism, satellite arrays, HARP. I just want to add that just to make people aware. So Trump wants a missile defense with the Golden Dome over the United States. He'll probably extend it down into Canada, if not down into South America and up into Canada and Greenland and Mexico. But other countries have these Golden Domes also. They just have different names for them. So, of course, Israel has the Iron Dome. Taiwan has something called the T-Dome missile defense system. Italy has a missile defense system, and they call it the Michelangelo defense system. So the globe is probably going to start looking like this array of these missile defense umbrellas that go up all over the globe, all over the planet. So planetary umbrella system. And then there's social engineering that's part of transhumanism, which is the memes that we use today to steer human behavior, mind control programs, MK Ultra is all part of it. Social credit control systems, the news, the media, all that's part of social engineering. So I would ask transhuman AI disclosure people like Gary Nolan, is it okay to tokenize Earth's resources and move ET tech from the corporation into government ledgers? So in my Substack, Rebecca Hardcastle Wright, I talk a lot about tokenization. This is really important to realize what's happening. So tokenizing means that you could say go into a national park and you could take, say, Yellowstone Park, and you could tokenize it. So you could take it and make it an entry on a blockchain ledger. So if you maybe watched A Christmas Carol, so the greedy man in A Christmas Carol, he ran like an accounting firm, an auditing firm, and he had a ledger where he would write, how much money Bob Cratchit made and how many hours he worked. Those are ledgers. Those are financial ledgers. Well, financial ledgers that in ink and even typed or put out on a Excel spreadsheet, those are all going to become digitalized, and that's what's called a token. So what happens when you take Yellowstone Park and digitalize it is that you fractionalize it. So now you can sell off pieces of natural resources to multiple people. So I can give Alan a tiny little piece of Yellowstone, and I can give Neil a tiny little piece of Yellowstone, and that will be a token on their personal ledger. So first it could go into something big like BlackRock, or it could go into a government ledger. It's probably going to go into a government ledger if it's resources. So transhumans never really talk about what that means. What's that going to mean? What's that going to mean for humans on Earth when everything becomes tokenized and every resource becomes tokenized? I just want to say that this has been going on again for a long time. In the 1970s, there was a group in California that developed something called the Philo Code, PHYLO code. And the Philo Code actually was a bunch of engineers who got together and decided that they were going to put a blockchain barcode on every piece of nature. So every piece of nature already has a barcode on it. You and I probably have a barcode on us. So the Philo Code in the 70s set this out. So it's been going on for 50 years now. And that's part of the tokenizing of the Earth's resources, something that AI disclosure people never really talk about, and yet they're heavily, heavily involved in it. Do transhuman AI disclosure people support ET tech from corporations to the executive treasury or the Fed? Once again, that's what the tokenization is going to be. Who's going to run the tokens? Who's going to run the token blockchain? Is it going to be the executive branch, the Treasury, or is it going to be the Fed, or is it going to be Congress? Who's going to run this? Nobody talks about it, and nobody asks the question. But yet, if you're going to disclose not only Earth's resources, the tokenization is going to also move into space. So they're going to be tokenizing large portions of the moon, large portions of Mars, wherever they've been moving out into space, an asteroid. All this will be tokenized and moved into a digital economy. And yet disclosure needs to talk about this. Does a transhuman AI disclosure person support the establishment of smart tech-controlled cities? Smart tech-controlled cities are already in existence in the world. So smart cities are based on the belief that it's called the Dark Enlightenment. A man named Ian Davis goes into it. Smart tech-controlled cities, as part of the Dark Enlightenment, is the whole idea that humans no longer run government. So all of this Democrat versus Republican, all of this racial racial divisiveness, all of this political divisiveness that's happening today, is one of the forces behind that is the establishment of smart tech controlled cities. So people get so tired of government not working. So government doesn't work with the Epstein files. Government doesn't work with all the fraud that they're turning up. Government doesn't work for disclosure. Let's get rid of government and let's just have Doge AI come in and run everything. That's how smart cities are going to operate. Our transhuman AI disclosure people, is it Gary Nolan? Is he in favor of that or not in favor of that? I don't know. Nobody ever talks about it. Who's going to control the technology? If you're interested in AI, one of the best people to read is a man named Gary Marcus, Marcus. He invented the software for Uber. And one of the things he goes into deeply, he's got a Substack, is what's going on with who controls the technology, who makes the guardrails. And this is something that our transhuman AI disclosure people talking about or wondering about, or are they just kind of going to let it unfold? So who's going to control the technology also goes into who's going to control the ET technology. And will disclosure be abandoned for AI elite control, which goes again into the whole dark enlightenment. So dark enlightenment is what's called an occult inversion. So enlightenment's light, but then you call it dark. So it's obviously has some occult underpinnings to it. So the next thread or the next strand in the bow and knot that I think is significant. So we've had material science, we've had transhumanism, and I think the third strand that's of primary importance is planetary cosmic changes. So I believe that cosmic changes accelerate conscious advancement. It's as though the cosmic changes cooperate with human transformation. These climate changes include coronal mass ejections, we call them CMEs, solar winds, solar storms, planetary movements, all of this happening with the sun and the need to, like, the sun's our enemy. We need to block the sun out. It's coming from a lot of the globalists at this point. But the sun, I mean, that's an experiment in naivete. The sun's way too powerful for them to ever block it out. So I believe that all of these images that we're getting from the sun, all of these coronal mass ejections, auroras, solar winds we talk about, I think they really awaken our body and our being, and our consciousness gets magnified by this. And we do begin to see multidimensionals, extraterrestrials, and angelic beings. So we're basically internally, again, subjectively, internally awakening to a host of outer forces that are internally working on us. Why is this knowledge coming out now? Well, if you look at it historically, before the 1980s, humans really had very limited access even to astrology. So, you know, the original astrology charts probably came from the Dendera zodiac on the ceiling of the Temple of Horus in Egypt. So there were ancient rulers, priests, and wealthy elite, and they hired their astrologers, which is very timely right now because we're going into the season of what in Christianity is called the Epiphany. So the Epiphany is where the three wise men came from the East and visited the Christ child. So who were these three wise men? Well, of course, they were astrologers. But the people that had the astrologers work for them were the generals, the rulers, the political forces, the wealthy elite, the secret occult schools. They all had astrologers. The common people, not so much. But in the 1980s, astrology became available to everyone due to the internet, probably more the late 1980s. And with advanced software, anybody can create a chart online. They can read their own astrological influences. And I think that this is one of the main thrusts into cosmic consciousness for people, because they look at the stars and they look at the constellations in a totally different way because of that. So if you combine astrology with scientifically sophisticated telescopes and radars. Humans are looking out into space all the time now, and that's affecting who they are. Just a really short story. So when I worked with Dr. Edgar Mitchell and lived in Washington, D.C. as his representative, I went to visit the Hubble Space Telescope one day, and the head mathematician took us around. Mario Livio took us around and showed us different places in the Hubble Space Telescope. And we came down this big room, and it was filled with those metal library shelving that you see in offices, old office furniture that was metal. And I looked down one of the aisles of these metallic metal library features, and down at the end of one of the rows was a man sitting at what looked like to me like a IKEA table. Quite frankly, it looked like an IKEA desk, and he had a small computer in front of him with a screen. And I looked at Mario Livio, and I just said, intuitively, I said, "What's that guy doing? What's he doing down there?" And Mario Livio looked at me and he said, "Oh, he's colorizing space." Colorizing space. He said, the space images from Hubble come to us black and white, grainy, gray, dull, boring. And he sits there and makes it have color and bring it alive. So I think the colorizing of the space that we're seeing via computers is something that's also affecting our cosmic consciousness. I think another important person in cosmic consciousness and in planetary changes is Susan Manwich. She has a Substack called IET Evolve, Everyday Earthing and Energy Wisdom. And her whole idea is something called electromagnetic neurogenetics that describes the earth changes and the electromagnetic shifts that we're going through. You can subscribe to her IET Evolve if you're kind of into this sort of thing. And she does a really beautiful, like 5 to 8 minute I guess it's kind of like a podcast that's part of her Substack. And she talks about for the day, what's happening on Earth, what's happening with the sun, what's happening in the cosmos, and how does that, directly affect your energy? Does it calm you? Is it bringing you chaos? What exactly is happening with that? But I think we also need to know that on Earth, these cosmic changes also need to be equated with geoengineering, all these, what's happening to the Earth. For example, CERN's particle reactor in Switzerland, it affects not only the Earth's magnetic pole, but it also above the Earth affects the magnetosphere, and it may be affecting the sun. We really don't know. So we're dealing with a very volatile sun right now that we're moving deeper and deeper to an understanding of it. And we're simultaneously, as humans, developing these geoengineering situations on Earth. So if you have a CERN that is actually affecting the Earth's magnetics, that's affecting the magnetosphere above the Earth, and it's affecting the sun, then there's no wonder that all we'd hear about is pole shift and the pole shift narrative and at the end of time narratives, because of course, that's something that humans are aware that there's something very dynamic, not only coming from the sun, but also coming from human geoengineering. So then we come to exoconscious humans untying the knots, the 5 Ps. So I'm going to have to talk about 5 Ps today. And it's the best way to think about what exoconscious humans are doing. So exoconsciousness we define as the innate human ability. So we believe that every human possesses the innate human ability to, so not special people, not channelers, not people that have been downloaded, not people that come from, mystery school families or have been Rosicrucian for 5 generations or belong to theosophical schools or anthroposophical schools. But quite frankly, it's just a natural human ability to connect, communicate, and co-create. So connect, communicate, and co-create with extraterrestrials, multidimensionals, and spiritual beings. So we include spiritual beings because a lot of people in our community have a lot of contact with spiritual beings. That's quite common. So we believe that we as exoconscious humans combine to create a soothing force that unbinds a lot of the material knots that we've been talking about, that can begin to look at very clearly with clear eyes and with discernment a lot of the questions that we've been asking about material science, about transhumanism. And that each strand that I've pulled, material, transhuman, exoconscious, cosmic, all of those have their own needs, their own power, or their own cultural perspectives. So what we want to see happen is that these perspectives come into some kind of balance. All four forces will remain. It's not as though we're going to, all become exoconscious and get rid of all of the material science people, or become exoconscious and get rid of all of the transhuman AI movements in the world. That's just not going to happen. We have to learn to live within this earth with all these different forces. So we believe in the advancement of natural human consciousness. So natural human consciousness would be something that could stand in harmony with transhumans. So transhumans, as I said, believe that there needs to be a technological advancement in order to be a transhuman. We believe that natural human consciousness, natural human physical bodies are what are really going to take us into the future. And that psychic intelligence and contact experiencers are what are going to bring in the advancement that needs to happen to calm everything down, to untie these knots. We believe that the exoconscious body and brain nervous system is a receiver, a transmitter, and a creator of this information, and that every human receives downloads of communication and direction and uploads into the data field. I think Vincent talked about Dan Brown's new book, Secret of Secrets. I have to admit, I'm only halfway through it, but he's really talking about, in the book, he makes it into this big drama that, this writer, this neuroscientist has just discovered that there's consciousness beyond the brain, even though people have been talking about forever, like Rupert Sheldrake and many other people, but makes a big drama in the book about it. But he does cover a lot of near-death experiences, a lot of consciousness information. So if you're into consciousness, pick up Dan Brown's book and read it. It's very, very interesting. Since we believe that contact is innate for all humans, we also believe that we're in a peer-to-peer relationship with our contacts. So that means that we believe that if we channel, like Kevin Briggs in our group channels the Council of Eight, or if we bring in information as an artist, Aurora is an artist that draws the Council of Eight to bring it into knowledge for us, that we're in a peer-to-peer relationship on equal footing with these extraterrestrials. So we're not really dealing with what you would look at as the ETs are smart and we're stupid. I mean, we don't really believe in that kind of philosophy. We believe that we're in that part of that. We share that field of consciousness with them, and as that we're in a peer-to-peer level. So the first P, so I'm going to talk about 5 Ps. The first P is post-disclosure, and that's the Institute for Exoconsciousness. We are a post-disclosure group. So a lot of what's going on in government, in the halls of government, and in the hearings that are happening, and different whistleblowers that are coming forth, we believe that as contactees, that we are post-disclosure. And a lot of this is just, people needing to catch up, important work that needs to be done on a political, sociological, film level, with Steven Spielberg's new movie come out, books like Dan Brown's Secret of Secrets. But as contactees, we're post-disclosure. That's the first P. The second P, and can you let me know if this is plain? Is that plain, Neil? Neil, I need to know if, or Alan, I need to know if that's plain.
It's playing now.
Oh, good.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
It was playing and it stopped. So click play. There we go. Is there supposed to be sound?
Yeah, it's on.
We don't hear any sound. Is it coming up?
So it's not working.
There's no sound, but you'd
Okay.
probably have to reshare your screen and click share sound. You want to do that?
Sure. I stopped share.
So yeah, click the share screen.
Oh, wait, I need to get out of this. It's not, I can't.
So
I
when
need
you go,
to-
there should be a little icon here. Let me see what like.
Yeah, can you help me, please?
Yeah, so click share screen again, and then at the bottom it says also share tab audio or screen audio.
Okay.
You see that? Share system audio. Make sure that's selected.
Okay. Okay, share screen. Share screen. Okay.
Just make sure you click the share system audio.
I see an audio.
You see it?
I just see tips.
Tips. I'm not sure what tips are. But
Says
you see the
screen
screen
sharing
share
tips.
window.
Okay, I got you.
No.
Oh, I see
you
it.
see
It's
it?
on.
Also-
Yeah, it's on the audio tab's on.
Let's do it again.
Okay.
Let's try it out.
Okay. If it doesn't work, I send it to you.
Oh yeah, I'll pull it up just in case.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and pull it up because I have a feeling it's not going to work.
What email did you send it to? 1 second here.
Okay.
There we go. Well, okay, I'm gonna do it.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and do it?
Let's get the video.
Because it's important. Planetary Constitution is the second P.
Okay, here we go. Special program. All right, do you see it?
I see it.
Okay, let's play it. Let me know if you don't hear
For
it.
Exoconsciousness is the first
Good.
disclosure organization to support co-creation between natural human and off-planet intelligences. When members of the Institute focused on how exoconscious humans will guide our spacefaring future, the result was a comprehensive document, the Exoconscious Planetary Constitution, a groundbreaking document designed to establish a framework for the rights and responsibilities of humanity in its interactions with non-human entities. As humanity stands on the threshold of significant advancements in space exploration and interspecies communication, we invite you to listen closely to the Constitution and share it with your friends and colleagues. Thank you.
Planetary Constitution by the Institute for Exoconsciousness. We, the people of planet Earth, in order to form a more perfect interplanetary global union,
establish justice,
ensure domestic tranquility,
provide for the common defense,
promote the general welfare,
and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity as a human race.
Do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States
on planet Earth. Whereas number 1,
natural human consciousness is a fundamental and precious right of all humans and embodies the inalienable human rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of health and happiness.
2, all humans have the inalienable right to protect their consciousness from spiritual, energetic, physical, or environmental influence or interference from humans and non-human entities.
3. Non-human entities, both natural and artificial, have historically and currently interact with governments and individuals of the human race on planet Earth.
4. Humans have the ability and intention to explore outer space. including other planets, moons, dimensions, and celestial bodies.
5. Space exploration increases the likelihood of increased interactions with unknown types of species of non-human entities.
6. Encounters with non-human entities raise important issues for the future of the human race, including intergalactic communication, independence, negotiation, governance, diplomacy, technology, trade, ownership, protection, interference, and consciousness.
7. Many humans known as contactees and experiencers are experiencing direct contact and communication with non-human entities.
The term exoconsciousness has been created to describe this unique form of communication. It includes, but is not limited to, co-creation with non-human intelligences, telepathic knowledge, spaceship piloting, predictions of global warfare and environmental issues, medical healing, DNA alterations, and interdimensional and intergalactic exploration.
Number 8, the United States government and other governments have engaged in a long-term campaign to hide black budget programs, exclude the general population from its knowledge of non-human interactions, and discredit claims made by contactees and experiencers, all in an effort to maintain maximum security about non-human interactions with humans.
Now, therefore, we declare 1. Contactees and experiencers must be included in human interactions with non-human entities on behalf of governments of planet Earth.
2. Contactees and experiencers can communicate with and thereby gain a better understanding of non-human interactions, capabilities, and plans than traditional government space programs or existing human technologies. 3.
The inclusion of contactees and experiencers in government discussions and interactions with non-human entities will reduce the likelihood of planetary conflict, war, and destruction, and increase the likelihood of accurate communication, mutually agreeable goals, peaceful cooperation, and interspecies respect.
On September 20th, 2024 at 8:00 p.m. Eastern Time, the Planetary Constitution was signed by Rebecca Hardcastle Wright, PhD, founder and director of the Institute for Exoconsciousness, Nancy Duterte, Esquire, co-director of the Institute for Exoconsciousness, Linda Martouche, Contact and Consciousness Advisor, Institute for Exoconsciousness, Susan Manwich, MS, PhD candidate, New Energy Advisor, Institute for Exoconsciousness. Thanks. Thank you. Appreciate that. So I'll go back to my PowerPoint. I'm almost done real quick.
Yeah, just go ahead and screen share once again.
Okay.
Split up.
Okay.
There we go. Got it.
Okay, got it. Current slide. Okay, basically, just to go back to the Planetary Constitution. So what we're saying there is that as we move into space, and as I've been talking about the Golden Dome and these different space structures, autonomous space vehicles, moving into different planets for exploration, these dark programs, if they don't involve extraterrestrial experiencers, they're going to miss out on an opportunity, because we have been communicating with these beings, these intergalactic extraterrestrial beings, as well as multidimensional beings, and experiencers could be a pathway for peace and mutual understanding, as opposed to war and attack and missile defense. So the third P is a plasma course. We're going to be offering a plasma study course. I think plasma science, going back to Avi Loeb. So Avi Loeb got a PhD in plasma science. Obviously, we've been through, I don't know, what, about 25, 20 or 30 years now of quantum science. I think what we're going to be moving into next is really an understanding on the citizens level of plasma science. And we want to make that possible. Plasma is involved in orbs, light beams, crop circles, space weapons, energy, different energy systems, and DNA. It's interesting that and people are following these data centers that are being built that are supporting the artificial intelligence structure of transhumanism. So they're an extraction technology, actually. So these data centers that are being built to house all the digital information that they're compiling are extracting a lot of water as well as a lot of energy. So here in Arizona, where we don't have a very robust water table, to say the least, for example, they've been building data centers in Arizona. We're one of the primary places for data centers. And ironically, just go back to our early comments about Dayton, Ohio. Ohio and Columbus, Ohio is the second place that these data centers are being built, primary centers. So Arizona, Ohio. What's happening in Arizona is that as they come online, these fissures and big cracks are appearing actually in the land of Arizona, because the water table, the little bit of a water table that we have, is being severely depleted. So I don't know if people are aware of it, but Trump came out about a week or two ago talking about TMTG, something called TAE, which means tri-alpha energy. So tri-alpha energy is actually plasma energy, plasma fusion energy. And people are aware probably also that a world-renowned plasma scientist was killed about the same time that Trump came out talked about that. He was shot. He was shot. I think the same time as a big university shooting happened. One of the Ivy League schools. At the same time, this MIT plasma physicist was also killed. So, what's going to happen? So when I work with Dr. Edgar Mitchell, we worked on 0-point energy in Washington, D.C., trying to bring it forward. So 0-point energy is plasma science. It's fusion science. It's part of 0-point energy. But there was, of course, pushback and no real welcoming of that in Washington, D.C. But because of these data centers needing such incredible amounts of energy, it looks to me like we are going to hear more and more in the coming years about plasma science, about plasma fusion, especially about plasma energy, because you're going to need an alternative energy source to run these data centers. Solar energy, coal, nuclear, you can run them on nuclear, of course, but I think that that's probably going to become the doorway, I feel, for 0-point energy, plasma fusion, and all of that. So also inside our body is plasma. So our DNA is plasma. So we're plasma beings. We're actually plasma light beings. And we're going to be studying that. If you want to join us in that study, just join our Substack. We have a coaching group at this part of this also. So we're just going to have a year about learning about plasma. It's going to be a collaborative learning situation. It's the cheapest course out there. It's $8 a month to join the course. So you can apply at RebeccaHardcastleWright.substack.com as part of that. Anyway, I think plasma science is going to be one of the more exciting things that we learn about as humans in the coming years. So the fourth P is prevention of weapons in space. We work with Carol Rosin and the people in China and Russia and the UN that she put together for the Treaty for the Prevention of Weapons in Space. So this ties in again to the Golden Dome for America, this layered defense, early detection. Who's going to lay the guardrails down on this? Who's going to lay the guardrails down? Who's going to have control over it? Who's going to monitor it? Like, we all belong on this globe. We all belong on this earth, this planet Earth, and preventions of weapons in space, I think, is something that we need to move toward as an experiencer group. The fifth P is psychic advancement. We talk a lot about psychic advancement. I just noticed some people, we have a group that meets monthly, and we also have a group that meets weekly. And also every Friday, I publish something called Moving Forward Friday, updates for insights for a post-disclosure future. So there's a lot of consciousness, psychic advancement that I put into these weekly Moving Forward Fridays, as well as all of the Substacks that we publish. Just quoting from our most recent Substack, the turbulence we are experiencing globally today is like a churning sea of consciousness. Sediment from the bottom is being carried to the surface as waves plunge below. Quote came from Nancy Duterte, the co-director of the Institute for Exoconsciousness. So how do exoconscious humans navigate into the 2026 new year churn? If you are psychically sensitive, you sense the churn, the now visible sediment from the bottom. The churn awakens and sharpens your navigation abilities. The churn pulls you further below and tosses you farther above than you've ever been, down into the core of the earth and above into cosmic consciousness. Churn reorients you and provides opportunities to leverage your advanced human abilities. I'm going to read that again. Churn reorients you and provides you opportunities to leverage your advanced human abilities. In 2026, we set our intention and take strong strokes into the churn. We take strong strokes into the churn, birthing abilities, co-creations. Our shift to exoconsciousness is a global co-creation phenomenon, bringing inventions and innovations to the fields of science, education, art, space, and spirituality. It sounds big. It is. You can join our future with our website that has all of the people that are part of our exoconscious community. I just want to say that I'm giving this presentation, but this is a community involvement, and you'll find the community at exoconscioushumans.com. We have weekly coaching. We also have a monthly coaching through our Substack. And we also have an Exoconscious Humans YouTube where you can meet a lot of the people who are part of our community. So this is my information to contact Rebecca Hardcastle-Bright at gmail.com, or Hardcastle-Bright. My website is exoconsciousness.com, and our community website is exoconscioushumans.com. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. Well, what is a churn? A churn is like shaking something up.
Yeah.
Something,
The
right?
chaos. The chaos is the churn.
Yeah.
Rebecca, so I appreciate what you're doing, but we have many groups coming together. How can we bring all these groups, what Don Schmidt is doing, what I don't know. There's all what I'm helping this thing called UApedia. I mean, how do we start to network all these people on the edge here, like Portal to Ascension? What do you suggest?
The thing I like best, I don't know, I've been on Substack now for about a year and a half. And the thing I like about Substack is it networks everybody.
It does, huh?
Yes. And it networks them well.
How does how does that happen?
So I write my Substack, and then I recommend other people's Substacks.
Oh.
And then there's also a chat feature. So if all these different groups coalesce their blogs or whatever it is that they're writing, their PR into Substack, then they could all connect with each other on Substack, because Substack came out of COVID. So when a lot of people left universities or medical professions during COVID, they wanted a place where they could openly talk and have free speech about what was happening. And so that's what really birthed Substack. And it allows you to read other people's writing, to see what other people are doing actively in this sphere. I just think I think Facebook is a little too. A lot of these social media platforms are too diluted.
Yeah.
I
So
think
where would you start on
it's
Substack? Who would you start with?
well, if any of these groups that you just referenced,
Oh, okay.
if they're on Substack, then I can recommend them and restack their Substacks.
Right. But could we have like a meeting where we're bringing everyone together? I mean, can
Yeah, I
we?
think that'd be a great idea. I think that would
That's
be a
what
great
I do
idea.
with these conferences. But I've had the dream for a while. If we had all these conferences, all these producers, all these organizations come together to create one thing jointly.
Well,
Well,
I
know,
think
like-
that we're actually doing that. I think we're doing one thing. We're just not identifying it.
Well, it's not just coming together, it's taking action. Like I've been proposing and talking to Danny or mentioned to Danny Sheehan about a march on Washington with hundreds of thousands of people demanding transparency. I mean, you get major speakers there, you get people standing in front of the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, wherever, and you say, this is a united front of people, experiencers, government insiders, military, whistleblowers. And I mean, that's how people gather attention. I think we could get 10,000 people there. Maybe that's optimistic, but we could get a lot of people there.
It's like what's the goal with that? You mean you to push for disclosure and for the fact that we're not alone, the knowing about the UFO
I would
crash.
say pushing for the fact that the government does know something and they're hiding that truth, and we are kind of in the dark about what's going on. And
I would actually say that given what's happened with the congressional hearings, I think the military knows. I don't know how much the government knows. And so what you're really, I think in many ways, the current disclosure process, it's misdirected. You need to be talking to the military. You need to be talking to the Wright-Patterson people.
Well, there was military at the last. There was the Jeff Utility.
Imagine you did this on imagine you did this walk on DC and all the congressional members and all the people in Congress are there, and then they have like people are asking them to come out and say something. They're not even the ones in on it. Therefore, if anything, they're figuring out that they've been lied to, and they thought that they were able to.
They're way behind where Neil and Alan are.
In the last congressional hearing, you had 3 military people. You had Dylan Boylan, you had Jeff Nuttili, and there was another guy there from the Navy. They're coming out and saying it, but they're not the ones who are keeping the secrets. They're out with it.
I think corporations too. I think there's 2 places that know. Corporations like Lockheed Martin and the military. Right. I think Intel is kind of guarding the hen house. I think that's what they're doing. Like
you addressed one of the points that if private corporations have crash retrieval material that's given to them from the military, and they're developing technology from that belongs to the American people, and the American people.
No, that belongs to the corporation.
No, but it's military that is part of the U.S.
Well, then that would need to come from the military.
No, but the military is funded by, I guess, taxes, and if they're giving things to private corporations, whatever's developed out of that belongs to the American people. That's my
right.
And so that's not happening.
Yeah, I just think that trying to go to Congress, I mean, having lived in DC when I worked for Dr. Mitchell, trying to go to Congress and educate people, that's a tough thing. That's a tough thing to do. You can maybe pull out, 1 or 2 people, but even then, I mean, you guys know, you spent years reading books, interviewing people. You know how long it takes to really understand what's happening. I don't know. I would target military, and I would target high-level corporations.
Yeah, I don't think there's any when it comes to like there's definitely things you need to be aware of and concerned about when it comes to the disclosure of the fact that we're not alone. I for personally think we don't need to worry about it because if you just look like you guys been in this for a while, Alan, you've been in for a long time. Like
So it's
what's
Rebecca.
happening right now, 20, 30 years ago, there's nothing like it. And that's why we're so excited about it. That's why we're doing these routine events. So it's coming out slowly but surely. But we don't have to say it's inevitable and just mean that from our own spiritual perspective. We can look at what's going on TV in Congress, the conversations that are being had, and then we can just say like, well, it's happening. It's happening in their own way, and everything they do, even if they lie to us, even if they lie on TV, I don't feel that it's having a negative effect per se, because all it's doing is waking up more people to the fact that we're not alone. And there's all these millions and millions and millions of people that had no clue about any of this world that now know about it just in the last
Right.
5 years.
And I think Spielberg's movie is going to help a lot. I mean, Day of Disclosure, it's right there. I mean, he would not have made that movie unless we, the people, have been making a lot of noise that there's something going on, So I think we help contribute to some of the media frenzy. I mean, not just us, but, last 60 years, people like Stephen Bassett, Linda Moulton Howe, John Mack, Whitley Strieber. These are the heroes and pioneers that have made this movement, a people's movement. I mean, what Danny Sheehan is doing. So I think, yes, we can keep going, but somebody talked about disclosure fatigue. Okay, we keep pushing, and then like, where does it get us? But maybe it is getting us somewhere. Maybe it is. I mean, Rebecca, what do you think? You've been in this probably longer than anyone since you.
Well, I was caught off guard a little bit by my talk. I talked about Gary Nolan. He said, let's go to Plan B. Maybe.
What does he mean by Plan B?
No government.
Well, what does that mean, though? That
means that put disclosure into the academic researchers. Let the academic researchers and the scientists do the disclosure. I would submit that our Plan B should be let the experiencers be post-disclosure. Let the experiencers, like what you're having with this seminar. That's where I think, then that's actually where we're concentrating in the Institute for Exoconsciousness. Learn plasma science, learn psychic development, support the Constitution, support prevention of weapons in space.
Right.
Those are Plan B. Those are citizen-inspired Plan B. Always running for somebody in government or somebody in the military. One thing for sure in the military, and I think Michael made a great point of that, is you can be a 5-star general and not know about this.
Absolutely.
So I mean, for us to spend our energy doing that, I would much rather spend energy educating people, developing psychic ability, working on something like the planetary constitution, working on plasma science, knowing that, throwing up all these, we have plasma weapons that people are looking at and thinking that they're orbs and they came from ETs. They're plasma weapons. And we need to educate ourselves about that.
Well, I think that's a good point, but I still think consensus reality, when the government rolls out the bodies and the craft, all the craft Michael Schrack is talking about, that creates the next level of awareness. And
you made a good comment, Alan, when you said, "Why aren't you Michael Schrack? Why aren't you on Gaia TV?"
Yes, why?
Yeah, why is he not? Because they don't. The media doesn't want to put him on Gaia TV or any TV.
Well, he's such a valuable resource with his research.
Oh, phenomenal.
You're saying like that. Yes, consensus reality, having the bodies out and all this stuff is going to make people just not be able to deny it, even when it's in front of people's faces, people still deny, right? But then there's the other element of it, like it's this and that, right? Like, yeah, that's all happening, and obviously it's happening. But then when it comes to people teaching people like psychic powers, how to use your extrasensory abilities, what the human consciousness is, how it's processed. Yes, that needs to happen as well simultaneously, because what you're doing, Rebecca, and what people like you're creating an institution of this kind of awareness for when everybody gets to that consensus reality. It's like basically the education system for us realizing how our potential and what consciousness really is being worked right now. We're coming up with the curriculum, if you will, right?
Right.
Well, making it available to people to help them out. And one of the things I didn't mention, but I'm just going to say this, I don't know how true it is, but I know enough about plasma science. So plasma science is plasma's conscious. Plasma's conscious. Plasma self-assembles and deassembles. So it can reassemble and deassemble. So what you're looking at, and probably one of the reasons why a lot of this is blocked, quite frankly, and a lot of 0-point energy, fusion energy has been blocked, is because when human consciousness becomes aware of the power they have, you can launch a plasma weapon and human consciousness can disable it.
Stop it. Yeah.
Right. I believe
That
that.
has massive military implications.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah. No, I think when we learn potential, human potential, is why the telepathy tapes are so key, right? You've heard that, and one thing I think I'll get a little feedback. That's really in the way is the paradigm we've been brought up to think in. Like the world is material, and when and life is sort of meaningless, and it's a freak of nature, and all those things that have kept us from the truth of this eternal life force that is moving through us, that is full of intelligence and connected to the cosmos. We're not living in a dead universe. That's what they want us to believe. Life is an emergent property of creation. That's what I say in my book, Making Contact. So if we can start from that foundation, then consciousness is not the hard question. The hard question of science is, how did consciousness come into being? But if we start with consciousness, that's the easy question. It's not even the question. It's the ground of where everything else emerges from. And I think that is something the UFOs are trying to communicate to us. My favorite quote, and I say this too much, from John Mack, is UFOs are like an outreach program from the cosmos for the consciously impaired. That's us, the consciously impaired. And I just think he summed it up so perfectly, because I think exo-consciousness is our destiny. It's what we're here to embrace. And I'm so happy you coined that term, because it sums it up perfectly, that consciousness is not just an internal thing, it's exo. It extends beyond. There's reality and consciousness and reality are interwoven. So this is one of the things I think phenomena is not showing up, even though Preston Dennett says it is, but it's evasive. It's showing up and not showing up. It's appearing. It's talking to some people and not others, because I think on some level we have to put this together, each for ourselves, and shift our personal paradigm, and then shift a global paradigm by sharing information. And that's what these online conferences, in-person conferences, Contact in the Desert, all these things are pushing for us all to come together to have a different take on reality. And when we do, different things are possible. When everyone has exo-conscious awareness, and exo-conscious happening is much more easier to accept.
Yeah.
So that's what I feel. Anyway, but I just want to share. I just want to share something that because I think the conversation should continue, Neil, right? And so,
of course, continue. You mean right now, this moment?
No, I just want to show some things.
Go ahead.
No, how do I share my screen and
or share screen?
Share screen.
Yeah.
Okay.
And,
what were you going to say first? Sorry.
While you're doing that, I just want to share that Rebecca, you also were talking about the energy systems needed for the data centers,
Mhm.
and I'm looking into that too. And it's just very interesting because with AI, quantum computing, the disclosure of UFOs, and advancements all over the place, the understanding of science being subatomic, right, all happening simultaneously. There is no coincidence. But then we neglect to realize one other aspect of it all, that there have been actually energy systems that have been come out and then have been like hijacked, or person who came out with this energy system disappears, but it would have changed the paradigm.
He
But right
died,
now,
but yeah.
yeah, but right now with AI in itself, we need a different source of power, and quantum computing is quite literally processing one equation, if you will, through multiple parallel realities simultaneously. Because it actually proves that quantum computing proves the multiverse, in my opinion. And what we're doing is, like, you might have heard that they have like a mathematical equation, and that equation could take the same amount of years as there are atoms in this galaxy, right? And they do it within a millisecond. Okay, so what they're doing in essence is tapping into all parallel realities to process that at the same exact moment. So my question is, what if we changed it from a mathematical equation to a message? And we sent a message through quantum computing and AI to all parallel realities. Will we end up being able to communicate with other?
That's a good idea. I love that, Neil. That's brilliant. How do we
Right.
make sure
That's what we're gonna do soon.
how do we make sure to
It sounds
rise
like
in
a
parallel
SETI.
reality?
Sounds like didn't SETI try to do something like that at one point? Send a message.
Probably.
Yeah.
Through,
But you're doing it on another level. That's why I did the Bowden knot. That's why I did the 4 strands, because we need to understand that each of these different strands is pulling us. It's pulling us forward. And instead of fighting against each other, just be realistic about it. Ask the questions like for materialism and transhumanism. I have a lot of questions about that nobody's talking about. Like, do they know where they're going? Is anybody ask these questions? But yet AI and transhumanism, like you say, with the energy systems and the data systems, that's going to bring plasma on board. You're going to have it. There's no way around it. There's just not enough. There's not enough energy.
Yeah.
Can you tell me if this is being shared?
I don't see anything yet, Alan. Click. You can
see that?
Yep, it's coming up.
You
Yeah.
see that?
Yeah, we see it.
Oh, okay. This is so the conversation keeps going, so it doesn't stop. There's this another online conference coming called UAPCon. It's uapcon.com, and sort of what Rebecca's been talking about. We need some academics here: Jeffrey Kripo, Whitney Strieber, J.J. Hertog, Tara DiLiberto, PhD, psychologist, Risberg, Sean, brilliant, Kimberly Engels, who works at John Mack Institute, Dan Brankel, and Paul Hynek. We're all coming together on January 5th. So people want to come to that, they can just sign up at uapcon.com. It's a real academic approach to the phenomena. So that's 20. That just keeps the conversation going. I think we should have more of these, Neil, like once a month, where just an update, bringing people like Rebecca, and I know Susan Menowich for 30 years, so bring her into the discussion. And Danny Sheehan's people are really doing amazing stuff. Are we wrapping up the whole day here, Neil?
Yeah. Let's wrap it up with some final thoughts.
I just want to show the Danny Sheehan video that is part of the Citizens for Disclosure.
And while you put that up, I'll share that next week on the weekend we're doing a 2-day conference again. So it's a really busy beginning of the year. Pleiadians Arcturians conference. Saturdays all Pleiadians, Sundays all Arcturians, and it's going to be really amazing. And I set this up deliberately like this. Originally, this event was going to be a 5-day event, and it was going to be UFOs to starseeds. But then I remember the last time I did a 5-day event and how I was out of commission for 2 weeks afterwards. So I was like, okay, let's split it up into 2 weekends. So what I did was, I see it out. I did this weekend, disclosure, and then next weekend we go deeper with the Pleiadians and Arcturians and start talking about star family. So you can check that out on portal2ascension.org, everyone.
Oh, so you see this now? Oh, can we play it? Okay.
Good morning and welcome to the.
Before we play it, I just want to say this is New Paradigm Institute. This is part of the Washington, D.C. hearings. This is Danny Sheehan. So that's another way to get involved. Another group. You know them, Rebecca, right? Danny Sheehan's group. And I kind of was just there and it became a part of this video. But this is took place on September 9th. And at that last hearing that Luna and Burleson were part of. So this is a little clip from the New Paradigm Institute.
Good morning and welcome to the hearing regarding UAP disclosures. For too long, the issue of unidentified anomalous phenomena has been shrouded in secrecy, stigma, and in some case, outright dismissal. Today, I want to state clearly that this is not science fiction or creating speculation. This is about national security, government accountability, and the American people's right to the truth. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and the nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Boeing contractors reported a massive glowing red square silently hovering over 2 missile defense sites. I talked to 5 shaken witnesses who described a massive triangular craft that hovered silently for about 45 seconds before shooting away at impossible speed.
A self-luminous, tic-tac-shaped object emerged from the ocean before linking up with 3 other similar objects.
These things are real. They can fly in formation, they're evasive, and they outperform any aircraft known to exist, including ours.
I saw a 100-foot equilateral triangle take off from near the NASA hangar on the base.
It's either a weapons program being reverse engineered by our governments or other governments, or not from here. Those are it.
There is something out there, and we should know as the people what it is.
Let this be the moment when America chooses courage over fear, transparency over secrecy, and progress over stagnation. Let's show the world that our nation leads not only through strength, but through fearless pursuit of the truth.
Exactly. Now the next part. It's people's coming forward. Here it goes.
That's a good one. I'm on it. My name is Nathan, sir. If I can help, you holler at me. Thank you, sir.
UFO and UAP disclosure is important to society because there's a change in perspective that needs to happen. The reality of what exists has never changed and will not change. There is a force, unfortunately, that is trying to withhold that information at this point, and we have to stand up and say no more.
To help bridge the gaps between people and to bring us closer together and remember that connectedness is what will literally get us out of the mess that we're in.
It has to do with transparency with the government, giving Congress the ability to perform proper oversight over both what the government is doing, several agencies, as well as what the private sector is doing.
We're not being told the truth, and we deserve the truth, not just as citizens of whatever country we're from, but also as citizens of the world and as collective humanity.
What's really remarkable is that we have been lied to as the American people for probably 70 years at least, since World War II.
I think disclosure, for what it means and what it stands for at the end of the day, is very important to everybody, basically. For me, fundamentally as a human being, I think we have a right to know.
We're entering into an inflection point, a tipping point, as a nation, as a species, and as a world.
UFO disclosure is part of our evolution of humanity, expanding our knowledge of the universe, it's what we've always done since the beginning of civilization. What's over that mountain? What happens if we plant this crop? What happens if we make this machine? What happens if we know there's more to the universe? It changes our scope of reality, which gives us more opportunities, which expand our mental cognition to be more creative, more loving, more open, more resilient humans. All right. How do we get it out of? Okay, Neil. That
Hold on one
was
sec.
good, wasn't that?
That was great. I especially love what you shared there too.
It's
Yeah,
beautiful.
and thank you. And I was just talking about why this is important, because it's a spark of our destiny. And I think we're being kept from it in a way, or maybe it's a pressure cooker where we need enough people coming together so there's enough of us knowing that there's something more, and it will propel us into really another phase of evolution. So it's a kind of the most, right, Rebecca, it's the most exciting thing happening on the planet is pushing for this level of truth. I can't, this is what Grant Cameron says. It's the Super Bowl of all Super Bowls. So I think in the post-disclosure world, if and when it comes, there's a reorientation of who we are. Exoconsciousness will be so key at that point. And I'm glad you're starting to educate people right now about what that means, because it's coming. Consciousness is beyond the physical embodiment, and that's why things like remote viewing and psychic mediumship and just intuition and telepathy are key components for the next phase of human being. So, yeah, I'm excited.
I actually think, just to affirm what you said, I actually believe that part of the churn that Nancy Duterte was talking about was the fact that so many, there's so much overwhelm right now. There's overwhelm of information right now on so many levels. Things are just breaking open right now. And if you don't have, if you haven't invested in your psychic ability, then you're just going to follow some authoritarian or hero or whatever. And really, in order to be a sovereign human, you have to have that psychic development piece inside of you that you trust. Like, you trust your gut on this. And otherwise, I don't think you can navigate what's coming at us right now.
Well, can you just name what's overwhelm? I mean, you could shut off the news and walk into the woods. That's kind of,
you can do that, but we as experiencers were brought into this world to live in this world. We weren't brought into this world to, detach or abandon the world. We were brought in to seed things, to seed ideas, to seed development, to seed advancement. And
what's overwhelming to you, right? What are people meeting that you feel are overwhelming them?
Oh, I think that's why reels and sports and porn and, shopping on Amazon. I think that's why it's huge right now. But if you get overwhelmed, that's just what humans do.
Hasn't that always been part, shopping? And
but nothing to the extent that we have today. Nothing. I mean, I can remember growing up, and my brothers had a porn movie that they hid under their bed. My mother's like, porn movie, or I don't know, Playboy or whatever. Nothing to the extent that's what's available today to my children and grandchildren's generation. I mean, there's no comparison, Alan. No comparison. No comparison to the electromagnetic sea that's around us right now. No comparison to the geoengineered chemtrails and CERN and HARP. And there's no comparison to that. And if you're psychic, you're phenomenally aware of that. That's not something that you can just, I'm not affected by these geomagnetics or these chemtrails. I'm fine. Well, yeah, you are affected. Not to mention the viruses that are pouring in. I mean, this is a world of sensory overload right now. Sensory, psychic, spiritual overload right now.
Defense is to go internal and realize our psychic awareness. I agree with that. I do.
Yeah, you can't. It's almost like on my last Substack that had Nancy's quote in it. I have a picture of a woman blindfolded at the helm of a ship, driving it into a storm.
Well,
that's psychic development.
I am studying with this woman, Dahlia Burgoyne, who can see through her blindfolds. Have you
Totally.
met her?
Totally.
She is a miracle, and she says everyone can. I saw a 5-year-old kid blindfolded that she was teaching, saying,
Yeah.
"Oh yeah, that's a circle, that's a square." That and seeing through their blind, it was amazing, and I know we can all do that.
Absolutely, we can all do that.
Well, we're starting. So this is coming out there. I mean, telepathy, remote viewing. I had 200 people in my Shift Network remote viewing class. So people are accessing this part of their infinite mind, which belongs to everyone. It's not a secret government.
Yeah, I think it's a survival. I think, and we
Yeah.
need to talk about it in terms of survival. I mean, do you know what VUCA is?
VUCA?
Volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. So VUCA was invented by the military as a way to control people. So it's part of behavior psychology. I talk a lot about VUCA. So it's volatility, uncertainty.
What is it? VO what?
No, VUCA. So volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. So those are the 4 things that are used in social engineering, and those 4 those 4 elements. So volatility. So everything's very volatile. We don't know, like, are we going into World War III? Is this the end of the world? Are the poles going to shift? That's volatility. Uncertainty is I don't know if I'm going to live through COVID. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know. Kids going to get measles and die if they don't get a vaccine. That's uncertainty. Complexity is when you take something like quantum computing, for example, that Neil was talking about. That's very complex, and you offer that up to people, and you make things actually sometimes more complex than they need to be. That overwhelms people, and then ambiguity is, kind of people are becoming very ambiguous. Like, gee, I don't know if I agree with that or I don't agree with that. I'll just not have kids anymore, and I'll just kind of drop out of the whole thing. And it's just all very ambiguous.
And
to
what
me.
does that all do? What does VUCA do to people's psychology?
Controls them. It controls their behavior. It paralyzes them.
Okay.
It gives them emotional overwhelm. So volatility gives you emotional overwhelm. Uncertainty gives you paralysis. I don't know where to move. I don't know where to go. I'm paralyzed. Complexity gives you intellectual overload. Ambiguity means that you become a person that that's kind of like gives up. They just give up. I'm just not going to have any kids.
That's what
I'm
the
just going to
news,
drop out of this.
Political situations, war, not war.
Right.
And
quite frankly, the military has been using this, and social scientists and social engineers have been using this on humans regularly.
I believe that.
That's the churn. That's
you
the
know
churn.
Debbie Dashinger? She's
Hey, Debbie.
Hi, I loved your presentation. Was my favorite, by the way.
Oh, please.
And thank you, Alan, so much. And I want to say, first of all, I think your questions are very, very important, incredibly comprehensive, how you tied this massive subject together into all these pieces and steps. So I thank you for that, because I listened to a lot of these, and very important. I was noticing also the parallels between the same questions we should be asking about AI right now and the guardrails around that. So a lot of really big, important subjects for us to reflect on and be excited about, but at the same time want that safety factor about how we're moving forward. So I really wanted to reflect that back to you.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I've read the Dan Brown book all the way through.
Don't tell me the ending.
I won't tell you. I never will. But yes, I have to say, I really felt like what an exciting book of the times that he is taking on the subject of NDEs and consciousness and super consciousness and many other
neural implants. That's part of the book too.
That's right. Exactly. A lot of things that are happening that we know about. But again, anytime somebody does this and takes it out to the mainstream, It's exciting because it bridges a lot of what we talk about to other people. So it was a good book. I really enjoyed that.
Good.
Well, so Debbie, what do you think as we wrap up here? How do we keep this movement going? Yes, on January 25th, I'm sure Rebecca's doing some things. We have Contact in the Desert. We have a lot. We have the expo in LA in February. Neil's going to be there. We have Neil's New Living Expo in April, which is going to be a fantastic coming together. So we can keep it going, but it still seems a little fragmented, but maybe that's just how it is. I don't know. Any ideas, Debbie?
Thank you. Thank you for entrusting me even with that answer, because it's a big question. And I really believe, obviously, for us to keep doing what we're doing, I think we have to trust the flow and the incredibly accelerated ascension that is happening right now. This is why more and more people are suddenly becoming awake. They're starting to channel extraterrestrials and other interdimensional beings all of a sudden. They're starting to speak other languages. And so, meaning light language and etc. It's a very exciting time. And also to trust that we have help. We're not alone. That's really important because separation is our original wound. And I think even around this subject, to imagine the hopelessness, what are we going to do? But actually, we're not alone. We're very loved. We're very supported. So more events like this, more people who attend, tell your friends, like don't sit on an invitation, tell a bunch of people, tell your tribe, come to this. This is important. And this is what's happening now. And watch people like Rebecca and Alan and Neil and Debbie. They have a message, and each of us hold a different piece to the puzzle, and to trust how somehow etherically it comes together. It's really woven perfectly. And to love on the whistleblowers, God bless them, because they really take their lives in their hands to speak up and say what they do. And I think finally that there's a lot more coming down the pike. This is going to be a big year. You can feel it already energetically, and there's going to be more information, more sightings, a lot more to pay attention to.
I'm really excited about where we're going, and I think we're closer to the goalposts than ever, but there's still a long way to go. So I don't know.
And hopefully with acceleration and ascension right now, that long way will become a timeline shift, several timeline shifts.
That's a good point, Debbie. Very good.
It's going to continue. Like, there's so many things that are going to unfold, but maybe the first thing that we could aim for is some sort of peace between humanity and civilizations, And I think after that, even after we maybe come up with a consensus reality, when people start realizing that we don't have to be afraid of each other and we don't have to engage in these wars and kill people and all that. After that, there's still a long way to go, because then there's a whole re-education of humanity, a whole remembrance, and I really thought that we closed out with you, Rebecca, and I wanted you to be on this day because of this, is because what is the end result is to become the exo-conscious humans. And that's why I started with the quantum physics, because quantum physics proves like the exoconscious humans is quite literally what you see as magic in the movies. But the magic in the movies is us being able to manipulate the quantum world, right?
Right.
And so I often say now is that we are getting to a point that we can become Neo in the Matrix, where we can literally shift and change the Matrix and stop bullets, So it's like, it makes sense. Like, what is going to be happening on Earth and what we're capable of is so far from what people even imagine that they still only see those things in movies and believe that you can only do it through CGI, right? So, like, going back to your point, Alan, there's a long way to go. Maybe within 2 years, all of a sudden, people are like, "Oh my God, we can levitate." You know what I mean?
It's happening. If you listen to the telepathy tapes, you realize these autistic kids are not stupid. They're geniuses. They're like avatars. And I've talked to one of them and says, what he does, anyone can do. We can do that. We can do what they're doing and go to the hill and have these chats and these non-local realms. And I think also what Bashar says, Debbie, I know you're a fan of Bashar, 2027 is the year that changes everything. I mean, that's nothing so we have to hold on to, but I think you're right where something is moving. Something it's like, we've been stuck and then suddenly the thing has jarred loose and, the top of the bottle opens and boom. I think we're in for a really interesting ride, and it does come down to us human beings. One of my favorite quotes by Jacques Vallée says, "This is not about spaceships. This is about consciousness. This is about the way we relate to reality." It's what I was saying last night, Neil. It's reality is not objective in the way we've been taught. There's no reality separate from who we are and what consciousness is, what especially exoconsciousness is. It's we create reality and reality creates us, but when we go to a higher level, we see that there's no subject and object at all. And that's a big hallmark of UFO sightings, really. I mean, what am I seeing that? Are they seeing us? Is their consciousness mine? Is mine consciousness theirs? That's what John Mack, another line of John Mack I love quote is, "We need other ways of knowing." And I know you knew John Mack, Rebecca, and wasn't he just brilliant by saying this is not about rational thought. It's about understanding, like shamanically. Debbie's a big shamanic practitioner. It's a shamanic way of understanding reality where we're interconnected. And that, if we can start there, I think the UFO situation just becomes part of life, becomes part of everything we're living and breathing already. There's no like, oh wow, we have visitors. We are the visitors.
That's so amazing. I love that tie-in, Alan. Speaking of Dr. John Mack, what a profound figure he was in so many ways, and especially with the mainstream bucking up against him. He was somebody who was invited to attend the many different American Indian factions who chose to come together. And they invited a very powerful audience of white people to also attend, including Dr. John Mack. And when the American Indians were there and they invited them in, they told them many things. One of them was, there are prophecies and we have to tell you what's coming. If you don't find peace with the land, if you don't learn to love and revere Mother Earth, if you don't love and treat each other harmonically, we will tell you what we have foreseen to come on this earth. And this was 1986. They gave this warning. And the second thing they shared was, and we have had relations with the extraterrestrials since the beginning of times. We come from the stars. We call them and ourselves star people, and they are our lineage. So when we transcend this world and go to other realms to receive the healing and bring back the information, it is not just for us and for our people and for the collective, but it's also because they're our brothers, our star brothers and sisters. So they were announcing in 1986 that they have and have always had relationship with the star people. So
Right.
it's really powerful. And you reflect 1986, and here we are like 40 years later, almost exactly. And how far have we come? How far have we changed how we treat the earth and the sky and the oceans and each other? And some of it is not very heartening, right, at all. We didn't take the warning.
Yeah, Rebecca,
It's well
you have
said.
a.
I was just gonna make just a quick thing to close with from me is a couple things. I think taking Michael Charrette's presentation, we are the ETs now. We are the ET crafts. Our military industrial complex are creating ET crafts, and because of that, it goes in lockstep with the fact that the extraterrestrial consciousness goes with these craft now. And so really, I think it's up to us to say, if our government, so we know that our government has back engineered extraterrestrial craft. We know that. Listen to Michael's talk. If that is true, then it's also true that our extraterrestrial contactee consciousness goes in balance and harmony with that ability. And I think it's our responsibility to bring that to the fore. And that's really what the planetary constitution does. It takes that and says, we are claiming this as our innate right as extraterrestrial experiencers. The second thing I want to say, and it's kind of how I've been operating recently, is I really tried to look for the cracks. Like maybe it's my experience being a mom, but you always look for these little cracks, like where could you get your message to this kid? And you kind of wait for a crack to open, and then you walk in it and have a little, talk on the way home from school or something with them. But that big crack that appeared actually with these data centers needing more energy, and how that opened up, all the years that I've dedicated to 0-point energy and fusion and plasma. It's like all of a sudden that is a necessity. That is a necessity, and that involves consciousness. So I think looking for these cracks, looking for the fact that another crack is the fact that we have these back engineered technologies. We have to go through that crack and say, we're here, we're part of this, we belong to this emerging technology. We are part of it. It is part of us, and it's part of our birthright as experiencers. And we need to claim it.
Well, yeah, and this goes along with the evolution of consciousness. I just want to thank you, Rebecca. I just want to read that quote properly about Jacques Vallée. He says, UFOs behave less like a spacecraft and more like a factor destabilizing our perceptions and reorganizing our cognitive awareness in which we apprehend reality. So someone else says, UFOs are not happening to us, they're happening for us. So that's the key.
That's beautiful.
This is we're part of this. We're not separate. We have separated ourselves for so long. What we're opening up and what exoconsciousness does, it's an invitation to be part of what we've always been part of, except we were kept from it, part of the greater cosmic consciousness. So it's that's the future, and that includes, yes, what someone said, these fifth dimensional elements like some psychic abilities, vibrational out of body travel, all these higher activities that show us the non-local capacity. Because if exoconscious is real, it means it's non-local because it's everywhere. That's what I say. So that's my final word. Neil, you any final closing prayers?
Closing prayer is for humanity to continue to wake up. I am hopeful. I call myself a hopeless hopeful because I wouldn't be doing this otherwise. I think every ancient civilization, we started out with the cycles of time. Every ancient civilization has prophesied, so many of them at least prophesied with this upturning consciousness. And part of the upturning consciousness is also by not thinking where we were before was bad, was just necessary growing pains. And I don't think just the UFOs happening for us. I think everything's happening for us. Even the information being withheld from us was happening from us. We asked for all this stuff because we needed to go through forgetfulness. We needed to realize who we were on a greater level. We needed to know ourselves. And the best way to know ourselves was to isolate ourselves from everything else to get a depth of go within, And I think we're at that point now where humanity wants something better, right? We want something better. We want something that works for everyone. We have the abundance. We have the psychological awareness in books. We have the education. We have the technology to create a peaceful, beautiful, abundant planet without not even including the UFOs.
Of course,
we just have that already. So it's really about time for us to step into that world, and that's why we do these types of events. So I'm excited just to be along for the ride, see what happens next.
I love everyone's perspective, and I love to hear how to push the envelope into new realities, new knowledge, new cognition. Anything from you, Debbie? Anything you want to? All right, unmute. We don't want to miss a word, Debbie.
That's sweet. Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate what I just heard. And I think what Neil just shared is incredibly important to remember that our souls chose this duality. Very interesting choice, but we chose, right? Not just the duality, but the sovereignty of saying, put me in the game, coach, because this is going to be a time of life of the crossroads. And you will notice how many people are exiting the earth right now. I have noticed it in droves. People are choosing to pass and leave the planet. We are still here. We have big shoulders. We knew that we could handle this. We knew we're bringing our piece of light and our message at this really auspicious time. And so, yeah, I love this remembrance that we did come here to play the game. And I also think it's so interesting because a lot of this technologically, you think about Atlantis, you think about Lemuria, you think about the choices and a lot of other planets, AI and Lyran, wars and so forth, that we get to make different choices this time. So nobody said it was going to be easier in the experience and the journey, but certainly the choices will be profound. And it looks like the people who are here are making the right ones.
I just want to add the choices are also us, I think, expanding our soul capacity. I think that's what these fifth dimensional, I think this is what beings like Bashar, how do we become bigger, loving, compassionate, aware beings that take care of each other and the planet and other exo consciousnesses as well. I mean, we can't separate ourselves just because we're on this beautiful little planet. We're part of something bigger. And that's expands, I think, a spiritual evolution, expands the soul's capacity because we become more aware of what's possible. That's just my feeling. So that's any.
With you, Alan. So I think it was a beautiful way to start the year.
Yes.
And just to let everybody know again, next weekend, the Palladians and Arcturians Conference. Portal to Ascension.org, upcoming events, sign up there. Debbie's going to be my co-host. And then 2 weeks later, we have the Dragons, the Return of the Dragons Conference, which will be really epic as well. Cosmic Lineage. We got 2 months of nonstop cosmic conscience content on Portal to Ascension. So tune in. And then just going to mention one more time, please do come to the New Living Expo if you're able to come out. Even if you're not able to come out, try to figure out a way to be there. It's going to be incredible. We're really putting a lot of love and intention. And 2027, I just feel it. Like I was never into dates either. I was never into predictions. But there is definitely a critical mass that we're heading towards, and things are picking up momentum right now. And so this event, taking it on for 2026, is really just giving me the foundation to set something up for 2027. We're getting bigger and bigger. And Ellen, you were speaking earlier about what can we do to come together. First thing that came to my mind is if we like all meditated together, like but a huge number, hundreds of thousands of people, and so I'm announcing it here that I am submitting to the Guinness World Records of mass meditations. 2027, I'm gonna do. It's 50,000 people is the minimum you need from a live stream to beat the Guinness World Records.
Really? Only 50,000? We should get
Trying to do
144,000.
100,000 person online live stream meditation at the New Living Expo for 2027. And
wow, I
so
love that.
what I'm going to do is I've already started, already going to build the website. I'm going to like Rebecca, I'm going to be reaching out to you, Debbie, every single person that I've ever worked with and every person they've ever worked with, we're going to reach out to. And I think coming together like that, that's when we do the Maharishi effect. That's when we make some real change.
That's so cool.
Well, I want to say this has been a lot of fun. I want to thank everyone who's been tuning in for the last 2 days, 14 hours or 15 hours now. And I think we're all here because we want to know, we want to take this together as a community. We're in this together. I think Martin Luther King said, we may have come here on different ships, but we're all in the same boat. So there you go. We're all in the same boat. We're humans trying to be a bit better human, better humanity. I mean, another one of my favorite quotes, Bruce Lipton says, "We are not humans until we create humanity, where we all realize we're all part of one super organism, and they speak as a singularity in a sense. Then we speak as one voice, and we could speak with other ones. That's is what we're waiting for, to come together. So we all have a lot of personal and exterior work to do. So thank you.
May I share something with what you guys are sharing? I just had an insight that and Neil's talking about let's do this, and Alan's talking about let's come together, and Rebecca's talking about the implications. So this is very exciting because this is a 1 year, as we know it's starting in February, this 1 year, and one is about unique. This is about standing out. This is about your own path. So for all of us to stand in our own path, but to support each other. So something like New Living Expo in April, come be with your tribe. This is leading somewhere. For the next one on Sunday, the Pleiadians, Octurians, join us. Come to this amazing event. To the Dragons, come, we're your tribe, hang out. But there's a reason. As we go forward, it just suddenly occurred to me when Alan was reminding us that Bashar and many other channelers, extraterrestrial channelers, talking about 2027, the year everything changes. Boom, 2027 is a 2 year. That's my life path number. So I deeply understand being a number 2. It's everything CO, cooperation, collaboration. Being in relationship with it means me and somebody else, you and somebody else. We must go through this 1 year of uniqueness and building and putting out our message so that for this 2 massive year, the next year, collaboration with the stars, with the inner earth, hopefully with our governments, with everybody else. That's the potential of a 2 year. So we have our work cut out to us, but come join us. That's the most important message. Join us for all of these events. You are so warmly welcome, because this is how we build everything for 2027.
That is so good. Join us. Just join us in any way you can. Just type something into the text. Come to another Portal to Ascension event. We're a community, and that's really why this interface with this other presence is saying we're not separate. We're here to meet you guys as your community. Their community wants to meet our community. I think that's really what it comes down to.
Right. Like, why would we connect with the galactic community if we can't even create a community within ourselves?
Right. Exactly.
Because it's a human community. So,
Well,
and on that note, let's close it out for today. Rebecca, thank you so much. It's so beautiful. Thank you for being here and closing this out.
It was amazing.
Love you guys.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you, everyone, for what. Thank you,
Bye.
Rebecca.
Thank you,
Great
big
to
love.
meet you. Debbie, I like co-hosting with you. We should do more of this.
Let's always, Alan. Love you. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New
Thank you,
Year.
everyone, for tuning in. Thank you, all those dedicated viewers. Neil, I always appreciate you for putting the energy out to create these things.
Thank you, brother.
You are the captain there of the starship. Okay.
Hey, have a beautiful night, everybody. See you soon.